we myself that in our legends in time that it when the thing was created by, as I think I told you when we started in, that question was asked by one of the men doing the exercise whether Indian has known such an age as a dark age. And I told him that I thought we did. And that's where you will have heard or read in these various books of Indian tales of story of certain animals, how they acquired their collars of various kinds of birds, as well as animals and other creatures. It's a pretty long story in that I told him. And it goes ahead, and they all had different tales of how a certain thing functioned at that one time, what they tried to do, and some of them is kind of carried out to a present date. Like, for instance, in the time of a beaver, and their ruling is by the Indians that never feed their bone to any dogs or cat or to any animal that will eat the bone. They will generally throw them in the river, and thinking that they will farm again. And that relates back into these legends that goes back in their inheritance into believing as to what had happened. And that's why I say on the various things we had different people go in and kind of tell a history of these things and how it came to be known as something that I wasn't too aware of at one time. But we had these people sometime or another that kind of went on it could either been a mission or something, and from where they'd have gotten it, I wouldn't be able to quite describe that as to how that thing ever happened. Myself, it's left pretty much in dark, but only through the latter part of their telling of these stories and beliefs and how it came about, and how we're talking about medicine and so on through way that had been at this great meeting at one time of all animals as well as the feathered creatures and everything, and from the instance of what had happened and what they counsel about that happened at that one big meeting that was supposed to have had one time. And a certain little feathered bird is made to dawn, and the same process long. Well, then the great debate in there was as to the number of years it would require the terms of, say, your seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter. This one part is always outstanding. I said, debating with his brother. He was more or less of a, he kind of wanted things where they would have to struggle for it and kind of go through hardship and not have everything too lenient. Some things was fairly well, and some things were just opposite of what his brother was constituting to be good for all, and concerning his death and what should happen to your people, say, me dying, and how the other people would dress themselves and how they could be recognized or whatever it amounted to with them to make it feel sorrow for full for the families, friends. They had to do certain things as either signified by cutting their hair off, close to their heads, which used to be a quite common practice a long time ago. So all of that was pro and con, I guess, by the various spokesmen that were speaking at that time of this going to exist and the planning was to be there. Then from then on it went to what we call so-called creator. Of course, he created all these people and they give them the right to talk for themselves. And I guess more or less would be kind of a law concerning their doing hereafter and all of that. That was before it was molded to being materialized. And of course we know that they were guided. He was the creator himself had been there and seen and how they reacted and so on too. For instance, this one that I don't know, in terms we call him coyote today, but I don't know whether it would have actually been that animal or not. But he was a keen-witted character and seeing things, and that's where he's going. For instance, his so-called proclamation or whatever he wanted to lay down to be the ruling was something like this, that he had all the fur-bearing animals' hair counted by one, and who had the most fur on was the animal to be picked to say, he said, for that number of years we would have winter.
Oh.
And for that number of years we'd have spring. For that number of years we'd have summer. And for that number of years we'd have fall. Said if you was born in winter, you'd die in winter. If you're born in spring, why you'd be dead in spring. Because all of that, whichever animal, a number of hair it had on a particular animal constituted their season, I would say. Then, of course, they knew that their life wasn't forever. I guess they had that in mind. So whichever season that she was born, you'd be an old man before the season was over, and you'd probably be dead. So that was his thinking. Of course, then he was making provisions, and as I said, it was kind of pro and con. He said, well, how are we going to survive winter being that long? Of course, we don't know who was I think they considered Otter had most hair. I think he was the last fur-bearing thing that they were counting on. And they had some delegate count them one by one, and anything that had hair with them, that's what he was deciding on. Of course, this thing went along with, and there were other bands or other created animals and birds and so on, so they were concerned as to how they would survive. It took millions of years for one season, or whatever amount of hair it had on it. One fur-bearing animal probably would have that many hair on its body. So they were much concerned on that. And that wasn't too much of a problem to the probably he might have been something like Ocasio in his times, and it's trying to make their own ruling. Of course, this other birds, insects, or whatever it was, all in this group with them, that's what they were discussing. And that all wound up as to present day, the different birds and different things happen to bust their meeting as it goes. It's a quite long story into what Alex probably talked. And of course, this probably was a chair. He wasn't exactly a chief, but somebody always had to be the chairman of the meeting. More or less, he was like that. And question asked, well, he was answering it and going on his thinking, which I said most of it was pretty much in his line. So I think that's what I meant on these things at one time, that they did have meaning, and some of these events have been inherited even to a present day into certain thoughts and beliefs, just like I'm telling you about this beaver. So it's quite a story. In, of course, the slide, nobody knows about all the birds, but there's some groups they know about certain animals, certain birds, what part they had done. And well, the other day you mentioned about it's called water baby. Probably white people might have different names for it. And I think in times of the currencies, they was thinking it was all these greenbacks, that something of this moss that was the money that he had made into one time in growing with the rock and the powers. The powers were all that's a separate story in itself in transaction to the money. And then we took the line, and he more or less had this metal ore into contesting this rock that you had mentioned. One time they were showing the powers and how old creatures, they had different powers and they could do this, and that's how they were showing what power and what gift they had in competing with one another at one time. So that's why I say that the rock had some part and meaning at one time.
I see.
And old powers of what they thought had might, right? They came in, and it happened just by this one creature was the cause of the whole disturbance at one time, to where they had contest one another to see who was the greatest of the so existing at that time.
Was this before the creation or after the creation?
It was during the formation, I guess, of the creation.
During the creation, while it was going on.
Yes.
How long did it take to create the world?
Nobody has idea. Because it was all done at the Dark Age, and after these things went out, they were placed about their nature or their culture or whatever they were given with, and that's how they went about.
All of these animals could talk during the time of the creation.
Everything was talking, as I
rocks
understand,
and trees and everything.
Anything your own disposal were talking, and everything was talking. So there were certain things they had to kind of put out so why they would talk.
What happened? How come they lost their power to talk?
Well, it just went about in their own category, how they met their defeat or went about. Of course, there's one party I'm talking about. He was always the one that was around, or had some knowledge of this thing.
Coyote?
Well, we interpret him as coyote, but we don't know whether he was a coyote or not, because we don't know. As I told you the day you asked me the question of what we call our Creator, or what you in terms say God or Lord or who. And I said in this one wording that we have, it just didn't depend of it's a kind of a flexible thing. We call it Sinai. And he's either imitator or he's what we may call our Creator in that name. So it's in terms of just how you are making yourself understood as to who you're talking about.
Would you use that same term for coyote?
Well, we would exactly say coyote. No, but it's kind of as I said, it's flexible to going into some witty animal as of his type, I would presume, because he's quite a clever little animal, going trapping and bouts and scheming across the country. But this particular person, I didn't call him a coyote. I just say they call him Sinai. So whatever it was, or it would be as the lady had probably kind of interpreted something that was witty. He was smart. Because he was finagling with his brother, who was more or less on business thinking. This one guy, he was always dicking and still be on the same problem, but he was creating something else over here that was not too well for what his rightful brother was thinking.
I see. So the two brothers were in opposition lots of the time.
Well, they were in a lot of opposition, putting it all the time, I guess.
Coyote wanted to do certain things a certain way, and what do you call the other one?
Well, I think they called him the Wolf.
The Wolf.
His brother.
Wolf would want to do them one way, and Coyote would want to do them another way.
Well, it all came in their means. Well, this is the way it should be. So I think his brother was the guy was in a pen if he wanted to make other changes, and he didn't think that would be right.
Who usually won?
Well, it seemed like his old brother, the younger brother, was a winner all the time on it.
Coyote was the winner.
He was well, it mean the same thing, but it, as I said, it had a little more strenuous part to it. Brother way, he was in right for everything that he was saying. It was a little more simpler than we would say. It didn't seem too harmful. Where
well, now, if I understand what you're saying, Connor, a lot of the beliefs and the ideas about rocks or special places, these things really stem back to this story of the creation.
yes,
And then all of the other legends and stories that kind of come from
this one.
the story of the creation.
Yes.
So that if you almost every story or legend in Ute would refer back to this creation story.
Well, it's from that there's probably we might say it an individual act as to his meaning of his color or to way that he was pronounced at that time.
Now, do the Utes feel some relationship to to certain animals because of what happened during the creation? Would the Utes feel more closely related to coyote than they would to?
No, I don't believe that they believe in being related to any of the animals or any of the birds.
I see.
At all, because they are pretty much of their own selves.
Unless it might be to the bear. Are they related to the bear in any way?
No, I don't think there is.
Yeah.
Not of any animal that I know. Because, as I get it, they were all in wood in packages one time.
Oh, I see. Everything was the same.
Well, not I'm not talking about animals. I said human at one time.
Oh.
And the reason I come back now on that is that was one curiosity. You let them out of the bag and they all didn't talk the same language. And they say, well, probably they must other nationalities as well as other tribes that wouldn't say that it happened in what we call the United States or Europe or any place. But they all got out of that, which his brother was forbidding him not to open these things.
Oh, I see. All human beings at one time were in a
package of their own.
I see.
They were in the packages of their own.
And then coyote let them out.
Well, we wouldn't exactly call him coyote, but whoever we in the term of this particular person, but just we're substituting it to somebody that's willy and always curiosity about things is how these things so happen about. That there was a lot of these things were forbidden. As I say, these packages, they rather forbid him to even look or monkey with these things because they wasn't in the mold yet at that time. So, for curiosity, he didn't know, and he wanted to find out. He was just that type of person, and so he opened them to see what would happen. So they say that's how it happened. So we have these different nationalities. They came by them. They have their own stories on that too.
And if he hadn't done that, then when it was the right time and they were let out, then they probably would have all been the same.
Well, that's we don't know. I wouldn't know about that because how his brother is thinking on that, or how we would place them. Is something that's what his brother was doing. It would have been good on his side because he was a right. He was always thinking for the right and the best that he could do for what he was trying to represent. And this the other brother, he would make it a little more strenuous. Even the thing was materializing, well, then he would add on something else to where they would have grief. And for instance, his brother was thinking and giving a birth wouldn't in the ladies anything shouldn't suffer given a birth or be cause of death of anyone. So his young brother, he said no. He said they should suffer and probably die from the cause of giving birth. It was something in nature, of course. They knew the women were the means that they would give birth, and brother was giving the molding out as to where this the pregnancy of a woman would be at, to where she would need to suffer. It would be merely of motion or some way that it would deliver a baby.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, it said this young brother said it should be inside.
Mm-hmm.
It should be made to suffer in giving birth. Then right, why they'll deliver a baby and they'll all come out. And these are your rules as I relate to you.
I see.
As to how it would actually take place then. And his brother on the other thinking was not so severe as that. So that was a contest, I guess, in the molding out of the life of.
And this was in the creation. This was during
that was in the creation, the molding, and how people should be, and why people should die, and so on through. And that's why I think people believes in hereafter. But they think that we more or less have a man probably give a talk to the people, visit or friends or relatives there, and they mean in terms then that he is going to the life of after he's dedicated into another world. It's more or less their believing.
But they don't have a belief about where this other world is.
No, they don't know. It's
or what, or how the people live
how
there.
The people live or anything like that. Don't know.
But they do believe that after they die, they'll go to the same place, so that they'll meet the people that have gone on before.
Before, yes. And tale of their resurrection is, as I told you the other day, is some of our people have thought that when the rising of the sun will reverse from the present way it's going now. Because it all solely bases back upon, as I said, in your 4 seasons, as to probably there will be a legend, either somebody might have known it or they have ignored the going. See, it was divided into 4 seasons, as I said it. And then likewise we have east and west, south and north. So from that point as to what proportion of these 4 represents, I wouldn't know whether the next movement, when the sun will be coming from the west, I wouldn't know that, or it might be coming from south. A lot of times, just for my own curiosity, I think about how they say the icebergs are breaking away from the North Pole, and how it's still warm there, something of that nature, as to whether the sun will be coming from north and traveling south.
I see.
As I said, the seasonal thing is going to have it. To me, it might well have effect someday. Probably this portion of it will be like our North and South Pole, but I don't know. But I think it's understood that way. Because we have these 4 seasons. It was quickly decided at this last act of their, say, in adopting whatever they were doing when they were living in the Dark Age. So that portion is something that I don't believe I understand. I don't believe nobody does either. But we believe that there is a ruling, and so that's why even in take you west of White Rocks, and we have some of our Indians that have their head buried to the north.
Oh.
And right on the rim that the White Rock Canal kind of goes over down Tridell. Back in Twin Cedars, there's a lot of graveyards in there. There are some I know that's buried to the north. They head west to the north. They figure they'll greet the sun when it comes from the south. So, I say there is kind of differences as to how they believed from time before us to the people that was beyond them. So it's quite a difficult problem. But I think we can all be sure that it is divided into four. They're seasonal, and we have our directions divided into four. East we call and west, south, north. So where the next portion of some of these that have been mentioned is it's going to take a number of years that will be isolated into ice, like we made, as I said, there are North Pole, and so whenever whichever way the sun comes and melt that way, then probably there will be another formation where this will be close over, and some of the existing thing will live here, and probably hereafter come back, probably they'll have this Iceland probably will be made into whatever formation it may take.
So that when the sun changes, for example, if the sun were to change and come up from the south, then that would be another time, another world.
Probably could be another world.
And then at that time, maybe the people who are here now, then the people who lived before us would come back, or would be in that other world.
Could be. But I don't know, but it's just said it's the meetings where then everything is. Part of it was kind of established to the last part to cut the season in shorter periods as we are living today.
Oh, I see. But this was all decided during. Actually, this creation was before the sun was created.
Yes.
Before the earth was created. But all these entities, all these animals and birds and humans and everything, this was before they had their own shape.
Yes.
But they could all talk. They were all there, and they could all talk. But it was dark. It was before the sun was created. And then all of these things were created during this period, and then the sun came up and the earth was there, and it was as it is now.
Well, they had the dawn. See, this little bird that all of the thing that happened more or less surprisingly to this so-called Chairman. Of course, he was contesting his brother all the time. And as I said, he was more or less on the right way to be more of a thing, of probably even for wars. Probably he thought we shouldn't fight one.
Oh, I see.
But the other brother, he thought we'd have war, and the stronger would conquer, and he'd be the boss. And all of that was all of everything of today, just being worked out at the.
But at the first dawn, when the sun first came up for the first time, then as it got light, everything was as it is now.
As it is now, yes.
And the Utes believe that in a way everything is laid down. I mean, everything was decided at the time of the creation.
Yes.
Everything that's going to happen was decided at that time. So that now, does this mean that the Utes figure that whatever is going to happen is going to happen, no matter what they do?
That's it. I would, in saying the Utes picking them out, I would say that it's an Indian, because we're not given any name at the time, other than we would say White River, and of course white people called the river over there White River, then they more or less kind of inhabited close to a stream of water. So I imagine why you call it White River, because the river is called White River, and it more or less was within its vicinity, as well as you take Yampa. Yap means carrot.
Oh.
And some of them, out of the very particular Indians, so-called White Rivers, where then they kind of migrate north from, I would forget it now, around Maybell, and probably toward the gorge there, they more or less went for their carrots, the Indian carrots. I forget the white name to it, but it has name, blooms, has white blossoms, and kind of sweet and tasting at it, eating some of it. And so, other particular group, they call them well, in English we'd call them carrot eaters, like we do some of our white people. We call them carrot eaters.
Yeah.
As well as we take down Ouray, just across the river, go around in there. We call them the fish eaters down there. You know, they're Ongapogre Indians, all of them that's in there. But due to certain times overflow of the rivers, the carps come out there and they try to feed on them, I guess, or they go and they say fish comes out there and they say, well, them are fish eaters. And we take within might, and they all come in that. They call them the water eaters. Well, in other terms, that would be liquor drinkers. It would be kind of term in that, but it don't. It said it's just in small and not embarrassing way where we call them pasca. That would mean they could have water or anything within liquid, where then that's in terms that they have.
But the Indians believe then that all of these things were decided at the time of the creation. Everything that's going to happen was decided then.
I think I would say into the delegate, or to what to say represent our particular group of Indians will differ, as I said, with probably a little farther west from here, probably through Grantsville. They probably may have some versions, but somehow this I would not know, as I said, as to how these things had affected various groups of Indians, various tribes over our area, known to be Indian.
Did the Utes believe that the white man coming was decided at the time of the creation?
Well, by that mean I said when this curiosity person is the one that they believe is the cause of them coming this way, because they wasn't in the ruling as to just how they was to be placed or where they was to be located or thing of that nature. Wasn't quite ready before the time of that decision to be made. Well, then he let them all out, and they all went all directions. So,
I see.
and that's where.
And that's why the white people came into the United States.
Came in here and went all over, I guess. They not only white people, but we find every other nationality, I guess, but what don't.
Now, if he hadn't, and then, now, do the youths believe that at some time the white people will go away?
Well, as the thing goes in there, that's something that I wouldn't exactly know. But I believe there is a definite period in their thinking there will be, as I told you about what we call so-called ghost dance. It's as I said, this one Indian that sang a song. It's more or less pertaining into that thinking or into the belief. And of course, it's, as I said on that, it's we have called a spirit that might have been in the individual, what we may call spirit, as we can still term that as in terms that covers a large field into actually to find out as to just what we're talking about. That's why we, I think, as you asked me the other day, in believing ghosts, and of course we call him what you would say either ghost or devil, or he would, I think in our term we'd call him the outcast. We wouldn't exactly call him the spirit that probably we say that was within the soul that passed away, that they had the spirit as a portion that moves into the next world or whatever place he's going. And we feel that there is times that they will visit back. And of course we'll never see him, never hear anything. But I think we believe that he does return. It's, as I said the other day, it's more frequently first part of the death. And as it goes to figure that he's more or less getting farther to the other portion than he is of being hit at one time. Do believe that he's in existence after your death for maybe a month or probably a year. And I don't know, sometimes some of our younger people, we don't think it that, we don't believe it. It's not fact. I didn't, and I do, and so just, I guess, that's a matter of just individual. For instance, when my wife died here 2 years ago, she liked to go and visit my oldest daughter. Sometimes she said, well, let's go over there to Marietta, and she always gives us something, and let's go there. So we go there and started not going in to because we had breakfast or dinner or supper or something. And wish we could always fishing or something, have a rabbit or something. Of course, it meant a great deal to her. I came out after death and went down to my daughter's. So I went back And she told me, says, you know, we'd be watching television, said we can see the door open. Someone walks in, goes into our kitchen, and we can hear the dishes moving. So we think she's here with us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know. So one evening we had supper, and I was sitting by the door like this here, and I wish that's what I came through there, and that door opened just like somebody opened it. So she could see that that's the way it goes. Well, I said, we'll make medicine. I said, I'll go talk to her. Mm-hmm. So I did. I said, and been pretty reasonable since then. Mm-hmm. I said, that's just our belief, and probably believing it so strong, it does probably appear that something like that, I don't know. Mm-hmm. Unless you report it, but probably don't happen that way. But sometimes it proves to some people don't believe it either. Mm-hmm. They do begin to believe in it. And
so you said that you'd go and talk to her.
Yes.
You did
my
that.
own prayers. Mm-hmm. Yes, I did. Mm-hmm. That's what I'd done.
Mm-hmm. You asked her not to do this anymore?
No, not exactly that, like that. It's just no wording that I expressed for both and for all, and that we couldn't. That was something I had in mind and wanted to tell her, so. And that's the way it is. That's just an individual. Well, Jake, on that there you're going to, there's more of a other form of belief as much as we're in it now. Mm-hmm. It was created here. We talked about how things came into existence and one thing other than that kind of a thing, as I said, that I would say that I'm speaking for old Indian people or whatever you may name them, anything like that, because I think it's different locations and different ways came about to us, and to having these beliefs, we vary. Mm-hmm. When we say youth, that covers quite a bit of territory. Yeah. In Wilkerson's report, we're finding people that we talk in terms this old youth one time, as I see it, it's been banded up, that formerly came within this area of Salt Lake here, and of course Wilkerson's tracing them goes into Monticello. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's going around this portion. I see. But they're going eastward into Denver, from what I can recall from some of our older Indians that lived when I was young, that say they went into Denver and kind of migrated around the northern portion of New Mexico, and up in through Farmington, into Nashville, into Durango, and part of that band still comes over into so-called Toyac. Mm-hmm. They settled in there, and they still have relatives back over into Nashville, around Durango there. Mm-hmm. So I think it's quite a piece when we would say the Utes now. We may cover
a whole bunch.
Yes. Yeah. What they call them, Southern Utes and Ouray Utes, and I guess some of our upper portion went in down in through Panguitch and so on through them. And Paiute come within that route somewhere in here too, along with other portion that came in from the California and so on through. So it's kind of So it's an advanced one thing that it would, what I would say, I wouldn't kind of constitute that this is brief the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we even varied in here.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, we had some of our people through this, if you went to a reservation in Abraham Lincoln's time, we have some farmland down in Thistle.
Oh.
And as far as my knowledge, and I would say that Ouray Jacks and probably some people that had stopped in Rock Creek area there, and they came from there. It was, as I say, they had the different spots there, different groups, and they did have a little different accent. Sir Wallace's father and his brother, and I think I would go back and say Jason's and Henry Kutch's mother kind of had an accent of pretty much of their own, and they were firmly located within what they call Thistle at present time. So in their dialect and so on, so we talked to them, we could understand, but in a way that they thought well, it sounded a little different.
Who were the Paiutes?
Well, I think they didn't right from the western portion here.
Can you understand Paiute? Can you talk?
Well, they are a little faster, and some of them will go back into what we call Shoshone.
Oh.
And how far the Shoshone is just like ours too, because the natives came from the southern portions of the Bannock is pretty much a dialect of Shoshone, but when they talk Bannock, but it sounds pretty the same, but their words from their own distinction they know would be Bannock or Shoshone.
Those Paiutes, or Utes, whichever one they are, at Richfield, claim that they're Utes.
Well, we have some in there, the proportion of them might have inherited from these so-called Utes at one time that have, as I said, that had establishments or vocations of their own.
Oh, I see.
Like into language, and then some went on farther, and some went with Kanash and so on through.
So there are a lot of Utes mixed up. I mean, it's kind of mixed up.
Well, they have, last court decision, and they couldn't make their establishments with us. So, all the time now we are known as Utes, but we have enrolled over there to distinguish ourselves. But the original.
Can you talk Shoshone? Can you talk with the Shoshone?
No, I can't.
Can you understand much of what they're saying? Can you?
Well, some of the wording are pretty much similar to our words, but your expression, one thing that's sounding of the things look different. And
Connor, I was going to ask you today to tell me something about the definition of a good man. Now, some of the people got to be chiefs or leaders, and I guess they probably were viewed as the best, the good people.
yes.
How would you describe a good man? What are the qualities that make a man a good person?
Well, I think a good person is a person never steals, never tells a lie, always friend to any person, regardless of any comment that he may get from any other people, which is commonly practiced to say he's a good person, and we have this other person that's not contented with anything good. Even if he got good thing, why he's still always a person to be not satisfied, more or less his intentions, his ideas, some of them, they say things and they still don't mean anything. They don't seem to mean anything to hurt this person. Mm-hmm. But anyway, they just say it. Mm-hmm. And I think a person, a good person, would have it knowledge. We wouldn't say he exactly ignored. He would listen to anybody, whether it was sound advice or bad advice, and he would more or less be a person to say talk within reason, not committing himself in either way to say that he's lying or trying to do something for his own good. Mm-hmm. It's his feeling would be person that would help in every cause he could to either better the person that would be isolated off or be called down for everything. Mm-hmm. They would listen to a person like that. Mm-hmm. They'd probably try to better themselves through what they would say he's a good person.
Does a good person have to have a lot of food, a lot of clothing, a lot of horses?
Well, it's not in so much in that. It would just be more or less his knowledge of people.
I see.
To who he's dealing with, and the sort of people he's dealing with, and the kind of advice that he would give him if needed advice, and try to say if chief's counsel got into a little too radical decision, perhaps this individual come with his influence of seeing both sides on that side as well as on the good side of the thing, and probably would give a little consideration by their decisions made, and oftentimes help the other person.
Could a person be a good person while they're young, or?
I think they would be kind of recognized from the time that they start to mature.
Oh, I see.
Be followed through. That he would have no bad record behind him.
Oh, I see.
That they would say, well, he was a jailbird one time, or he killed somebody, or anything like that.
A good person had to be a good person from the time he started.
From the time he started, to say that, well, it's the same way as I say the chiefs, or they had to exhibit themselves that they were worthy. Your chief or your leader or your war leader, whatever you was.
Did everybody, this business about being honest and being not telling a lie and having knowledge, knowing and being able to advise other people, this was what all of the people in the group wanted to be like.
Well, that's, as I said, in the gift and thing, well, then they more or less respected, and it was trying to be like him as much as they could. They kind of thought a great deal of certain charactered individual. He was trying to live right and probably had to live a long life. Probably he was pretty good talker or good singer. But anyway, something about him stood out that probably appealed to the individual, and then his reward for what he could do to help other people, well, then they would say, this is for your best singing, or this is for your best thought, or best counseling, anything. Something in a term where then they said during Sundance, where then they would pick certain individual and say, you ask a blessing for me, then, and probably be kind of reward, or you would take it as a gift. Or it would be a gift in a friend, friendship gift.
So the value, what the people tried to. Now, would this be true for women as well? Is it the
Yes,
same definition?
The women were pretty much in the same line.
Could a woman be viewed as a good woman if she didn't have any children?
Well, some of them would think it's not like. Some did. They thought it's all right.
It's all right to have children, or it's all right not to have children?
Not to have any. Because they thought probably governed some thinking on their own part. Why this person were not having children, and probably this person having children is probably a thought in that there must be something behind it other than not just being that way. So more or less that was settled in that thought.
So what the people tried to do was to live in such a way that they would be seen as a good person.
Yes.
And this didn't make a poor person could be a good person.
Could be a good person.
Just as well as a person that had lots could be a good person. It didn't make any difference.
A person had lots, so used lots, well then could be a bad person too.
Was a good person generous? Should a good person give things to other people?
He did. He was a generous man. We take, like, for instance, John Wash's father. He was counsel. They didn't exactly call him chief anything, but he came in as probably you'd say a good man. And of course they listened to his talks, and anything came in, he was known to have quite a few stocks. He'd come in and say during bad ants that his stock was in poor condition. Go out and find a fat animal, I'll pay for it. And I think white people in them days recognized the old Indian too. They didn't question it. So William Watchman paid for this. So that was all. Go ahead, there's your fat animal. So they never asked for a price or anything. They killed it and dressed it, and I think that killed it and dressed it, and I think that was kind of what you say was I would say a good person, generous. And still, same time that either to the meetings, anything, he could talk, and his talk will be recognized, and for counseling, advice, or one thing or another. But he wasn't so-called chief or anything, but he was just in what you're terming as a good man. I would say, for example, I'd put that old man in that position. Because oftentimes he'd come to celebration, and wherever he had his camp, where some unfortunate young person didn't have noon meal or something like that, and tell his mother always cooked enough to always expecting 4 or 5 other people that were important didn't have mine, but at the same time when they come there and they figured he had to have something to eat, so it was always welcome. There always was enough food prepared that such a person would come in, well then they were welcome to eat without any question.
You told me the other day, Connor, that when a group of hunters were out and if one of them killed a deer, that there were certain proportions that each one of the other people got.
Yes.
Now, would that be true of smaller animals like rabbits or anything like that?
Well, I wouldn't know about that because they would all try to give an unfortunate person, if they were in a group, something picked back anyway. They would
Now,
let him stand by himself.
Yeah, so this that a person got to be a good person was to, like when they were hunting, why if they knew of some unfortunate person, why they'd give them part of what they got.
No, it wasn't that. It was just in their group. It wouldn't say that he was showing his being a good person or anything like that. It was kind of a tradition or kind of a... So I would say, Jack, in that term of showing you as a good man, or you're buying yourself to be a good man, it wouldn't be that you killed something and had given whatever portion or whatever you're given to as a member of your hunting friends, as you'd say. It would be more or less that you are given something to take, not as a friend, as a gift, or anything of that nature. It's just something that kind of more or less required and believed and not saying anyway, well then you just said it's yours and so on through, and that's the way it was, without ever thinking that you're like a politician had given him a cigar and you're winning his vote or something like that. Or it wouldn't say that he was an outstanding hunter or to be praised anything. It was just their own hunting law, I guess, that he would do that. It's kind of custom.
So that if anybody came home with anything, everybody came home.
Yes, well, they would have a little something to bring back with them. Because they knew people, and they were saying that there's something unfortunate happening to where this probably was kind of bear hunter, and the belief is during the hunt period, ladies' hunt period, or after having a birth, given a birth to a child, and within a certain period of time that you'd have eaten the meat, and from then on, well, then you would be so apt to kill anything, because to the animals or whatever you're hunting, it would be the smell of the blood that would not allow you to get close enough to get a good shot at or something. Would always happen. So it was for that belief that they were awful, the lady folks were awful careful. Even talking about my daughter again, and who lives down here, and she has an Navajo husband, and when I was out there, killed a deer. And the other day, we were talking about it, and her husband said, I bought a gun. We're going to go out hunting this fall. He said, I'm going to have to wait for 1 year before I can eat anything you kill, or your dad, or anybody. He says, I'm not going to eat deer. He said, that's the way I have done in past years with other children I have. That's they're believing in that I won't eat deer this fall. Probably a year from time one might kid, it's 1 year old. He said, then if you kill something, he said, I'll eat it then. Because being narrow, I didn't know what you're saying. He said, oh, you can eat. We got some down there. Said, your dad killed that. I said, I'd be robbing my father of his killing. Right.
But her husband didn't believe that.
Well, I don't know whether she may have some other...
But at least he didn't know about this one.
He did. Well, I wouldn't say that he didn't know about it because they had 3 children. And that's the way it has so happened. And his pleading, as I heard him say, that his grandmother, he says, I'm going to go down. He said he's worked, and more he's been around. He said he never did think nothing. He did culture. But I went out, made my little money for it. He's a good little worker. So he said, now, with this carrying on between your kid, I began to think a little more of what my old grandmother had told me. But I used to listen to that that's an old Navajo belief. And I got my suit on and go out there and work and have a car and so on too. It's more of that, he said, kind of taking hold of me. He said, where she goes, says, I'm going to get what I can from her. And the old legends or beliefs or whatever their thinking is in their own tribal rights or their own vocation. And so it does, and it's got to going out. And I think we went on your question. I guess you're satisfied in what we call a good individual. You'd say a good person. He didn't have to be wealthy. He could be poor, but they always looked at him as he's that good thing where he always gives his best, and I think just along in that line where then he is recognized by people. They know. They pretty much know because it's been close, and they know his characteristics and his folks and so on too. So I think he pretty much introduced himself from where he is coming to mature from on his family side. As I said, we have certain people that went on a certain way, and then they seem to just live in that condition where they can try to better themselves. They won't. Well, I would say they wouldn't try it, but they just don't give it a thought. They just their life, and they seem to be contented with it. But other people, they see, for example, and then they try to be somewhere near like this person, either in sanitary or kind of be decent, we would say. Other people, they just kind of never give any thought to decency, although they may be good people too, in their hearts. But to the parents, one thing or another, probably something they don't even give a thought of. And other people, they would see that, and probably he would see his own self. Probably he would see the other guy say that he's got clean clothes, and why shouldn't I? And so probably he might be smart too, might be good hunter and brave man, or just medicine man, or whatever he is. Probably he just say that's what he is, and we take the children be in the same class.
Was a good person clean? Is
well,
being clean part of it?
More like to be, yes. Has to be more likely to.
How did the youth keep clean in the old days? on us?
Well, I think they took the bath, and some of them, I guess, took what we call sweat bath.
Oh.
They have these rocks with whatever they would build over some willows to form them a little place. They get these rocks warm or hot and throw some water on them.
Mm-hmm.
They'd stand in the steam there and they'd sweat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How often would a person take a bath?
Well, I wouldn't know, because I say they would call it Sunday or Monday or anything like that. It's whenever they got together in Trucy and Flowers or Old Man or something, but they most generally try to have some shower room or something where they had a place where they go swimming or seemed to be it'd be two friends or a big group or something like that to get together. But the individual families, well, they most generally had their own place where they got their water or what they were doing with them. It would be the place they took the bath. Of course, summer months, I guess you didn't have to ask children because they all like plain water.
Like all kids.
Yeah. But I know this from my uncle, my grandfather's son. He never took a bath, but I know I never washed his feet.
Oh?
That was his belief.
I'll be done. Never did, huh?
Never did, long as I knew him.
Huh.
Used to be pretty well-dressed man, too. Pretty nice sport. But that was his belief. If he did want to take a bath, he more or less picked the stale water sometime that has a kind of a dirty color, about like orange color. That's the kind of water he used. And before he went Sundance, he drinks that kind of water.
Oh?
So I think we go on to detail on these things. That was just individual beliefs as to the way he went. But I say that's gone because he's my uncle.
Did he get this belief in a dream? Was this revealed?
Well, that I wouldn't exactly. It was a dream to the way that he told me. Or I thought he was saying that he never went to school.
Oh.
He never went to school. He had grades, and he had been through Colorado, Wyoming, all over. He was a great man for race horses. And he could write a letter. He never went to school, but he would write a letter. We have a picture of him writing a card from Green River City, Wyoming.
Is that right? Where did he learn to write?
He said that was spoken to him that he could write wherever he went. He could write back. Of course, my sister was made to the La Rosa there. He's 1.5 degrees. So wherever he's at, he could write it. Whatever you want to say, he could talk English, he could write it. But he never went to school. The only time he'd have pencil is when he would be someplace and tell us where he passed. And he could write it. Wasn't good writing, too.
Oh, yeah.
He said it wasn't a dream. It was his choice. He said he have that. You can say he dreamed it or anything. He said it was a gift to him that whatever he wants, if you want to write, where he could write. Write a letter.
Would
I went to school.
yeah. Would he write other things besides just where he was?
Well, he'd write letters.
Regular letter, huh?
Just regular letter.
Mm-hmm.
What he was doing, where he was going, and
Mm-hmm. Connor, I was kind of curious about marriage customs. What did the Utes have a marriage ceremony? How did people get married in the old days?
well, I don't have too much knowledge of that, and to make it say what I'm trying to say, be more in line of what I might oversay, falsely know
Mm-hmm.
as to what's happening. But I have heard this, that in what they called a dance, they had a dance places, and of course I said they had their chance for doing dance, and I think they called it tea dance.
Oh.
And somewhere it would come about, probably take two singles dancing, and it met their approval from parents. Say from girls' side, they would go over and put over them a blanket or whatever they thought they was given to them.
Mm-hmm.
And it would so happen on approval from, say, on the boy's side or man's side, whichever they thought were in love or something, or wanting to marry, or they was pronouncing that they were married. In that it was more or less in dance, and or they continued on. I don't know what the objection was on what they'd done, whether they would quit or go home together, or if the one didn't accept the other. I don't know what the ruling was on.
You say they call it a tea dance?
I think that's what they call a tea dance.
Now, if a young fellow saw a girl, but of course they all knew each other, didn't they?
Yes.
I mean, say this boy and girl talked together and like that, and they decided they wanted to get married. Is this what would happen, or did the parents decide who ought to get married?
Well, as far as going back where they had any meetings or any conversation between one another, well then I wouldn't know that we'd say, white people, you go over there and probably you go with the girl for a year or a week or one day, but anyway, you had met this girl and probably you proposed sometime. Probably might go an hour and you propose you want to get married. Probably you go for a year before you propose to get married. But with Indian, I would say, I don't know whether they'd say they were going to get married or not. We don't know, because it would be between themselves as to what they say and what they didn't say, but their folks, or they would announce it. But other than from what I'm trying to say, the only knowledge I have is it happened in that fashion. But later years, probably, sometimes the folks, like their daughters, they someday will be married to your boy when they get older. And I think most times it was carried out.
I see.
Sometimes as they grew a little bigger with them, she would have somebody else and he would have somebody else. But most time they went as to how their parents, if you will, boy's parents say, I want my boy to marry your daughter when they grow up. When they want to be man and wife. So probably it would be more or less on their parents then.
And they might do this when the children were 2 or 3 years old, or?
Could be most of the time along in that line. We would say 2 or 3 years old, or any time when they thought.
Were they, now, when, say this was the case, that the parents decided when the children were 2 or 3 years old that they should be man and wife when they got old enough, then would this boy and this girl go around with other people in the meantime before they got married?
Yes, it wasn't anything too binding, but it was thought, and that was the end. Until the time that they would say that they want to marry, well then that would be up to them then.
In this definition of a good woman, Connor, was a good woman, were women or men supposed to have sexual intercourse with other people before they got married? Was a girl supposed to have had, was there any attention paid to that?
That was in their own way of life. I wouldn't say they would have to be, who are not. That's within man as well as in the girl. That portion there. Of course, we so term it in safety jumping off fence, and that's commonly practiced in with girls and one thing another, and when I was telling you, when they were isolated in a period of time, this monthly period we call it today, that they would have because she would be by herself, or some older person might be that was overnight. But I told you that there was always someone, either be her lover or something would be close by. So they would, it was quite a kind of a true, if this woman had like other person, when I say she likes me, so they would probably, they might be much as 10 or 15 married men or young single men or whatever it might be for them to know. And so they would go in, and there could be a certain style that suitor of hers she would recognize during nighttime. It wasn't like you'd see the individual coming out.
I see.
So till she would know by coloring or whatever means that he had button, or he had water skin on his hair, he had a feather in his hat, or someplace, some way she would know. So this wasn't man or whatever it was, whether he would come out of the place, somebody else go. Probably it might be the one that she liked. She didn't come out within certain length of time, and then that settled her. Curiosity doesn't.
That settles the whole problem right there.
The whole problem. So we had a great many yarns of that. And of course, because they wouldn't identify themselves even with friends, anybody to get a blanket on. So the question was, what did he have that he would recognize? So they were trying to find out from one another, but they didn't want to expose themselves. You might be two friends. Or even a man might get curiosity and go and be within a group that kind of find this individual that probably say that he's suspicious of his wife, but his visitors during the time there, and I'm just going to find who he is. Of course, he might think that I know, but he wanted to be sure. So that was the reason that more or less conceal himself, even though it's your friend, they couldn't trust one another. So,
and this was during the time when the woman was having her period.
Yes, monthly period.
Well, now what if, say that a man did have sexual relations with a woman while during her period? What would happen to him? What would be?
Well, it's been accounted for even by the women, old folks. My brother was in the hospital at the time I was in over here, old man Billy. Said, he came down before he went home. He said, he said, old people used to say that you'll have urine trouble when you get old. That blood will work into your system.
No.
You won't notice it now. But when you get old, if you have done anything like that in the woman's period, you'll pay for it when you get old. You'll have a hard time having urine. But I guess he was right. He said, that's what I'm going through now.
I guess that was true, huh?
That was true. He said, I've had many, even old ladies that tell young people that even old people in Indian into the certain more pleasant phrase, I guess, when we say sexual course with a woman. In our youth language, we come dressed out, and we don't. We say these things with a group of women, group of men, group of women with the men, and to them it is a thing they're talking about, and they don't offend it. They don't think it's embarrassing to them. They, in fact, there's other ways that we would say we say embarrassing in our own language, but coming into direct and talking of things like that, or even in that rising younger group of boys on the same way as women, says you're not doing boy any good when you should have this relation within a certain stage of your life and what you're going through. This might be all right at that time, but in time you're doing him harm. It would be advices like that, even from the women to the boys, as well as from the men to the boys in the early stage of life. It don't so happen now. Because when you get old, then you'll find out what we have meant by trying to advise you to not to do anything like that when they're in that state, because that's what will happen to you. I think that's pretty much on the basis of what we're talking about.
So everybody talks. I mean, it isn't like with the whites. There's always this kind of embarrassment or kind of not talking among when there are women around and like that. And this isn't the case. It's just natural And everybody talks about any time, whether there's kids there or grown-ups or women or men or whatever. And it isn't embarrassing to anybody.
Well, it's not just saying that it would kind of getting it out of way. It would be more or less in the talking as to incidents happen and so on, and probably telling not a story, but it would be something of what might have developed and what happened and the findings and the causes all came out. Doing this, and you was caught at it, and of course that's your fault, and that's what they expect. They come direct out with it to kind of use other phrases about it, because we don't have too many words in our own language. But they say it's sometimes, therefore it's kind of difficult. Whereas I was mentioning to you, like this yesterday, it's just like we asked Francis what the Indians call fence post. Cedar post, you say cedar post. In Ouray. It does mean a thing. You'd have to bring it out in the form of the object. We would just solely cut it out as white man would term. You say that's a fence post, and you would know what it is. Or you would say it's a telephone post. Then you know, but we don't have a word for that, so we more or less have to go on describing. As to, it would be more of a description other than a direct object. And so therefore I said in translating Indian language into white, it's so far apart that it's you have to have a background from the person you're translating for. If I'm talking for you, I would have to pretty much know as to what you are talking about. And I would follow you for word. I would try to make a continuous thing to know to come to your point. But if I follow you, well, then I've had you would reverse as well as I would reverse with you, you'd reverse with me in our two languages, because they're not part of one another. Sometimes we're just opposite. These things just opposite from us. So therefore, in order to control a thing, well, then you just have to have pretty good knowledge of Indian as well as you do a white man. In putting the thing in line of meaning to get to what your objection is or what you're talking about.
Connor, did men used to have more than one wife?
I think our chiefs most generally were recognized to have more than one. He may would have had 3 at times, but mostly it was 2.
Were these wives sisters?
I don't think they would be. They would.
They just any women.
Well, as I said to you, Jack, that sometimes I think we find it in like rulers in times by where kings and any outstanding person, it wouldn't only be Indians, that they would say they had their cream of the crop or something like that. So more than that, well, it was pretty much in that line of outstanding girl. Fortunate that she had men had desire for her, and of course was kind of felt and kind of ruling that he should have her. Probably he would have another wife before this other girl came into mature or to be recognized to be, we would say, beautiful or pretty or whatever. They might want it. So I think it was pretty much in that nature that he did have as a wife. So it was up to him to either prize one of them. They wasn't both equal to one another.
Oh.
Well, one would be favorite, whether it would be his former wife or the one would be his younger. So more or less, the choice would be more or less his own tenant. Kind of be a little closely associated with him. And came with things that probably his hair, to be around him. And other one probably to go into their meals and wood and water and so on too. They would have that sort. So there was distinction between both, and they were both the same.
What about the children? Were the children from the two wives equal, or were?
Well, I think they were to the father. I think in the less that these two women thought of one another, the more contented they were. It didn't make any difference to them.
The less that they thought of each other.
Yes, the prejudice feeling, jealousy, or anything that might be classified in that term. That's right. They less they thought about the past, only to what they were there for, and that would be the better for both. So there would be not too much difference. And when it was in that, I would say that their husband would be the same to them. That they would all get along and could be one family, and that would be that. And even if a child was born by this other lady, probably this other woman would care for it more than your mother. And the child grew up where I believe would give their mother to the one that didn't give it the birth.
Now you were saying about cattle.
Well, the reason why I said that it's something that they more or less had to figure on. Say, for instance, that cow or calf, whatever they're selling, means 9 cents, 7 cents. And if they know what it was and what they expect, why, they would know. But if they don't know what he means by 7 cents or 7% or anything of that, well, then it's quite difficult for him. Only thing he knows that he's going to get a check for selling his cow. What it will amount to and what he sold it for, he won't even know. And I think for my Indians it's all the same, not only in mathematics but also in the language. Say, for instance, they want to be a stenographer, where they have to learn to use their Indian English language pretty well in order to word it to what they can put it down to what whatever they're doing, and to understand people who they're writing notes down for. And I think it's our Indians that I know I was one among a lot of white people went to school, and of course people knew that they never raised their hands up. And people wanted to ask about it, didn't know anything, why then they more or less, when the teacher asked them, they know, and the questions, why they was always holding up their hands. And of course teacher then explained to them and told them what it meant. The smart ones, well then they sat back there and they raised their hands, and of course they didn't know it yet, and wasn't even smart then. So I think our English children are like that today. I don't think they'll ask. If they know they don't know it, and some way or another they don't seem to want other people to think they're dumb, which they are dumb and not knowing it, but they don't want other children around them to say that you ask foolish questions, which it is foolish to people that understand it to have people ask questions, and they're not aware of the fact that they don't know and they would like to know, so they would know saying that he does, or maybe a little better about it. And I think for that reason our school problem among Indians, along with the white children, are quite difficult for them to ask, which would be simple to somebody that understood it, to what the problem is, or the question. Even among Indians, I've interpreted, and some will sit there, and others will take what is being told to them, and it will be something among that you can talk for 2 hours, as I said, or more. But they'll ask you the very question that probably had been discussed for the last 2 hours. And I think it's true among our Indian children. They sit there and begin to wonder, because whether the explanation on that is done from them, why then they don't know, they go away. And so therefore it's quite difficult for an Indian to want to ask this question next day that he didn't get, he didn't know. Because I think they're more or less kind of ashamed of themselves to ask the teacher. And I don't know how the teacher's reaction is on our modern teaching now. I have in my ward here, old man, and he was kind of describing our high school student letter that was written to him. And he said he went to 4th grade. He said, I can write better than this one student that's in senior this year. And the way that they spell, he said to me, well, that was altogether wrong. He says, for instance, he said, writing my letters, my correction is between H-E-R-E and H-E-A-R. He says that was satisfactory to him as to how this high school student writing letter to him had written a particular wording in. So where it conceals this old man, he said, well, they were just discussing about this education problem of today is that he said we only had 4th grade schooling that time. I can do better than that high school today. To that way of the teaching now was something that I'm not aware of as to what method we did have in our older school days. To our government schools and what they went through. Even if they went third, fourth grade, why they seemed to know a little more than our high school students today, knowing the figures.
Can you remember, Connor, what kind of, did you have a lot of drill when you went to school? Would you memorize the multiplication tables, for example?
Yes, we had to memorize it.
Go over it and over it and over it and over it.
And over it from one song up. Didn't know multiplication until each every class understood even their symbol. Your fraction.
Well, the Utes now, of course, this business of being in school and of being quiet for a long period of time, that's pretty foreign to Utes, isn't it? And the Ute parents, probably a lot of the parents don't even understand anything about school, what goes on in school.
They don't.
They don't know what happens, what the child's doing, really.
Well, you find that, I think, right to PTA or Parents' Day, that when you meet with a teacher that your child is going to, like one time went and I was referred to my oldest boy that we went to him. Said, I asked him why he said, you'll find Indian always get back, or anybody else will get back for us. He came back on the last seat. They were right to sit up next to the teacher. And after I discussed his problem at home with them, then they understood what his problem was. I said, he's a little difficult in hearing. And I said, I understand he's in the back row. Next day, when he came home, he said, well, I said, I'm sitting up close there and I can hear what teacher's saying. And with this other boy, telling his name's Ernest, and I talked with this teacher that he can do it when I'm around him, he works. But he says, the minute I'm helping somebody over here away from him, he'll sit there and he won't move, he don't disturb nobody, but he said he just sits there. He said, I'll call his name once or twice before he'll respond. I said, he's like that at home. I said, he thinks about some other things, but just my idea of things, I explained to him. I said, but if he's got certain things to do, tomorrow, he's got to do that, but then he'll get through with it to that point, and then he'll labor on something else. I don't know what he's thinking about. So that's just I think in parents explaining to the teachers always I found it helps. But there's others that are always kind of on the loose. And I've always told them that to ask questions wasn't anything. I said, that's the thing probably you should know. That you don't know. Once you get it, well then, I said, from then on, you've got it made. It's no problem. You won't hate school. I said, I hated school because I didn't know. And I was thinking about it, and I said, I wish I did go to school every day. Never missed a day.
Do you think most of the Indian kids hate to go to school?
I think they do.
And you think the reason that they hate to go to school is because they don't understand what's going on?
They don't understand, yes. And on the other hand, I think Indian is, I would say, more interested in something they know. They really take a lot of time onto it. They know what they actually really will be and take part in it, once they understand. Like you asked me about certain employees and one thing or another that may develop on a reservation through, I would say, through some of our farmers that we had so-called before we turned to the extension. And of course they wasn't all alike. According to one man called Willard Lott. He was so-and-so with Indians, and Indians were so-and-so with him. And I think they respect them to their thing of what they're doing. Once they know, then they're interested, they'll do it. Like when I worked for the extension, taking White Rocks, we had one of our neighboring man from Vernal, Kimball Slaw was our extension agent. He was a man that didn't want to hurt nobody. He didn't want to sell a cow, and give him permit to kill a cow, sell it. Then after him, the person I worked under, his name was Arthur Walker. Nice father. Went into records, he had so many cattle and so many permits went. Years old, come to him, there would be any cattle. Why? Because they'd come to Mr. Slaw. They could permit any time they wanted to. So now it's there, and he called his farm agents in, and he said, well, this permit business has got to stop. Unless there's reason for it, and why that this cow, calf, or anything had to sell had to be sold. First it'll be your decision to be made, and you'll tell me why. Whoever asked for permit or anything, you got to see it. So when I went back to my area, well, then they asked me for permit, and I told them I'd have to see it if I wasn't on the mountain. Why? Why? He said, what's the matter? He said, we could always come now. We got a different boss now, and that's what we will have to do. You're not going to sell any time you want to, like you've done. But we have another boss now that's telling us what to do. Well, anyway, we had our cattle meeting, and they sent 8 of our meeting men, a little older than myself, that's kind of a young man at the time. These men had been livestock people all their lives, and they spoke pretty good English. I said, that's my orders. I said, I'm working for the extension. And then the guy that's down the bottom, I take orders. And you'll give me orders to give me permit. And I said, no. So I said, best thing we can do is we'll go down. I'll take you guys down and I'll pick up all of you guys. 8 of them went. They went there and I phoned to our extension boss there and told him that I was coming in with many of our men to verify that they couldn't get permit when they wanted it. But with the whole meeting there with him, and he would explain. So we went down there, of course, they was mad and got after him. They had pro and con. He talked real got 'em right there. He said, like you said, Mr. Walker, he said, we've been out of cattle business. You stopped us. Now we can see why you said that. We thank you. That's all they said. And he made them see and explained to them, so you never got mad. We was mad. We want to fight you. He said, you're a bad man. This law was a good man. Yes, it's always a good man. But you sell everything. You'd been the guy that He said, no, once we see what you mean, we don't know. They were leading men from that part at one time. So that's just the thing. I think we know once they understand. I don't think you'll find people that are much interested in things that know that what you're trying to do for them is what they got to do themselves, and once they understand, well, I think they won't stop. So I said again that we do start out in such a fair, lightning way, and we try to help our people, and then policy comes in. But one time we carried over 4,000 head on our upper range, what we call Whitehawk Cattle Association. Over 3,500, I think, down in our lower Hill Creek area, and building from 500 to 1,000 over on Rock Creek area. Our object in our loan was based mostly on these cattle. We sell cattle sales. They knew how much they had to sell to pay their loan. And that was maintained that way. We didn't have no investment money common. This was large money that we paid from what we purchased back on our loan. There was no hardly we knew. Still, same time they had enough to sell to get a few dollars out of to live on. And maybe increase here, then say, well, that old cow could be sold. Okay, it's sold. You can replace with this. And working with them like that way, we maintained that. We had more cattle, and we had carry capacity for on our range. Started putting them on the pastures. But when extension dissolved, and everything dissolved, all our cattle enterprise, that thing just went within 2 years.
When was that, Connor? Is that after World War II?
Yeah, just after World War II. So they just bottoms went out. So they didn't have per capita payment. I don't know what they've done with their loan. But to maintain the payments was through this cattle enterprise. Of course, the association was pretty strong. And they had their riders, they had the salt, well, anything to maintain the cattle. And they said, well, you go back on your farm, you've had so many cows, you put up so much hay. Don't sell your hay. Keep that, feed your cows. And that's what they done. This is the wintering. Don't you have any horses, don't have any cattle. Any cattle come in fall. That's what they could live on. And that was quite successful. Because I always said the Indians were released from that. Our government abolished that before we were actually ready for it. So that went out and just left us high and dry, I guess, with that big obligation. Because we got money, of course, some of that was wiped off, but quite a bit of that hurt our people to the extent where they are now. But if they hadn't and went along with this per capita payment, I think our people would have been better off today.
Without per capitas?
Or even with this per capita, see, they could have built their cattle back into what we call a pasture area. I think more that went in would have came back into pasture use, and those others would give them the privilege to go and graze farmers. I've met yet on our trip over there. I talked to him. I asked him if he was farming. He said no. He said, my machinery sits up there to my place. If I haven't got enough money to buy gas to run my tractor, so it's up there. But when he used to have tea, why then? His name's Ferdinand Manning. He used to always have around about 30 acres of all grain. Of hay, not only there, but his father owned some land up on White Rock. And he'd done it on a team. He knew what early plowing was. He'd done that, and he used to own trucks. He had cattle, sheep, whatever he wanted. He made good living. So he got up into about 100 head of cattle. So what, like I say, is less supervision over on him and this whole lot. He's glad to get the laboring work now to get a few dollars. But he used to be a proud Indian. Had anything he wanted. Lived the way he wanted. His fences, they were always, if you play a tune on his barbed wire fences, there's always, he kept his corrals clean, put that back on the ground. Always had a lot of hay, had nice horses, had nice team. When he's working them, he knew they had to have grain, and granary full of oats for his horses. Ready to go plowed, and he'd plow that much. Now he can't even make one furrow because his horse won't go unless he puts $4 or $5 on him before he'll move.
Yeah.
And he can't move unless he gets gas, and he knows that. That's what he told me. He was a pretty nice farmer one time.
And as soon as they took this supervision off, and then he just...
quick before they was ready. I've always such fun maintaining this thing. Because they just got him started up into, well, when they're farmers, of course, a little different fashion, what we call farmers at that time. But this extension came in, then they went about in the cars. And a little more different method, one thing another, because the product of what had been written before through the methods of irrigating and not putting things back in, like I was telling you, even my white people that's done, I told you about this one, well, they always call it practical farmer. And I think I mentioned to you that you can't buy a sack of grain from him, anything, because he feels that belongs to his field, to where he can grow these things. But other people give 30 bushels to an acre, where probably he gets 130 bushels to an acre, because he don't take nothing from his field but what he puts back.
Yeah.
It's fertilization, as they say now. But they do have this artificial fertilization and nitrogen. One thing another, probably hold a couple of years. That old genuine stuff is something that kind of got a little more work to it. That he puts it, he gets his money back, not through selling his hay, but through feeding. He'll, I told you the other day, he'll either feed a number of pigs, or he'll have sheep, or he'll have beef. I went to his place when I was out there. He asked me to come over, and he had some corn. He gave me a bushel of corn that he said he was chopping his corn up, getting grated you go there and you open your pocketbook right and you got a few dollars in there and you say don't owe nobody. It's the only thing you owe for maybe salt, sugar, some jars, I guess, could buy, but everything's there. There's eggs, pork, beef, any kind of meat you want, any kind of vegetables, all put away in it. He makes a living.
Sure. That's right.
Very fine living.
And you think that a lot of the Indian people would be doing the same thing if they hadn't taken these farmers out of that system
I think because they had done it. But for instance, Francis's father, Hosky, used to have a little garden, he had a little hay, and I think Francis did quite well at home. Because his father had a little garden, had a little hay, and had a horse, and therefore you feel like coming home. You got home. He hauled his wood in. They didn't have to go out in extreme cold to get their wood in. At this time of the year, you'd find them people like around Ranelagh and up through Martin area. They'd go way back there in the cedars, and they know about how many loads of wood required to winter them through. For them not to be out there in cold, so they'd haul so many loads of wood in, and like you say, you have so much of this butane gas, so many gallons you're going to burn. That's where they had a time. They knew just about how many potatoes they had to have and how much this and that. They tried to store that for winter use. Which today you can't find in no home. Unless they got a few dollars and they had to buy everything.
They don't furnish anything for themselves. Of course, like you say, then this makes the kids. This don't really feel like home, does it?
No, when you say you ain't going to have anything to eat at home. I know that place Mikey, they got to have a little snack or some kind when they come back from school. Sure. Like in there, and they have their little chore to do at home and come in there and change their clothes. They want something to get it. And outside they go and get their chore in and sit down. They turn on their television, sit down and enjoy themselves, and where they can roast their shit into the fire and not cold. And sure. So in that kind of life, my parents used to go gamble. I know to later years and probably to present time where kids don't have any place to go other than to go to the store and just see other boys there that they get in the car and so you know what, they throw us out or getting into something that they could. But we are kind of back on the farm there, and I don't never think about going to town or going any place. When we do, then we buy a gallon of ice cream, whatever they want, they want it in the evening where they have it, the way they want to. Of course, some always left over, probably stay there for a week. Probably be gone that one time too, so that's the way it goes. I think home life has way to do with that with our children and their parents today. We're finding it even keener now to when I was in that Francis was finding a lot of works that were done by some of the people. Quite surprising to see how many would be turned that he was buying. And they had done that. And I think you mentioned in your question as to whether I'd like to go back into my old Indian life. And I do think I would say completely no on that. Other than this, that I think we should go to some proportion of it. Mm-hmm. Like curing and drying our meat, and we have the old people now that we have professionals in all trades, I guess, like butchers and saddle makers and boot makers and what have you. If they pretend that we have with our old people into what portion they used to dry and styles of meat that they had and how they went about to hold us over a certain period of time that they cut up the meat. That was squash problems in curing the meat and caring for it. As I told you in my other story in the squash position, and tanning of hide and how far that they should go. Probably they would come up with some maybe modern ideas to where they'd go about it. If taking the hair off to a certain extent, and they can tell how far you went with it and how to go about proceeding with the saying with the brain that they had into having it to where it will be absorbed other than just putting it on top. They would fix it so their hide would be just more or less like flannel, you know. It would be awful limber. It wouldn't be stiff like you would find this cloth at this time. It just had to be tanned just so. And I think in art so like that should be kept alive. Even we have few of our old people to take to some of promising young women now that would want to learn that art should be encouraged to either take lessons from old lady and let them do it. Probably take a week, which it does, but they would have that and probably could preserve and other things that they've done, like weaving some baskets, and I think the old ladies are about all gone now too, to where they would coat it with this pine gum, kind of pine that they wet and how to melt it in order to seal it in and out. But the porcupine quill work that they would do on your buckskin. So
yeah, these kinds of things ought to be preserved, because once they're gone, why, they're gone. You can't ever get them back. Nobody else knows how to do them.
And the reason why I just didn't just my own mind thinking is that I told Francis, I said, we can't pool them in 2 or 3 groups. I said, we've tried to do that. I said, we tried to have adult education to where we would meet with our adult people in Randolph. I said, nobody ever came. I said, that was one of our programs that just fell right through right from the beginning. But I said, I know they're interested in things. I said, there was other things in that prime, and they couldn't mix all of them up together because they're thinking that start them off on something they was in there, and we thought they would relax in, come in and take part in this one. And I said, we just can't shuffle from one thing to another.
What kinds of things do you think they would do, Connor? Connor, what kind of things would the older people down at Randelette do? What kind of a program would they enjoy down there?
Well, I think myself is going to take individual to contact individual.
Mm-hmm.
I think one time we made a kind of tentative survey that this thing is in a process. What you're thinking in that line? What would you actually think?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of calling them into office and like they had this planning board and one thing, I think your individual contact them, they're a little more free to see what they mean, and then you have the person they know and they trust that you can argue with them better than you will when you get in office. They come to that distance and they want action now. But when you go to their home in direct contact, I think you can do much more than you will trying to say put them in a group until they educate to that fact that they will do that. But I mentioned to Francis, and probably he has not a view of the thing, as I said, that we probably all have. But I have worked with the tribe for, I think, before Francis got into what he is. Occasionally go back further. In fact, there was a committee that pointed him into when Stone's time into putting him on his feet to where he is today. Went way back a little further than that. The people, even if I was young, they went out and not only through myself, but through my people, my folks. We had interest in our people, and we always led to the best of our knowledge into things which was being promoted by people and making their livelihood or what source of life that they had to live. And I said, that's how I feel today, that I can be of help into going into some things that probably will help you is to try to have some knowledge of Indian life, to possibly try to get over some things that might be in your department or the universities that would be of interest, and to come to work on a studying on it and probably make some observation, recommendation, or whatever you'd have in trying to help the problems that, as I said, is what we're trying to deal with at present time.
Well, you certainly have helped me out a lot already, because I understand a lot of things. I don't know that I understand them, but I understand more about a lot of things than I ever have before, and this has certainly been helpful to me. Connor, I've got to eat dinner and be back at work at 6 o'clock.
I mean, I don't know if this is a good word, but these are the ingredients that I think should go, some of the things that should go in it. I think there should be one general report, one sort of summary report, and I would suggest that as Utah is taking over this role, it would be a good place to have it. Beginning, say, with something about the history of the project or the purposes. It would be hard to get data for that. A second thing it should have is the nature of the archives. And that would include things like the tribes covered, the number of interviews, or some quantitative measures, that is the work accomplished, the limitations in the use of the archives, where the archives are located, what's in each archive, some record of this. Another separate section on Indian participation. what I'm
The third section.
the third section on Indian participation, and then say a fourth section on a summary of each of the 7 projects at each of the separate universities, where each university might want to make its own individual statement of some kind, and then maybe a 5th final section of publications resulting from it, papers at meetings, articles, books, and monographs, or public service projects, or whatever other kinds of yields other than research yields, because there's been many other kinds aside from the archive as such. I'm sure there's things that are left out of here, and I know, but what I'm suggesting is that when the time comes to do it finally, that each university take the responsibility of writing this as much as they can for their own thing, sending it, say, here.
Let's do say here.
Presumptuous. Huh?
Let's do say here.
Yeah, about that, but and then having it put together and sent back,
volunteering
and
for us.
then sent back to the
Call us up and we'll
Sure.
tell you anything
something
you
like
wanna
that,
know.
so that we have one kind of a final thing.
I just splendid idea, and I would envision a letterpress volume which would carry this with the individual sections authored by the individual directors of each.
This would be the little, where we have our little individual reports.
What'd you say?
Where this, you're talking about where we would include the individual reports under section 4.
Under section
Yeah.
4.
Mhm.
Yeah, section 4,
Yeah.
one of the sections would be Arizona, Bernard, Montana. And you would literally report the achievements and accomplishments of your project. Wouldn't that?
Well,
I think it should,
there's 2 ways to look at it. One is, you could, on one hand, you could have a final volume of 7 separate reports. That would be one way to do it. The other way would be to have no separate reports, but to have everything organized by uniform headings. You know, the amount of materials in the files, the publications, accumulating it all. And I was suggesting some kind of a compromise between those 2
that's wise
extremes.
too, because I think that the programs have been run on an individual basis, but yet when we want to come through like a unit, which we have not been. This is the way to approach it.
Actually, the individual reports would be fairly brief, I would imagine, in that what we would individually do was try to explain how we individually have proceeded, because I would assume that most of the other information that we might want to tell would be embodied in Greg's whole report.
Would you envision section 2 as being the larger part of the book?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's on the nature of the archives.
Yeah, what's in the archives, how somebody can get to use them, what limitations there are on it, and
This is where the old IBM machine sure comes in here.
Would it almost automatically set up each institution in a separate area?
I don't know. There's a real question about the organization of section
I
2.
think that would be an opportunity to collate some of the stuff. In other words, if you've got stuff on Hopi, you've got stuff on Hopi, we've got stuff on Hopi, then the way it would be organized here is Nature of the Archives would say, you know, we have the following materials, and it could be probably more expediently organized there with respect to tribe.
I think tribe's a good way
And
to
then cross-correlating where the materials are. There are materials here, there are materials there.
We're not turning out an index of the collections or anything, but more a general report.
No, a general report saying the vast majority of materials on the Utah is in Utah. However, there are some 11 pieces at
Yeah, or that there is an index available by right of
But
date.
what about our, we're nearing 100 hours now on urban collections. Does this go by, will our tribal
right.
designation work, or can we put in some special categories
Well, I
too?
think we might realistically think about the kinds of units that you might talk about Indians in terms of.
Right,
In other words, there are tribal Indians, and then there aren't.
right.
We're going to do something with these urban things.
We're going to have to do something with the urban things, and
Well, you better talk about the Chicago tribe and the Salt Lake City tribe and the Los Angeles
Well,
tribe.
and also, like we have some interviews with white men in this project.
right,
And,
on Indians.
And I think that each
Isn't that an awful
project is
word?
simply going to have to list it the way they want to, and then let these people make sense out of it.
Now that's now you're opening what's legitimately the bag of worms, which is how to organize number 2.
Right.
That's
And
really
I
the
could-
hard
and
nuts
when we
and
were
bolts of it.
volunteered by
See, we'll
Lieutenant, I
supply all the
started
information
getting
you need, and go ahead and
nervous.
organize it any way you want to do.
Let me go back over this, Ed, to see
I don't-
if I'm thinking the
With the
same
editor,
way
you
you
got
are. You envision a final report, a single volume,
Right.
which would contain a summary history, and then from that point on, you would have what amounts to individual reports from each of the projects.
No, I had in mind one unified volume in which the first section would be that Greg would write for his purpose of the project. Secondly, there would be some way in a second section on the general archives. That's a problem we're going to have to work on, whether to organize it by urban Indians, tribes, how to correlate it, how to put it together. 'Cause
The
that's
nature of the archives would be
that's
the second
basic,
section.
The basic thing would be the nature of the archives, and that would be collated. It wouldn't be done separately. And then 3 would be a separate section on Indian participation, which would be collated. I mean, every Indian participation. Now, obviously, we'd have to give you the
Now,
data for that.
Would you envision this as a discussion of the different kinds of roles which Indians have played, or as sort of an inventory of the Indians that have been hired? Because I would think that Indians have been hired in varying roles.
I would say
They participated in numerous roles in the project, from the standpoint of either data collection or providing information, and that some kind of role breakdown here might be.
Right. In other words, I think we have to do more than say just list names of Indians.
Yeah.
And we have to really, there has to be some unified discussion of the role of Indians in all of this, which would include the
informants, collectors,
different roles
secretarial, the whole thing.
and
An inventory and description there. Huh?
yeah. And then the fourth, just to get the whole picture, the fourth section would be an opportunity for each project to state its own thing. That would be, in a sense, a purely individual one. It would just say editing by you. And then the fifth thing, a unified publications and public service projects that have thus far resulted from it. So the only separate thing that each of us would do would be in what is here a fourth section.
What would be wrong with this, where literally each project submitted its own separate report under all of these headings, because the nature of the archive collected in one place is going to differ somewhat from the others. The extent of Indian participation and everything else, and I would think, just off the top of my head, that a single volume containing 7 different sections, which would literally be a breakdown by this.
You could do that, but I was
with an introductory.
I suppose there's 2 different purposes. One is, for example, I don't know how
You
thick.
could eliminate a lot of redundancy, I think, by putting it together.
You might.
I don't know how thick the Illinois thing is. The index, I don't know, is. But if you start getting all the indexes, you couldn't do it in one volume, in number 2. So I was thinking of some synthesis of it. Maybe it would be a 30-page summary of what's in the archives and how to use it and where they are, based upon the individual data. I don't know.
Well, I think that we must, we can sit around here and outline this in broad terms, but essentially the people that are doing the editing are going to have to make those fundamental decisions about this.
I envision such a report as being a very dignified and fitting statement of what we've done, literally a summing up. Now, this introduces another idea which we've had here, and perhaps we can introduce it at this point. We feel that the material we've collected, and I'm sure you all feel the same way, is immensely valuable material, and it will be used more and more as time passes. We are contemplating, as a part of our final document, a letterpress catalog of the collection, which would be a detailed index of the entire collection. Now, if we were to attempt to do this, bring all 7 projects into a single volume, it wouldn't fit.
Right.
That literally, I think there will have been enough collected by each of the projects to justify a similar volume, if you choose to go this route, by each. Now, I have a bid from the G.K. Hall Company. They are willing to undertake the publication of such catalogs, and if we want them to do it, it could be done, all in the same format. And they will pay for it and even give us royalty kickbacks on
This
Well,
would
I
be, this
don't
would be
like
the
that.
publication of the card file.
of the catalog, the index, if you want to.
See, one of the sticklers there for me, I mean, is that the terms under which the materials were collected vary, and I think each institution would have a responsibility for producing its own report of the materials in its archives, and for the regulation of how the material is going to be used, which would depend on the understandings agreed upon in terms of how it was collected, and I think it varies among us. To put all that together, you know, the detailed index of it in a general publication, it has a lot of advantages, but it has a disadvantage in that it advertises something, you know, that might presume to be generally accessible, that may not be that generally accessible.
Well, I think that has to be specified. In other words, if you're going to publish a catalog of the archive, presumably you would also have to publish information about how that archive may be used.
It's where it is and the restrictions governing
That's
its
right.
use.
We put it on, we plan
Each
to do that.
individual one
And
is
the keying,
restricted.
the keying system will say if it's restricted, Dad.
We're going to do what Utah's going to do with our total collection. We're going to put out this index and say what we've got. Restricted, but what do you mean, Ed, by the nature of the archives? What do
Well,
you include?
maybe to jump back to this again,
Yes.
and I have no, I don't feel strongly about these particular 5 things, just these are sort of items that should be in it.
Yes.
I was thinking of some report maybe no more than 100 pages.
Well, I don't think, if I
That's a
may
different
interrupt, that he was offering this as a suggestion, as an alternative to yours. I think it was simply that this is something that may be done in addition to the
Yeah,
final
that's
report,
right.
which we
They'll
as
print everybody's
would make,
final index
presumably to the Duke
free.
Foundation,
Right.
which would also be
Pay
published.
royalties.
Now, I'm thinking,
Why the
Ed,
hell not?
in terms of a summary report of the very kind that you suggest, and your outline to me sounds great. But rather than try to crowd into your summary section any kind of detailed breakdown of your holdings, that you would simply summarize these and refer then to another volume pertaining to your collection, which would be a detailed catalog of the collection.
I think that's very reasonable. That's perfect. But the question is, should that other be published for general distribution? In other words,
Oh, I think so.
Why
And
not?
I think a catalog is not publishing the contents of the archive in any way.
No, but what it means, and in a way I kind of agree, because if you go and look at any of the things that G.K. Hall has published now, certainly any of the ones that I know of, the Newberry collection, or the New York Library, and the Bancroft, and so on, the fact is that the stuff in those catalogs is available if you go there and consult the.
All you have to do is
Well,
say.
but all you have to do is specify your conditions.
But we're talking about now the pretty sort of super restricted conditions, and I wonder if G.K. Hall really knows how restrictive we're going to be.
I don't think they'll care a whit as long as somebody will buy the books, which
I'm-
I'm sure the libraries will rush up to do. If they're Indian oral history, they'll all buy them.
But what this will do, though, ultimately, is put a terrific demand. Maybe not.
it'll also make it plain,
Something
you know?
about it bothers me.
But maybe I don't. Let me try to, or maybe someone can interrupt to describe what it is my uneasiness about
Yeah,
it is.
just do.
Because
That's
we
what we're here for.
agree with this, and we agree with that there should be some general statement in each place. The only question is whether it's published. To me, to say, Dan, I think of the Illinois collection, to publish it is a little bit of a fraud. And what's a fraud about it is that it's not the kind of a thing that's available to anybody that wants to use it. It's not like publishing a library catalog or things in a monograph series. And if you publish a catalog, you're in one sense you're, even if you
can always put your limitations on, can't you, Ed?
Ed, this reminds me of a conversation that went on at the Oral History Conference. The New York Times is putting on microfilm everything in the Columbia Oral History program. And those things that are restricted will simply be the document page and so on will be put with the restriction on them. And they said, well, will you microfilm the restricted material? Yes. But it will become available with its dates and so on. But it will all be microfilmed and it will all be cataloged in the New York Times catalog of oral history collections, because not to do so with restricted material will then make you, will force you to go back and destroy an organizational process that will have to be followed at some time in the future. And I think we should look at the future of the thing, although I will admit that this one is more restrictive by far than Columbia's ever thought of being.
I think that you can sell this very well, Ed, by first of all in your introduction, just laying it right out there that a lot of this stuff is restricted and that you should write to the individual projects before, or the individual depositories perhaps, before you make a move, and then you can also put the individual restrictions on each single item, and I don't see how you're accomplishing any fraud at all if you do that.
Here's the Columbia Oral History Collection, which is a very comparable situation. And they catalog here everything they have. And then they give you a page or two of notes concerning the use of the collection, and they advertise the fact that to use this you have to go there, and you have to have permission and everything else that's required to use the collection. But at least the world knows what Columbia has and the conditions under which it may be used. And that's what we're generally thinking about here.
Now, let me ask another question. If we were to go this route, are they going to insist on our having it on cards?
I think they're prepared to do other than that rather ugly format that they generally use.
Well, they just photocopy library cards normally.
Yeah. But I haven't entered into any further correspondence with them until I could get some...
Because you've seen the route we've taken. I mean, where you go from this general thing down to the catalog entry, down to the actual individual index of each collection.
Well,
it would be the middle one that presumably would be
the inventory
of tapes or
inventory
of transcripts.
We'll print the inventory of our tapes and they'll come out and they'll be available to anybody who wants to buy it all over the country. It'll have restrictions in there on how we're going to use it.
We're prepared to do
I'm
that
not
now.
decided personally, and our committee is not completely decided, but we want Xerox material and mail out if the person will pay for it. It's not particularly restrictive.
I think that's all DK Hall asked.
Well, if they want to give us some money,
all Hall wants to do is publish the catalog.
That's what we're trying to do as an institution.
And they're willing to do it with using their money.
Would they do it institutional-wise, or would they do it just as a total project?
Well, they take each institution. Yeah, they do it any way we want to. I take it.
the nice way to do it would be if we'd agree, and if they could bring it out as a series.
Yes.
So that it's
That'd be
all the
beautiful.
same binding and so on. And it would be the Doris Duke American Indian Oral History.
You know, I've seen some of our indexes at Illinois and other places where there's an item, 3 pages, 8 pages, 10 pages. Here, 685 pages, 542 pages. We have a lot of items where
We have a lot of one-page items that fill up about a half a page.
and
Still an item. It doesn't matter really.
and we've all done it. We've all done our own indexing somewhat differently. I mean,
That would be Hall's problem, wouldn't it?
There may have been a decision. There may have been a decision that we should have made 3 or 4 years ago or something to set up some common indexing.
Yes, that might be a problem. And I believe it would be wise for us to think not in terms of total cooperation here, but if we can get the publisher lined up and agree that this is a good route, that we then deal individually with the publisher.
Yeah.
because I'm quite confident that each one of the projects is going to take its own time in completing its work. And that Fontana may be through in January, and the rest of us will be through 5 years later. So I think we would have to have it as a kind of an individual contract basis with each of the projects.
Now I have another question. Are we talking about an index of the tapes or of the typescripts?
We're talking about the typescripts, the transcripts. But if it's tape, I suppose it's still acceptable if it's indicated in the catalog that the material remains on tape.
Right.
But we feel that it's important to facilitate use, to get it out on paper and allow enough money so that we were terminating tomorrow, we think we could have enough money to get everything transcribed.
So
Well,
this
I'm
is
in
really
the
push.
unfortunate position of still having the options because none of this has been done at New Mexico. That is, the indexes have not been generated, and the inventories have, although there are kinds of inventories, there's been not a systematic accumulation. So this is something I have to get done in the next year. What are the recommendations in terms of your experience for the best ways to go about generating a catalog of the type that we're talking about?
Joe's got some examples here of the catalog, which haven't you sent these to the projects?
I sent the first volume. This one just came out. This is just a Xerox run ahead. There's a good one will look a little better, but I wanted to get one here.
This is one of the things, you're right, that we probably should have taken up earlier, but we've had precious few meetings of this.
We didn't know how much money we'd have or how long or what it was going to be, when we started.
lines as far as possible.
Well,
When I became the director, we had two different systems of indexing, one the Library of Congress, the other the Murdoch. They were using both, and they still hadn't gotten around to the proper names, and I just jumped them and turned to this. It's simple. It tells you enough. It tells a real researcher enough. It doesn't tell a member of the general public enough, but it tells a real researcher plenty, and it's fairly fast. And I think something like this, which is essentially what you do, is maybe the way to go.
oh yeah, I expected you to do that.
One of the things that, just thinking out loud if I might, part of the whole way we did it in Illinois was to have each field worker do his own index. So we get quite a bit of variability in that. And I think it works for distribution for people coming to Illinois to look at it, and it works to distribute it among the other projects. To state something general about it, I don't know how proud I'd be of it. If I want something published from Illinois of an index, I don't know if I want to leave it up to each field worker to do it, not have it that uniform, essentially.
Would it be,
in terms of how we did it.
it would probably be quite an undertaking for you to prepare at this point, or at the end of the project, a systematic index.
I have a report on indexing I'll send you a copy of as soon as I get back that we had put together.
We kind of, pardon me,
Maybe of some value.
we sort of jumped a step in a way because rather than striking for this kind of middle ground, what we've done with this IBM Xerox business here is our middle ground one is very brief. It merely tells with whom the interview was conducted, where and when, with no information about its
With none of
contents.
this,
But then you jump from here, you see, to that absolute kind of index that has a hell of a lot more information in it than this one does. So that we would have to back off a little if we were to get involved in this and hit this kind of compromise.
We're halfway between what you have and what you have in this one. We're not quite as complete as yours, but I think we can do ours over.
Well, it did.
He showed me, points out one here, 7,168 pages.
One
One item.
when I,
He isn't, you know, 5,000
See,
pages.
I mean, that's really getting it down to,
You know, the Secretary of the Interior during this period, his memoir is 5,000
you
pages.
can't tell from looking at
that's
it
her
what the
memoir.
subject
She talked that long.
is. It's because
Francis Perkins' memoirs.
Oh,
5,000.
is that the one? I didn't know
Yeah,
you
the other
had
is
it.
Sachs, who founded Saks Fifth Avenue.
And read
transcript.
And, the Art Man, 7,100 pages. God, they're just inconceivable when you look at them.
Well, we're over 1,000 on some of ours. One that's already done is well over 1,000 pages.
We have one up to about 500. But
I would suspect that this one man I have on from Klaus will go quite a few pages. There are lots of different tapes, but this is one informant for over a number of subjects, and I guess would be handled as a single item. I don't know.
I don't think we have any shorter than 40 pages, and then they all go up from there. They average out around 200, 300 per shot.
Yeah, we got one over probably close to 500 pages and some of these 5 pages.
One thing we started doing at the beginning was to make a card subject index as we transcribe, and all I blush at some of the subject headings in this card file. This is something that greatly facilitates the use of the collection, and a few scholars have come to use it, and they shout our praises when they can just come to the file here and look up education and Navajo, and we've got education, bunch on education Navajo and Paiute Southern, Sioux, Ute. Because in using this material, very seldom is the user going to want to consult the author file. It's the subject.
We've got 3 card files. We've got a subject file, we've got a informant file, and we have a tribe file.
So you have the same thing in the
You
indices,
fellas
the
have talked to me
individual
and
projects.
raised
So
my
it's-
budget request
your
real quick.
education,
Because I was worried about getting just the transcripts finished.
Well, we've allowed the transcribers to make the subject card, because they're sick to death of the thing as they get through it, but at least they know what's in it. And although they don't always do a Library of Congress job on the subject selection, it's pretty good. And what we think we'll do in the final index volume is to roughly follow the cache method here, and then in addition add a subject index.
In the file.
Yeah, in the printed volume.
Well, you're thinking of a printed volume plus this whole thing, or
No,
we'll do the printed volume?
still talking about the Hall, or whoever does it.
But that would be the index.
A catalog volume of the entire
Talk
collection.
about the Utah collection.
I think every project probably has to do some final
Well, I think it would be
catalog
desirable.
thing.
Desirable, because there's going to be a continuing and growing interest in this collection. And people are going to want to know about it and what's in it.
It would certainly be to our benefit if we're going to do it, it would seem to me, or to the benefit of the whole collection. And I'm sure that Hall would prefer, if we could agree on some kind of a time, if Hall would come around and talk to us individually, see where we're at, and do this as a package. So that he could bring out Utah's and Illinois' and New Mexico's and Arizona, South Dakota's and Oklahoma's more or less at the same time.
It would be desirable. I'm wondering if we're all going to conclude the operations at roughly the same time.
I would certainly make no commitment on that.
See what I mean? We're going to try to do it. I don't want to keep using the personal pronoun all the time. We're going to try to finish up the index and catalog, just have it ready for the printer about the time we spend our last nickel.
Well, tell the man to come down and talk to us. We're obviously we're in pretty good shape in that respect, because all this really entails now is sort of going back and hitting a compromise between the two kinds.
I wouldn't think so. I would think that these two together, in other words, the catalog would be in 2 parts, a catalog and an index. You've got the index.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the catalog of the actual items.
Well, maybe.
And then you've got the index to the items. That would
Yeah.
seem to be a perfect
Well,
combination.
maybe
to
if
me.
they want to publish that, that's fine.
Wouldn't you despair of us all trying to get together on a
format? Yes, I would.
Yeah.
However, that still wouldn't preclude their going ahead and publishing them more or less as a series.
That's right. Yeah, even though the format differed.
That's
somewhat.
right. That's right.
I don't think the format will differ too much when we end up with it. Because you're in the same area, you're on the same line you are, so is we.
Well, if
You're
you want,
thinking on the same line.
if you want me to, I will give the publisher your name, and let them correspond with you individually.
By all means. Have you decided to do that? I mean, is that
We have not necessarily decided to go with G.K. Hall. We just had an invitation from them.
But the idea.
Inquiry. Excuse me. And we want to do something of this kind. We think that the collection deserves it, and I believe it's true in every case. Because as I said at the outset of the day's proceedings, after a couple of 3 days at the Oral History Association, we're all convinced that this is the greatest oral history project going on. And it's the only one of any size, comprehensive one of any size, in ethnic research, in Indian history. And as the Indian movement gathers more steam and headway, there's going to be increasing demand of this kind of material. And I think the world ought to know about it and where it is and what restrictions govern its use.
But you're going to get an invitation probably from the University of Oklahoma Press.
Yes, I'm sure that some of the university presses, Illinois, Oklahoma, might equally be interested in this, and this might be an even better way to go.
So G.K. Hall is really geared up to do this kind of
Yeah,
thing.
I think they do it faster. Whereas Oklahoma, with its huge backlog, might not get at it.
Probably faster.
Also, are they not specialized to do this? Is not their effective distribution to libraries and so on the one that's most likely to accrue the most advantage to this kind of thing? You know, just no one except scholars look at G.K. Hall publications.
Well, they're immensely useful. Yeah, immensely.
No university library in the country is without them.
This comes back to the original. Suppose we made for a combined sort of a publication edited here, at least from all the institutions.
Do we have some consensus, getting back to Ed Brunner's suggestion for a final report? I think this is about as important piece of business we could do, to agree as to what the basic outline of this should be. Now, I started out a minute ago by saying that if we publish the catalog volumes, maybe this would affect the content of the summary volume. Now, what I think would be desirable, rather than to have this come out under the auspices of any one of the projects, to have it literally a 7-man report between 2 covers, in which there would be a preface of some sort, and then each director would say his own thing. No.
What I want to do is send you, Greg Crampton,
Yes.
all the information in all those 5 categories, and the only one that would be published individually is the little individual report, which would state our own purpose and the way we've handled the operation, and let you take the stuff that we send so that we do have chapter 1, or section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, section 5, and that 1, 2, 3, and 5 end up being essentially written by or pulled together by you, because I would much rather do that than read, now here's Utah 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and New Mexico 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's have a unified report that tells about, that makes this thing look like what it really hasn't been, in a way, a project.
Well, I think in terms of publishing audience, if you can use that term, I think that would be a much more useful kind of publication. That is, if we do plan to put out separate catalogs, which scholars presumably will use, what the function of this kind of publication would be to announce the existence of the other things and give some background material for them, so that some kind of unified presentation would be much more, I think, useful than one in which each area is handled independently.
Yeah, I think Doris deserves this.
Let me ask Bernie here what he would send to you when you come down to the nature of the archives. What material would you send to Greg on it?
Well, I think you'd have
I've
to.
never been clear what we're talking about. We're talking about art.
Well, I think that one of the things the stated steps, Greg would have to decide what he wants us to include in that, and he might
I would
write,
be,
write something to us to tell us that.
yeah, and I would be inclined to send him more than I would ever expect him to use. So, because an
More
editor,
of what? Would you send him those materials that to?
I'd send him the Xerox pages perhaps, or at least a concise summary of them, feeling that an editor likes to have something he can throw away rather than they have to write and say, I need more
Wouldn't,
information.
in other words, as I begin to get some notion of what the function of a publication like this might be, wouldn't it actually, in that area, be more useful to have the statements about not so much as what's in the archives, because we're going to publish that, but what is the organizational basis of the curatorial responsibility? How, who or what agency a scholar contacts in order to make use of the archives? What kind of facilities are provided? That is, can he Xerox? Can he not Xerox? May he take microfilm? May he not? This kind of information about the actual organization of the archive as an institution, rather than the content, would seem to be more appropriate in that part of a publication like this, when we anticipate publishing the contents independently.
Well,
Except
I think that this final report is something to, first of all, to give Doris Duke, and secondly, to give people that might be interested in picking this up the tab for some more of this sort of thing. I think this is essentially a propaganda device, if you want to come right down to it.
That's part of it. It also could be used as our own instrument to ask for a tool.
I think some of the things, for example, just to answer your question, the tribes covered.
Yeah.
About how some weighting that well, we have a lot of data on Ute, but we don't have, and we have a lot on the Cherokee, but we don't have any on this group. You might put a map of the United States and where tribes
You
are
might
covered.
put a shaded map. In other words,
Shaded
in
map.
terms of quantity of information. We got in the archives is this area is black and this area is nothing.
You might have
Red.
a little bit of maybe
Big red.
maybe you would want to take a page or a paragraph or 3 or 4 pages, say, on urban Indians, that the collection has this kind of material in it. Just as sort of a summary.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is
Maybe a
what
tribal
Yeah.
breakdown.
Billy was explaining. I was concerned about what you were talking about, original tapes and tribes and et cetera. And other
Yeah.
things. And
The quantitative thing is probably less important in
Yes.
that part than some kind of a summary.
Until we have the typescripts, these quantitative figures don't mean much anyway.
Anyway, this will probably be done before the final indexing is done.
Yes, yeah. And I appreciate you're all volunteering us to do it here.
Your
Oh.
suggestion.
Well, it's unanimous.
Well, you're the coordinator.
all we're going to do is send him material. You just put it together.
But you may want to make us spell out more things, or
Well, he obviously has more facilities.
Well, we can do it. If I am to do it, assisted by an able staff here, I would want to put the pressure on to get this thing out, but fast, so that we would hope to get it in print soon after the project terminates.
Put a statement in there, if we get another year, that this is not a complete. In the catalogs, if you're going to mention each institution, will not be available to a later date. So
We
I
can
can't
make
see putting
a s-
these catalogs out until it's completed.
We can make a summary statement, even though the project is not actually completed.
Or you're talking about a year hence.
You're talking about, what date are you talking about? A year from now?
January the 1st, 1972.
Yeah.
Of course, now the history and the purpose of the project, you simply have to remember and ask, and we've all got. I guess you have a set of those notes of that Los Angeles meeting, don't you?
Yes.
So that there's just that, and then whatever gossip.
you gotta make that section short.
That'll take care of the.
I don't think New Mexico will submit such a section.
Oh, you got
We may get in trouble at the, not at the, from the informants, but from the ex-director's level.
Nobody knows the New Mexico story like New Mexico.
Come on, juice up the document for us.
And I think it should be done nicely. That is, the form of the publication.
Yes, distinguished publication.
Something that really looks nice for Doris too. And
Should we think of holding a
but
little,
not with a wide market necessarily. That's
holding
why-
a little money in our budgets to kick in evenly on the publication of the thing?
I think this would be a good thing to do, although I believe we can get a, maybe University Press to take it on without any such subvention.
Well, I suggest that you keep in mind the chit-chat about this and just go ahead and ask us for what you want, and if you find out as soon as you can if you're going to need money from the individual projects, and ask us for that too.
Levy, your own individual university presses, you might look into this at Illinois and at New Mexico and see what they would do, and if they would guarantee an early publication.
I could get you an early publication out of the Dakota Press if you're going to subsidize it.
Well, I think we can get it maybe without subsidy.
New Mexico's been turning out, you know, the School of American Research in Santa Fe has been holding seminars in anthropology, and New Mexico Press agreed to publish these. And I was astonished at the publishing dates. Literally, I reviewed a manuscript which in late August, and the book's already out on the market. It's been on the market. They didn't require a subsidy, so I might look at see what
you could look at that, because I think they might be particularly attracted to an Indian.
They've had a history of publication in history and in Western history.
Well, it'll be a quality publication.
What would you think of in terms of length?
I think this 100-page idea of the feds is a good one. I think knowing something about Miss Duke.
You mean 100 published pages?
Yeah.
What's
Maximum.
that, about 280 manuscript pages?
We want to keep it short enough that if it's going to be looked at by busy people in other foundations, not to mention Miss Duke, that they'll read it. And if we've heard it once, we've heard it many, many times, is the way to deal with Miss Duke is to be brief.
I think that your material is going to dictate the length to some degree. But I don't think we should aim for a tome by any means.
No, you don't want ponderous tone.
But your material, we can't very well limit you to pages at this meeting, I don't think.
And there's no reason, too, why once you get a first draft.
May I ask a silly question, possibly? Is this section on Indian participation going to be embarrassing? Or is it going to be helpful?
Well, this again, the editor is going to have to decide when he sees what comes in on it.
I think that we should be given the latitude of bagging that whole subject if we don't like what we've got.
Right. I think it's important, though, to put it in if you've got anything to say at all. And surely we all do.
Well, we do have.
I'm sure we're going to end up looking good on it. And I think
Sorry.
that we need to make that fact known.
Otherwise we'd be criticized by Indians,
Yeah.
no matter what it was.
Yeah.
We will be anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's inevitable now.
But you can always, I was going to say before, you can always use us to send detailed comments on a first draft. You can call us for a meeting. There's lots of input we can put into it depending on how you want to do it.
Well, I think Indian participation could be any kind of significant participation.
Sure, you have to define participation in all those.
Apart from the actual informants. For example, the other day we counted up the number of Indians we had employed at one time or another, and what was that? 25 or 30.
Yeah.
Which, given the total number of employees we've had, is a pretty respectable percentage. We have two on the staff now that we haven't counted, and we'll have many more.
We've had lots of kind of yields. All the people that have been connected with this and have been trained,
Yes.
and who are going to carry on some kind of work like this.
I'd like to see that thing, participation, Indian and otherwise, because the number of college students, work study and otherwise, that we have supported, all of us, is just tremendous. And I don't know why we would ignore our contribution in educating people.
you can
and
count.
such things as numbers of theses produced,
Yeah.
which may not constitute something under publication. if
Oh,
they
why
were-
not? That's the place for it.
Uh-huh.
I think.
But the Indian participation, I think if you add up the number of Indians you have had significantly involved,
So that this section now becomes simply who is involved in the project.
And we ought to have a special thing about Indians. I
Yeah,
think if
well-
it turns out that, you know,
Good.
after you get it together, if you see you can live with it.
Well, I'm sure that we can live with it.
and
Yeah,
you
it
see,
turns out to be
we're
good.
all going to pool.
We're going to give you all our data.
So somebody in Illinois conceivably could be a little light here. It can be made up by someone else who's living in the midst of Indian communities.
I'll bet if we counted up the number of Indians who have received incomes of one kind or another from this, not informant fees, I'll bet we'd be over 150 right now.
We'll have 25
Oh, yeah,
30.
in terms of,
I've
That's about our size.
I've had a
15 to
lot
20
working
tribes.
translation and this kind
Sure,
of thing.
Yeah.
And there are some now, for the first time, I guess. Well, no, there were two before, but for the first time, any significant number drawn out of the Indian students on campus that are becoming involved.
Well, we're in pretty good agreement on that, aren't we? And you're willing to have me put you in touch with the G.K. Hall Company.
Yeah, can I make my statement? I still have this uneasy feeling, but I hope that this doesn't prejudice what anyone else might do.
What will it take to convince you?
I'll have to take a look at what we have and see what they want
An
to
easy
do.
feeling about this combined book that we're talking about.
No, I
What about
don't.
the G.K. Hall
From the
publication?
G.K. Hall.
I'm convinced that each of us should do some document. You know,
We are.
that each of us, I think, will of what's in our own collection. But I just want to think that through more, and because I seem to have some uneasiness that isn't that generally shared. But
This
I see this.
Columbia thing doesn't answer your problem.
It's restricted during lifetime plus 5 years and so on. Closed until after death, 5 years after death and so on by each one. You see, literally half of that collection is closed.
It's the largest one of its kind in the U.S.
I see the book that you're talking about putting out as a promotional sort of thing and a publicity thing.
Well,
Collection,
it's also
because we
a
never
tool.
had none of
No,
that.
it's a document. It's
a
a final
document,
report to the donor, for one thing. I think we owe it to her, and it can be used as a tool, a lever, and a reference work, which will refer the person who's interested in Indian oral history to the separate index file.
you know what bothers me?
Hopefully will
Let me
publish.
just express. Can I express more of my thought
Yeah, of
out?
course. Yeah. Develop it, Ed.
Yeah, no, it's not this. But I think one of the ways we did it in Illinois, for good or bad, what we did is we supported individual people, usually doctoral candidates. We try to honor their own agreements with their informants. We made them responsible for their indexing. And I would have to contact them, I suppose, and talk with them about how they would feel about this. Because I never... there's a list of 25, 30 people involved now, and I want to...
And a lot of these are
Few
probably
cases, yeah.
confidential informants, aren't they? Who are referred to in
I
theses
have
by
to-
letters and
I have to
numbers.
go find out how they feel about that.
Put it in the index by letters.
Shouldn't you do it by referring to the individual researcher, the doctoral candidate,
That's what you're saying.
and then say that under his collections there were X number of transcriptions made or something?
Yeah, what I'll have to do is go back to those individual researchers and talk with them
Yeah.
about it.
They've produced publications of their own, haven't they?
Yeah.
A thesis or dissertation or something.
Listen, there's a couple of other items.
I'll
If,
talk about it in a minute.
Joe has a remark to make about urban Indians, and this, Ed, you brought up earlier, and we postponed discussion of it. And your question was if we are urban Indians, I think Indians or something of the sort.
Everybody seems to agree with that, I gather.
Joe.
Well, I think that the urban Indians have been neglected by this project, and I think that since we're, I don't know, a year and a half, that probably we should do it. And I my only thought is to avoid duplication. I'm planning on Omaha and Minneapolis. Does anybody want to? Is anybody going into Denver? You?
Probably.
Yeah, we'll probably.
Anybody going to San Francisco?
We're already there.
Dallas, which is a big center.
No.
I think somebody ought to go to
36,000 in
Dallas.
Albuquerque.
Yeah.
Where's Hodge?
What would be the difference?
Yes,
What
yes.
kind of material would you think you'd get from the urban Indian, an older type Indian in oral history that you wouldn't, one that was not in the urban center?
I'm very strongly of the opinion that the urban and the reservation people, among the Sioux, are splitting very much. I think
Is that something that's current, or is it
current right now, stuff going on right now, this is not the place to go for legends or anything like that, probably. But you have a very vital situation that's occurring right now, and oral history works at its absolute best on things that are happening right now, I think. And I think this would be a terrible thing to neglect.
The rise of the militant organizations, for instance, is documented almost no place. And man, in California, they're getting to be pretty important.
That was why I went up with a Chalum.
Yeah.
We have
Took
some
that
data on
opportunity.
You were with that group from Fort Lawton and in that issue?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of testimony on that from the California people, and the interconnections and the growth of a national movement is here, and we'd better be documenting it because no one else is.
Have you got Oaks on tape?
No.
You can't do it. You can't do it on a tribal basis. You know, I can't chase Sioux all over the damn country because
well, it's
they're
the
scattered everywhere.
basis, the way you want to approach it, really, it's a sort of
It's
a
going to
change
happen.
in attitude and philosophy, it's a change in the cultural pattern, it's a change in a lot of things.
It's all of those
Who's
things.
working for you in San Francisco?
Well, we don't have anybody right at the moment, but we have some people from the San Francisco militant movement. It's one of our staff members was the first man ashore on Alcatraz, one of Oakes's inner circle of men.
We haven't moved very far there.
We had 3 people who went out there to Alcatraz, and we have quite a few tapes.
Indians?
1 Indian and 2 students who were working on the oral history project went out there when the whole thing broke. Were there during much of the activity, and I think we have 21 tapes or so that were made out on Alcatraz while the thing was going on.
So you're planning to take on Chicago?
There's a lot of work there, and we have a very good in, and we're getting awfully rich data. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Good. Well, we haven't gone after these Minneapolis boys as AIM and some of those that we're going to.
Ed, what do you get in Chicago? Do you get problems with the urban Indian?
Well, what we feel is important to record, particularly, is the Indians' own view of the urban experience, and their perception of the city and relationships to reservations. And it's a different kind of data than we've recorded elsewhere.
I think this thing is important, and we picked up some of it from Oklahoma City. But my question is, are we getting away a little bit from the basic purpose of
That's why I posed my question before. I want to know if anybody else really felt that.
I feel that way strongly.
So I think this is the purpose.
To go into these cities.
Usually,
We picked up some from Oklahoma City.
The thing is, you discovered this at the Oral History Association. They had a workshop there for the first time, and people said, well, what is history? And we should be reaching back to get the old. Said, well, we should do that. But the most meaningful material I think any of us are going to get is where a man is speaking out of his own experience. Mm-hmm. And what is current experience today will be history tomorrow. So when our people go into the field, they're instructed to, for heaven's sake, if you've got an informant warmed up and he's saying anything meaningful, let him go.
We do too, but now you're making a direct approach to a different phase of what we started out with in Indian history. in this project, to me.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think you're defining history as something that has
No,
happened in the
not my
remote distant
definition, but from the
past.
feeling that we had about the project from the beginning.
Well, I think we're all interested, aren't we, in finding those old people who can tell us as much as possible about the history of their tribe themselves. But some of the best stuff we've got, in my opinion, has come from young college students.
All of my own interviewing was done with the Indian Reorganization Act with people involved. And also with people engaged in tribal government right now. And as far as I'm concerned, this is vital.
I ought to send around some papers that have emerged in some of our work.
I wish you would.
One on the Chicago Indians, and some things also about one student who's been working among the Hopi on these modern movements. And the thing that emerges so clearly there is the fact that some segments of Hopi have never had accepted the United States government. You know, and I sort of realized this before, but they never accepted the government. You know, they really don't conceive of themselves as being part of the United States of America in the sense that we do. That's fantastic. You know.
Well, I think the militant movement among the Indians is going to be important history for tomorrow. And we're not really going to collect very much more material on what happened at the Little Bighorn. But we are going to collect current information. Now, this is
So I've been doing some of that, and it's worried me a little bit. Whether I was getting too far off from the original purpose.
I surely wouldn't worry about it. I'd just do it.
You've got worlds of it.
we've all experienced how difficult it is actually to collect what sounds even like satisfactory history from Indians.
We had discrimination, we got civil rights, and we got school discrimination, we got all that material that we've been picking up one way or the other. But if we get into it in depth, just like you said, we had one page from a man who was counseling 3 counties that we wouldn't dare release because of the things he had in there. True,
You know, and the more I think about it, if we were to do this new project and not have any of this, 5 years later people would look back on us and say that you boys really missed the boat.
Yeah, right.
Truly.
That's what they would say.
So they'd be right.
They'd be right. So I think the Alcatraz tapes are going to be choice material, because these people will disperse.
And other than those accounts in the San Francisco papers and what was sent out from them, and as you probably discovered from yours, the San Francisco papers were not particularly accurate. Well, then your collection and ours represent about the only thing available.
I talked to a young Indian lady with a master's degree. She goes to Texas to teach, and they put her in the Mexican section because of her color. She didn't know a word of Spanish.
Who did this?
This is in our editorial we got.
Nelson Wadsworth did. Oh, the National Observer.
Where did you get the data from?
I don't know what
Oh, I see.
These are quotations, and we sweated a little bit about this when we saw them coming out in quotes. And so far, nothing.
So far, so good.
Yeah, we shouldn't be passing this around.
That's what's going to happen. You're putting the fear of God in the rest of us, and then you guys are going to come out and publish the whole file.
No way. And he was not to use the names of the informants, and did it.
Monday is May 6th, well, 1968.
Yeah,
So nothing's happened, right?
Nothing's happened.
Yet.
Yet.
I think it occurs to me as we talk about urban Indians that if any of us are thinking of working in cities which might be close to another project, that maybe we could inform the directors of the other projects about this so that we wouldn't, or that we might even cooperate someplace. This seems desirable.
You could work a consortium.
In San Francisco, if you have something you're going to be doing, but we are going to be doing something.
No, I don't. I'm just trying to, I just have some identifiable places where there are large concentrations, and I think people should consider.
We could take Dallas, and I'd certainly like, on the basis of this, if I'd like to change my budget some, but I turned in because it's too low to do what I'd like to do with this.
Well, I think we might at times cooperate more than we have if this seems desirable in your place. You all have each other's names now and addresses, which we haven't had before. And I think wherever we might be working, good to put the other on notice that we're doing.
What were we talking about? It's been quite a while.
It has.
We were talking. Gee, I can't remember just exactly what it was. One of the things I wanted to ask you, the other day out there, I was talking to Joe Jorgensen was talking to one of the young fellas out there that danced in this last Sundance. And Joe was kidding him. It was one of the fellas that had been down at the youth camp last summer. And Joe was kidding him about sleeping with the girls. And this guy, I guess he said something about it last summer or something. But anyway, he said to Joe, he said, well, I'm not going to do that anymore. And Joe said, well, why not? What happened? And he said, well, he'd get him in trouble now. Now, is there anything about the fact that the Sundance would have anything to do with with this? I never heard it before.
That's the thing that I tell you, that these things, anybody asks them like that, they don't. They take you off far as they can and leave you standing there. Always will believe it. That's what I told you in the things that I had. Thing was strictly, mostly in more or less in religion, fact, and that's only in your dances there, then you go in your court and that's about all. But things come up where then anything but anybody don't know it, and they think they found something, but there's nothing to it.
Yeah. Connor, how much do the young people in the tribe, say the people that are in high school, say 15, 16, 17-year-olds, how much do they know about of these materials that you've told me in the last couple of months?
I don't believe too very much, only other than saying that they have Sundance and they go there, and to what in the thinking in the back, it's something that's kind of going out of its course, I think. They don't actually know as to what they're really trying to do or what the purpose is. I think they're going farther away from. They know Sundance, all right, but what purpose and what does it mean? Or if you take any of them, then you might ask them, and I don't think, maybe you'd know more about it than they would at the present time, because I don't think they do.
Now, what about the stories and the myths?
Well, I think that's the same thing in that phrase there too. They don't get the background on the thing other than what is probably spoken of at the books. Well, it's more or less held your attention that it was spoken way about that you could understand, and it was kind of instead of getting back down into making it interesting, we just come direct out with what we have a little knowledge of stories that we have heard.
I see. So the old storytellers are gone. You don't have any more.
No, we don't.
Would most parents tell their kids these stories in the evening?
Most parents that originally have came from I'd say from my parents' parents, are the ones that
I
were
see.
older
Uh-huh.
in that age that had brought down to them.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the ones that told it then, they were what we'd say born in Indian culture, and they didn't know anything but English. They
Yes.
just more or less was right down to the very ground of earth talking and meaning language, one thing another.
Mm-hmm.
Course,
They were real Ute Indians.
yes, they were. And well, we would take, for example, any white man, anything, you know, that they can tell a joke, some of them that is realistic about their source of meaning, and then you try to tell a joke to somebody else, why then it's you just more or less go off. You know, it's not as interesting as the one that you had heard from or tried to say it as he did.
Can you remember, as a child, can you remember some of these storytellers who were real good at it?
Yes, there were that time quite a few of our old Indians there. I remember of one. I have thought about it much myself there. In back our being relative, one thing or another, I'm inherited in what we call the copper fields out there.
Mm-hmm.
This one man, don't know whether they call him Captain Rogers or something, but anyway, some of his land that I'm inherited too. And he was one of the old fellers that had great legend in some of the old stories.
Mm-hmm.
And we had went to visit him several times. He was, I don't know whether he was a White River, but he was more or less over in their neighborhood of village or the camp at that time that would be about southeast of present White Rock store now. That's where it's located along the river there.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, at that time I was just small, and to me, well, then it didn't mean too much to listen to his stories. But I remember him having to be known to be one of the storytellers of his time, and several others. And I think you heard me mention that as to how this came about, I do not know. But there was some mission or something that had went to some of the men, and how they acquired it, I would not know. But someplace in the line there, that's how they came to know of these. As well as I told you, there were some spook stories, like in Coast, or one individual I told you about. It's one character. I don't know whether he was a ghost or, but to me he had been some kind of a human being at that time that they could see, but they couldn't distinguish him. He were more or less says they died on small children, whether it was to scare the younger children from crying or not, but that's a legend as it was told, to keep the children from crying at nights, and that there was a certain creature, character, whatever it may have been in terms to the white-speaking people, but to us we know his name there, call him Sea Edge, and that as far as we know, when we say that word, well, we know it was a peculiar character that the story comes in that just a timer above getting anything to eat would be kind of hard, and his story is that he would pull off his shoulder and say, "Here's a shoulder." Of course, the child immediately grabbed for the meat, and he'd have his told that how he'd get the child, that he would have the other arm under this arm that he's given to the child. So he'd grab the child and run off with it, and it couldn't be killed. Shoot at it once a minute. Only weakness he had was a flint.
Oh.
And of course, from then on, it carries on how this child acted and how they went, and there's various stories and that nature, but just a certain living thing existed one time. That was what we call kind of a spook or story to tell to the children when they was retiring. And we had another stories that kind of was input in it in that nature, but it still was another creature with other animals or had one time existed, and with that story it goes long and it's more for adults in that nature too, and it's quite long stories. It probably carry on for 2 or 3 hours to listen to one of them.
One story.
One story. Probably come out by saying that this particular band of Indians are located someplace and probably war party or something that nature carries on. But there's quite a history in that length of stories that carried on, which would be kind of scary and kind of interesting at that time. And this one lady I happen to know, she told of them stories. In later years, she was married to my uncle, and she used to tell them. But I said that histories like that I didn't think they would ever mean anything in time, so just listened to a story, and that was about all it amounted to. But thinking of it now, I then carry them and just in them phrases there that we did have kind of a sort of stories and things. And they all kind of relied upon the thought of person to being cautious or something of that nature. It all kind of related back in it too, but anyway, it constitutes a story as to why sometime they stopped for a smoke and they would kind of discuss among themselves this thing hadn't happened, or they decided this, then what would have been the change would have meant at that time.
Now, these stories were told any time of the year?
Well, we would take more to these what we call these coyote stories, or that's what they call them in present time. They were more or less carried on during winter months.
In the winter time. And this was one way to spend the evening with them.
And that was one way of spending the evening. Or any other stories. I think more or less their stories were told in evenings where they seemed to be a little more secure than they would have being out in the groups, as I had said, that when they had departed from their winter quarters, that they went to seek their own provisions for coming winter with, and then they were a little more on alert, a little more cautious about things. But when they were in a larger group with them, I think they felt a little free to have a gathering of some natures. I said that probably some neighbor or around would come visit with some family and have a story, and they more or less spend the evening telling a story of some kind and smoke. And
could anybody come to a meeting or come and visit and listen to the story?
Yes, I think sometimes it would happen. Some young fellow or some young lady or somebody probably be present at the time of this person that wanted to say have a story, or probably just started out some conversation or something, and then the thing got interested, well then probably they sit there and listen to the story. Probably somebody else would come in.
Now, today, if a child was doing something that was wrong, would the parents say that this character would come and eat them up?
No, no, we don't have that to kind of frighten our children nowadays.
You don't do this anymore.
Because we don't seem to carry that tradition. But, for instance, there's owl and coyote way. I think them are about two of the living things that we happen to kind of speak of in a way or something to. That is when they're of a smaller age, and when they get up to the highway, then they do get aware that it's not so as it was in the time of our older people. They carried on to, I guess, when they probably 15, 16 years old.
Well, now, Connor, you say that they learn that it isn't so. Now, your grandparents or your great-grandparents, did they believe these stories? Did they tell them as things that were actually true, or did they see them as...
Well, we don't know whether it was true, but to a certain extent, I think it must have been true someplace in the line. It did so happen at times.
Yeah, and they believed that it was true.
And they believed it more than we would at present time. Yeah.
And the little kids that are growing up now, when they get to be 9 or 10 or 7 or 8 or something more, they don't believe it at all.
Well, I think majority of them don't, or never have had anything like that told to them, I would say.
But they still know stories about coyotes.
I don't believe our younger generation do, no.
Do your children?
Well, only what I've told them in my own way that I tell them that that's what was told me. Of course, going way back in details, I then tell them that's what it means. I have a daughter, as I said, married to a Navajo boy who's working up at Kennecott, and he's got 5 children, the old girl, and the one, she's about 2 years old, and out of the 5, just one does refer back to a coyote.
Oh.
She says she hears coyote, and I said, how does it sound? And she wails like coyote, you know. Out of the 5 of them that I've noticed her. And my other children, my youngest boy, he is a little leery, a little scared of things, any noise or anything. He's kind of more or less on the alert of something, which we try to refrain from. I think our Indian people at the time wasn't too much insane to scare their children into a fright to where they thought it still would cause an evil effect.
Oh, I see. They didn't try to scare them very much.
Well, it wasn't too much in it to say that to make them actually real scared. It was something saying to either hush them up or something of that nature. But to carry it to extreme, well, then they didn't believe in scaring, well, you say scaring to death or something like that, as we would say. But it wasn't to that extreme. It was more to scare them, to either hush them up. And that would be a way that they would proceed with their children.
Well, now, Connor, what do you think that the young youth children today, what do they believe in? What do they think about?
Well, I think myself, a personal feeling is that I think I'm one of the parties that have a small group of children and some adults that are married and one thing and another, that it all carries back into their home life as to the thinking of the parents, I think. There's some of them is, I think, are not even thinking of anything at all as long as they go and come, I guess, and it's just not to, they're thinking of saying that, well, these are my children and this is what we are expecting for you for tomorrow. As I try to tell my children of today is to, I say, you're going to school for the purpose of learning this white man way of life, which is, I say, it's a very hard thing to do, because for the fact that the hardest thing that you can do is to do something for yourself. That's the easiest thing to do. I said that anybody can do that, fall off from logs, roll downhill, but it's just when you're climbing, I said it takes a lot of work, and if you're crowding along and you have something to look at when you get on top of the hill, I said, and that seems to be the source of the white man's thinking. But my present thing with the majority of my folks, well then, I think their tendency, they don't know as to how to look forward to get to the top. They seem to have nothing to offer in that stand, which relates back in times of government rulings and government policies that has, to my thinking, a great thinking. They think, and seems to me their tendency and trend of livelihood or to making progress in a thing, as I've often said, that a different policy comes up to where it leaves them stranded, and they say, well, we came this far, now it seems like we're going to start in another direction, and it's the same thing again, but in different fashion. So, to me, that's why the present people that I think we're dealing with today are similar in that trend. They say, why should we do this? And maybe tomorrow, well, they say, we'll do that. And I find in our 10-year program, started out to do certain things and ask for a certain assistance from other departments of government to assist us into seeing our mistakes, as well as trying to get us established in the road to where we may come along toward an objective goal of the government, if they have any, for Indians, which leaves me in doubt that they don't. For instance, we have social work and welfare workers. There, where then I talked with the superintendent, and well, he couldn't do nothing. Had to see a social worker and welfare worker, and to my thinking, or other superintendents, why they were the guy that said yes or no. I remember when I first started working with the superintendents closely was with their Forrest or Stone. And of course he listened to the Indian. He'd invite this Indian in and talk with him in his office, discuss, and he would come in, and Jasper Kutch used to work at the agency of Jason's and Henry's father. Of course he was always right handy around, because he worked right on, as John Surridge is now in the kind of 10 office, and as well as Johnny Richter. And say if there was any Indian problem or any Indian come in, why the superintendent would call him in his office and discuss what they're thinking and what he had thought and what he had heard from the department. So that way, well, then he would be aware and always had some knowledge of Indian thinking on that. And if there was anything that wasn't coming right with other departments, then he called him into his office, the superintendent, and he then kind of worked out the problem there to what the Indian was talking about and seeing that they were at least kind of had a little better feeling when they did come in and explain detail, and I suppose right for the department's party as well as individual Indians coming there to straighten the matters out so it wasn't on either dealing on either side, but it's dealing going halfway, I would say, to make it justifiable that he wasn't downing his employer or wasn't downing his Indians. Was always kind of misunderstood that way, and I think they got along further ahead than they do at present day. I talked with Francis the other day, and he said, well, we know Indians whipped before he ever goes to social work or welfare work. He's whipped right now. He says that's a trend that we have to come back in as council to represent our people, and he says, why are we? So you can't go to superintendent because superintendent won't say nothing, won't do nothing. He says, they say no, well then I guess that's no. But the final word is supposed to be from the superintendent. But that seems to be the trend. And my thinking to what you're saying that how our Indian reaction is now is that we have been so much interrupted in starting out in some kind of a programming or some kind of thinking. Of course, we've had help from some department. They get off on something that they try to do, and by the time they get down to the things, why easy they're transferred or someplace else, and some new personnel comes in, and so I wouldn't know as to what the government policy is on there, and how we are going to make so one ruling as to what we are trying to achieve or what we're working forward to. And I think you will note this, that they abandoned our boarding school, what we call boarding school at White Rock. Government interested us into going to public schools, going to these public schools. So we send that to the public schools. Some Indians goes there, then Indians goes in putting in all the grade school, public schools in Duchesne, in the county about. Now, when I was out there this last time, they said they were sending away about 51 Indian children from the reservation to Nevada, California, Arizona. So now the policy, the government, I don't know where that's constituted from or what the object is on that. So, reason why I say that, I don't know. One time the government appropriated $250,000 towards Union High over there, and they seem to not have too much interest in helping our people, other than we asked the university here to see how they could help us. We had to come out of the government form of idea and come seek from the university as to how best through their thinking we could help our people. So I think that's why the university is interested in our work, and I think we appreciate that too. But on the other hand, government thinking there's another way. Well, they say, well, let's keep doing it. And I think Sir Francis mentioned this contract that's been so unconcerning here with the university and so on, so they can question that and pigeonhole it, and then when you mention it, why they don't know no more about it at that time, by then pull it out of pigeonhole and reading 2 or 3 verses on there, or lines or whatever they want to see, and they deliberate on that for passing it here and there from one room to another. I know that's your government thinking myself, because it seems to me that's the way things so happen. If they want to get bulled by the horn, it seems to me like they would come in and try to assist us in the things that the university is trying to do. But when the university, they say, well, the university is going that, and then they put up such a argument on now, or always trying to hide it or something, and not wanting the university to proceed on to what would be best for that opinion. Why then, that seems to be my views on the thing to, what I say on, when you asked me as to what the Indians were doing, and well, I wouldn't know if you white people were in the same status. Well, then I don't believe you would have any idea as to which way your policy is headed for.
Now, so what you're saying is that not only the Indian adults, but the Indian children too don't really know which direction they're going, or what they're getting ready for. Is that right?
That's the ones that needs the most encouragement in this thing. I said probably there are a few that probably have a little enlightenment as to what we want our children to do. Probably myself and probably Francis, Jason, Henry, and a few more that have gone up in there, and they have children now that I think they readily see as to what's confronting them and what they are trying to do for their children. But that's not to say that we're trying to do something for the majority of our people that probably just have much thinking, probably just much sense, but they just don't know which position they want to put it in, because it has been a thing that they've never have been helped on, which they feel that they're hurt. To where they say, well, if we do this way, they'll say no anyway. Don't, or whichever words terms you want to say, then we can't get nowhere.
Now the kids who are, even the kids who are going to school feel this same way.
Well, when the parents' tendencies that way, and I think you'll find when the parents is in a thought, and they do assist quite a bit with their family. They're interested in them.
Sure. The children think the same way as the parents do. The parents discuss this openly in front of the children.
Sure.
I think, isn't it true that in you discuss everything openly in front of the children? You don't hide anything from the children.
Don't hide anything from them.
Talk about anything, any time when they're around. So the kids grow up and they don't see where there's any place for them to go. They don't see any reason for going to school, because why should they go to school if they're always going to have to do what the superintendent tells them to anyway? Is that right?
That seems to be right. Because this lot of them says, well, maybe we'd like to start out with livestock, something like that, and we can do this, we can go out and do like probably their parents had done previous years. But here they said, no, you can't. So why try to do anything when you know you can't? But you can go over here and buy an instrument, something like that, which has no meaning to it. Nobody's ever had any music enough to say it's going to be his career. He just buy it because other guys make a lot of noise with his trumpet or saxophone or whatever he's got, or see in television that this man's done that. But as I say, that thing has to be worked at in order to get into, or you'll be in order to be in band or orchestra or something.
But they can get money from the agency to buy that.
Yes, they can.
But they couldn't get money from the agency to buy a cow.
No, they can't. Because they're condemned before they even open their mouth. Seem like they're not given a chance, I don't think.
Why do you suppose that is, that the agency wouldn't give you permission to buy a cow?
Well, it's a policy originates from a person, I guess, that's been in the government thing there, and when they say, well, you can't do this with Indians, just like a lot of our officers, I guess, during conquering of the United States, a lot of them said, well, only to have a good Indian is dead Indian, so they just go ahead and kill them. Well, where there was other people came in there, and they would try to reason with them and bring them about into what they was trying to do to help them, for them to help themselves. And that's a feeling that we found among some of the white people, and there were some other white people that just said, well, kill them. And that's the attitude that we have in the department. Well, they say we can go ahead and try to work something out with them and tell them for their reason, and this is not theirs, their children counsel with them. And I think they would be informed that you are trying to help them as well as the children. I remembered back I was on a credit board there one time when the government's loaning money. So one individual named Glenn Reed married Winnie at that time, Stacy Reed's brother. He used to drink lots. He drank a lot of whiskey, and he also was a good manager, and he had very good head on him. What I was drinking with him, that was something else from what he was or what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
So he wanted to buy some cattle. That's when they gave him that Hazelbush ranch up there in Willow Creek. But I went to bat for him, and which finally our extension, Mr. Walker, Arthur Walker, against his feeling and against everything that he had in mind, to not to give Glenn Reed a credit to purchase so many head of cattle. But the whole thing is that he's the worst Indian on the reservation. But he told me that he's determined to prove to them guys that I'm not going to be drunk on the night. He said, I'm going to prove to the department here is this, I'm a good father, and I'll make something of it. And he did. Built a cattle herd up there, and he worked that ranch up there. He worked hard. Of course, he was killed when he was drunk, but that was his time. But his managing business was something else that he done, and brought that herd up to a substantial size of cattle operating, fish trails and watering troughs and one thing and another, because he had that ability. But he was condemned because he was drinking. But that was not the thing. Of course, he had time to drink one thing and another, but when he worked, well, then he knew how to manage and went in this thing to regular success. So I think a lot of our people just need a chance, and of course we know a lot of them won't, and we know a lot of them will. But just give them that chance. As Francis said the other day when the storm came, he said, well, he says, we had a good start, then we had a good object, but where was the time in between? He says, that's where, he said, that was the prisoner thing. He says, we had a good start, had money, and we had object to go to, but somewhere in between, why, there was nothing there. There was no encouragement for them to go on to this other object which they had in mind. Of course, it started out well with everything, but didn't get to the point. Because in between there, things that seemed to exhaust the money or the help that they needed in every way to hold them through. Their supervision, somebody to guide them. As like when second time I went home there, the merchant there said, this is what they do, is that they take the children's fund and they said they want to buy television, pay $300-400. Said they turn right round. He says, I own the store. One of the people deals in that line there in Roosevelt said, we sell it right out of here at the price, maybe $350. He says, we know where that particular thing goes. Says that Indian will turn it around and they'll give him $75 for the thing. Give him the money, then he got it. So it's just this thing like that really hurt our people.
Now, Connor, the kids know that this happens, don't they?
Sure they do.
And the kids will probably do that when they get to be parents, won't they?
They will. Naturally.
Now, what's the problem? What's missing? Now, Francis McKinley's done pretty good.
Yes, he did.
You've done pretty good. Jason and Henry have done pretty good. Now, it seems to me that there's enough people around the reservation that have done pretty well, that are pretty independent. I mean, they don't go and ask the superintendent for anything. Why is it that the kids don't look at the examples and try to do like they've done? What's the problem here? Why don't they?
Well, I think it's in the home. Like you said, it's in the home condition.
Well, now, do the parents actually tell the kids? Do the parents tell the kids to learn in the schools what the schools have to offer, or do the parents tell them not to learn what it is in the school?
Well, I think they do tell them to learn what's in the school. But I think I told you also that they can go so far with their kids. They do help all they can to a certain extent. And if they child grasp that particular thing in this early age, I think they have a tendency of continuing on through. But if they don't go through their, I would say, in their grade school, it seems to me then it's difficult. I think the biggest problem, we kind of vary here. I was sitting here in the ward here, and we have different old professors, and one thing, another, crippled up guys, and some say third and fourth grade is your critical period. And what some says, well, they don't even know the times table today, and so everything they kind of describe just in general view of me sitting here with even white people. And, but I know to myself, and in going, once they can grasp the thing, it's, I know it's to their interest.
It seems to me that of course, all people don't want to be the same as their own people, but it seems to me as though you can see in these kids that are about 16, 17, 18, 19 years old that along about this time they don't want to get out in the white world. They don't want to act like white men. They want to act like youth. Do you think that's right?
Well, I think it is, because from the very thing I'm saying there, beat before they tried.
I see.
Because they have been helped. On the other hand, if they had helped and they know they can help themselves, and they make up in their mind to do that, they'll do it. Because there would be nobody stopping it. What I relate back to you, Jack, is this, that I've often said this about my smaller children, 4 of them. Oldest one of the 4 from my second marriage is Billy. They call him Billy. His name is William. And the problem to him is there's not too much concern. He's not scared of school. He likes to go to school. There's another one. He just don't know what he wants. I know he's capable, but someplace in there he neglects. And the little girls, he's went right on through this. No obstacle in their way. Slave was when I had high school. High school went to school from my home. And I told him, well, he slept a few times, which he evidently hurt himself. Once he got behind me, then he could never catch up, because that's the things that they lose. They don't realize it at that time, but as the thing proceeds long, and they seem to be whipped right there, because they can't catch up.
They never can catch up
They
again.
never can catch up.
That's right.
So I think with our children, I've seen it that way, that when they do get up to that age, where if they can't stand up for themselves, why, I think they're whipped right there. They whip their own self.
There is, and they really don't know very much about this youth culture as you've described it to me.
No, not like they should, or
They don't know very much about nature. I mean, they wouldn't know how to hunt and fish and like that. They couldn't take care of themselves out in the open, out in nature.
I don't believe very many of them can, because I know that some of the least things that a person don't even think about was always in the minds of all old people. I say it again to even my boy, and even to my daughter. We go out to always have everything ready, matches and various things like that. Because when you get there, well, then there's always something missing. But if you prepare in advance, you know, you check your own self, then you know what you're responsible for, then, and you've got it. Or you're immense.
This is what you had to do in the old days, isn't it? Because if you made a mistake, you didn't live to tell anybody about it. There wasn't anybody to help you out.
There wasn't nobody to help you out.
You couldn't get in your car and drive downtown and get some matches.
No.
You had to. Well, Connor, I've got a meeting at 3:30, and the reason I came over, I was supposed to come at 3, and I came early because of this meeting. I thought we still could talk for a while today. What would be a good time tomorrow?
What about around 10?
I got a meeting at 11.
Well, I got a meeting at 11. Well, I'll try to make it tomorrow afternoon, because more of my time is up here between 1 to about 2:30, I would say. It all depends on as to...
I'm pretty sure I can make it at 3 tomorrow.
Well, maybe that would be better than me rushing in.
And tomorrow, let's try to explore a little bit more what these kids do believe, and talk some more about why they don't, about what their parents believe about the school and like that. For example, we might talk a little bit about whether the White Rock School was better than the public schools or not, and if it was, why it was. If it was worse than the public schools, why was it worse? Or if it was better, why was it better?
Well, I know a lot of them, even at White Rock, some parents resented their children being disciplined, and others, they went along with it.
Yeah.
Some children, some of their parents would hold them back from going to school. Or others, they took it upon themselves and they brought the child to school. That was the one that stayed. And once the parents stuck up for it, went to another, they're the only ones that always run away from school.
Connor, there's something else that I'd like to talk about. It's awfully hard for us. I suppose this is one of the real areas of misunderstanding. It's awfully hard for me to see why it's so difficult for the Indians, like the older Indians that went to Haskell or went to the boarding schools, who speak English well and have a good trade like bricklaying or plumbing or like that. It's hard for me to see why the reservation has such an attraction for those people. I don't understand why they don't leave the reservation and at least for part of the year, and work at these trades that they have, and get a job and make money. Because I know that these people like automobiles, new automobiles, and they like modern homes and new furniture and these sorts of things. But you don't see very many of them working to get those things.
No, you don't.
And I wonder if maybe we could talk about that a little bit tomorrow. Why you think it is that they don't do those things?
I think so. Well, like I said, Jack, I think in all these things probably condense it down, and there'll be other things probably we will kind of iron out.
Yeah. Well, Connor, we have talked about a lot of things now, and there's one thing that I've kind of left until such time as we talk to each other quite a bit. Seems to me like there's one thing that's important in the behavior of the Utes today, and has been for a long time. It seems to me that that's the way the Ute Indians feel toward the whites. And last night, after I got home, and I listened to part of the recording that we made yesterday, and I got to wondering whether we're on good enough terms now that you'd discuss with me a little bit how you think the Utes feel about whites in general, just white people. And how you think they felt toward the whites when they first came in contact with the whites, and how that feeling has changed, if it has, over the years since then.
Well, I think, Jack, in one of my comments on that was that I've always referred to, as I have heard so many of our councilmen comment to a party that was appearing before the meetings with our older Indians at the meetings was that, are you a white man or a Mormon? Someplace in their line of thinking or to their knowledge or experience that they was mistreated by so-called Mormons.
I see.
That they were not true in their taking Indians as their guardian or tried to work with them other than by some tricks and means, that they were more or less kind of in their thinking, I would say that they wouldn't trust so-called Mormons. But as far as we say a white person, well, I think Mormons were just quite as a white person as you would say. But in that title is so-called, they would ask this question, are you a Mormon or a white man? I guess there is two distinctions in the meaning there, because they wouldn't, seems to me, they would not trust a so-called Mormon. He was representing the Mormon, that he was not in a position to do business with the Mormon at all, because someplace, somewhere, they had done him wrong. And that was always carried up to the last of our old spokesman that talked. We would have a person in from Washington office, some authority from other offices, and the Indian department, where that had been a question that could be arisen, whether whether it was attorney or who it was, anyone that they didn't know, as long as you were white man, they'd say the question was, are you a Mormon or are you a white man? Because they seem to have a distinction, as I said, between the Mormon and what they call white men.
Do you know of any reason why this should have been the case?
Yes, so I said the Mormons that mistreated them.
I see.
And they thought they would not trust them.
After the Mormons came into the valley here, they mistreated the Indians.
Yes, at the same time, they say they're doing right, but I think long in the history there that they did discredit themselves and things that were wrong. They falsified their statements and their manners in ruling that Indians were savages and hostile one to another. But they're the one that done themselves by disguising themselves as an Indian, and they even killed their own people in order to discredit Indians, because they would say it was Indian.
I see.
I think that was one of the main things that I know, that they disguised themselves to gain possession of certain things which the Indians were disqualified for. And of course, on the Mormon side, well, then they did make it look savagely from on Indian doing this, and they were the ones that were actually doing one of the most savagery acts themselves, and discrediting the Indians for it, who wasn't actually doing it, or wasn't thinking up of these schemes. The schemes that would possess certain things, and they done it through a false intent to discredit the Indians. So that was the reason that they did feel awfully strong against the so-called Mormons at that time.
Are you thinking about the Meeker massacre?
No.
Or the Mountain Meadow massacre?
It all happened, I think, within this area.
I see.
Here with Washington, so there's a lot of stories relating to the Mormons after
let me open this meeting by welcoming you to the University of Utah. We did not select the most auspicious quarters for the meeting. As I explained coming up, this building that we're in was this headquarters of the 9th Service Command during World War II. Turned over to the university after the war. For a long time used as a classroom building, and now it's a place where everything that won't fit in any place else is housed. Rather happy about it though, because parking is never a problem here. We've got room to work, and this is where we conduct the Operation Duke Project, which is actually a part of the Center for Studies of the American West, of which Dave Miller, who you met, is director. Let me introduce Mrs. Crane over there, who's going to take a brief stenographic record of the proceedings here. And also you will notice, it being an oral history project, we simply couldn't refrain from turning on the tape. I bring greetings from Mrs. McFarland of the Duke Foundation, whom I talked with on Monday. And she wishes us well in our deliberations. I was happy we're having the meeting. I explained to her in clearing the matter with her that we really haven't had enough of these meetings to get together and compare notes, see where we're going, where we've been, what the future of the thing may be. So today, there's several big problems before us, and I know the one that's uppermost in all of your minds is where we go from here. What's the future of the thing look like? And I have some input for that, which I'll give you a little bit later. I did learn from Mrs. McFarland that they very much appreciate and would like to have the reports. I think if we've fallen down any place, it's probably in this area where we have, for lack of any direction or guidelines or suggestion from anybody, have been reporting intermittently if at all. So in anticipation of this meeting, I've asked that you submit a brief report of what you've done, and also a proposal for the future refunding. I have most of those reports now, and if I don't have, I'd like to have them before we terminate the proceedings. And in light of my discussions with Mrs. McFarland, I think what I may do with these reports, if you will permit me to do so, is to go over them and with no thought of altering the basic content, but perhaps suggesting additions or even in some cases some deletions. And then I'll send them back, and if you wish to incorporate these suggestions, do so. And then we'll submit them. I'll submit them to her with a cover letter as a package. And that this she will be very appreciative to get the reports in this manner. In the past, they have come to her from you individually. And the only change is that now we will get them all together, and she will get them at once in a single package. And this will facilitate her work a lot. About the rest, before we proceed any further, about the rest of the day's activities, we've sandwiched everything into this one day, knowing that we're all pretty busy. And so what we will plan to do is, thank you, is talk away this morning, go to lunch, and then come back, talk some more, break up about 4 o'clock, and we'll take you back to your hotel, and then pick you up again about 5:45 for cocktails, after which we'll go to dinner. And that will end the conference. It occurs to me that there may be some staff members here at Utah that some of you would like to meet. If there are, I think we could arrange this. Perhaps bring them into the cocktail party at 6. If there's anybody that you would like us to contact for you, we can do this and see if they can meet at that time. There would be a little time at 4 o'clock. Unfortunately, we can't invite them on to dinner after the cocktail party, but at least we could get them there for you if there's anyone that you would like to meet and who could attend. I need to have from you a statement of your expenses. If you'll send that to me immediately after you get home, I can immediately respond with the reimbursement. If you can figure it out before you leave here and leave it with me, I can give you a check on the spot.
And you have that kind of an account here at this institution?
It's it's a pretty free account in this case.
Does it say University of Utah on it?
No.
Is there anything to indicate that it's funded through the state?
No.
The reason I'm asking has to do with tax exemptions on the airline ticket. Okay.
I don't know how to answer that. Yes, I understand there's no longer any.
Well, we're still getting away with it in Arizona. It's
Nobody else in the United States is.
It's a foreign country.
I can't argue with that.
Bizarre things keep cropping up from down there.
Some of you have submitted to me some items you would like to have on the agenda, and if you haven't, I know you have them in mind. As a means of getting the discussions going, I think it might be profitable, interesting, if we were to go around the table and have each of the directors just very briefly tell us what he has been doing, particularly with reference to areas in which operations have taken place. One of the things that Mrs. McFarland was very strong about, and we've heard it before, is that Miss Duke is concerned that there might be some overlapping. Well, all of us who are active in the field know that the chances of overlapping are pretty remote, given the enormity of the job before us. But still, I know that there are places where some of us are working pretty closely together, and maybe just a brief review, a 5 minutes worth of summary of what you've been doing over the past year would be helpful to the rest of us to learn. You put it all on your paper here for my benefit, but the rest of us haven't read this.
Could I ask something else, Greg?
Sure.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, let's make it all very informal here.
But one of the things that I would like to hear about, I'm very pleased with, but I'd like to find out how Utah became the place that we're having a meeting. I mean, how that came about, and Utah's role in it. You know, I'm delighted to have that, but there's a part of the story that's kind of missing.
I want to know how it happened.
Yeah, and how Florida. I'd like to hear that. Just that.
Well, all right. And I say, let us proceed today very informally. Anything you have to bring up, bring it up.
Pardon me, Greg, is this going to be tight?
We are going to put this on tape and leave it on tape, but no thought of transcribing it as a formal.
The only reason I mention is that I just was going to say, my God, if it's going to be tight, let's everybody say the name, or the poor typist will go crazy.
She has a set of notes.
She's taking the
currently
notes.
with her, so that we don't have to.
I say we just
do
felt
that.
compelled to turn on a tape recorder. Not that we wish to, no, we have no idea of transcribing this at all, but it might come useful in working out her notes. And we will prepare a brief report for most 6 pages. Utah's role in this is to be explained this way. What was the question you asked? How it is that we happen to be coordinating the thing? I simply volunteered to do this at the Tucson meeting. It seemed to me, and I believe we can all agree on this, that we have lacked a central kind of office someplace. No matter who would have done it, I felt certainly that we needed somebody who was actively engaged in the program to coordinate, not direct, mind you, but to coordinate, whatever coordination means. For example, to ensure uniformity in reporting, so that we can do the proper things at the right time to ensure, insofar as we can, refunding. So the justification for it, I think, existed, and I simply volunteered for it and said I'd be happy to do this should Miss Duke wish it. And apparently that was her wish, and here we are. As far as calling the meeting is concerned, I cleared this with Mrs. McFarland. I said, I think we need a meeting. I talked with 1 or 2 of you beforehand, and we thought, Joe particularly thought that an earlier meeting late this year would be better than one in the spring, particularly with the need to get our proposals in so that we can get refunded, if we are to be refunded, before the middle of the summer. So this was the thing that threw us off the track this year. By the time we got our refunding, we were into the summer season. So that's it.
How about Florida?
This came to me quite as a surprise. Mrs. McFarland got in touch with me and said Miss Duke had become interested. And I don't know how Miss Duke becomes interested in anything, but she became interested in the Seminoles and a program she thought would be desirable in Florida, and would I look into it? So I looked into it, made an investigation, and concluded that the University of Florida was the best institution for this, and went there and met with the people, historians, anthropologists, oral historians, made a recommendation to Mrs. McFarland that they be funded. And it was. This was not an initiative on my part. It came to me as coordinator to do this particular job. I'm very pleased with the setup they have. It looks good. John Mahan, who some of you may know, is a historian who's done a book on the Seminole, Second Seminole War. The history and anthropology departments apparently work very closely together, which is not a universal situation in the United States. And they also have they had a going but very small oral history program. So they have brought those 3 people together as a committee with John at the head to run their show.
Fairbanks, I think is the name.
Fairbanks, Charles Fairbanks.
I just wanted to add, the light of the Seminoles would be.
Yes. And they're moving slowly and cautiously. And it's unfortunate they couldn't, any of them, be here, because they could have perhaps profited most from our discussions. All of us have been in it now for 3.5 years. We're the experts in the field. Some of you were at the annual meeting of the Oral History Association in Monterey, at Seelmar. Joe was, and you were there,
Yes, I was there.
Harris. Dick Ellis from New Mexico was there. Who else?
It was Sam Proctor from Florida.
Proctor from Florida was there.
Who indicated that he was the guy that was really going to run that oral history. I don't know if he's right or not.
Well, I think he probably will. He's got the most time for it, and he has the know-how for turning on a tape recorder.
The graduate students.
Floyd and Greg Thompson and I, the staff, were all there. I think we came away with the feeling, at least I did, that the Duke project is probably the biggest thing going on in oral history today in the United States. Some of us were on the program. I addressed a plenary session of a workshop on oral history, and certainly in ethnic oral history, this is the biggest thing going by far. And of course, with ethnic matters so hot these days, coming up so strong in the field, particularly of Spanish-speaking and Indian and black, we're on top of it, so to speak. We're somewhat in opposition to the old line approach to oral history, which is largely the great man approach. The Columbia program, which is the oldest one, has emphasized that the hero, the great man theory in oral history.
Well, the Kennedy oral recordings.
Yes.
Are quite a bit of publicity.
Their man was there, John Stewart.
I gave him an Indian tape.
Let's go around the table, if you will, and just give us a very brief summary of what you've been doing, so we'll have something to react to later on and see if there is any chance that there may be some conflict of interest or overlapping. Ed, do you want to start?
Sure. Just by way of introduction again, at Illinois we run the project in terms of having graduate students who are PhD candidates, mostly in anthropology, supervise one area and be responsible for gathering oral data, and also we wanted to incorporate that into a product. And in all of our reports from Illinois we've emphasized that this is an approach that we use. It has now coming to realize it has some advantages and it has some disadvantages. The advantages are that you get very good people cheap. The disadvantage is that they spend more time, some of them have spent more time with their thesis than they do with getting oral testimony. But sometimes it's been fantastically successful in terms of having somebody who works in one area for a long time and really gets very excellent data. We also want them to complete their theses and finish the project. We had 2 PhD theses completed. The first ones, one in June and one in September, and both of these data are being analyzed. We had 2 other projects in which there was one working in Alaska and one among the Wind River Shoshone, where the field data gathering phase of it is completed, but the theses aren't done. We have a project going in Chicago under a girl named Merwin Gabarino, who's an instructor at the University of Illinois at Chicago Circle, and who it turns out is herself an Indian. Nobody knew this for a long time. She's now become a director of part of the American Indian Center in Chicago, and she's just thrown herself into this completely, and has been getting some very excellent data.
She did her basic work with the Seminole.
That's right. You know her?
Yes.
She works at the seminary.
I had her as a student when she was up at Northwestern. She took courses in Chicago.
Okay. Well, she's been just gathering, I think, wonderful things for us. Then we have other continuing to process data from the Crow Reservation, mostly from the Hopi. In terms of our own setup, we got a new room for the Duke project at Illinois, where we have a little better setup than we did before, and the university gave us that. Next year, what we would like to do is complete processing and indexing, all of which takes longer than we had anticipated, and it's more expensive than we thought. And we'll continue to work and gather new data from the Chicago area, because we think that if we'd be responsive to what Indians themselves want. I remember at this Princeton meeting, Vine Deloria was stating that he feels that Indians now have to get involved with the Indians in the cities because anthropologists and historians aren't. But what they've done, they don't like. It hasn't been satisfactory to them. But we think that we've been getting some very good, data that will become historically become important very shortly. And then we'll also want to continue work in the Southwest and the Northern Plains. That's a very brief summary.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Parts of it.
What, maybe you mentioned this, Ed, when I was stepped aside. What areas in the Southwest are you?
The only one is the Hopi.
Hopi.
And I'm sure that's an overlap, and we've worked, we have a girl going out in February to Crow area, and that might be an overlap.
No.
We've got
She's going to be there about 6 months, 8 months.
we've got people on the Crow, but I wouldn't think there would be any overlap.
Big place.
On that. It's a big place, and I think that the people I got up there are different, looking for different things than the people you have up there, probably.
Somebody else working at Hopi?
We have a timer. We have a timer.
We haven't found anybody brave enough to carry a tape recorder up there.
We have about, Nancy, about 20 tapes from Hopi. About that.
Which one of the villages will she be working with? Your person.
Well, we had a fellow who worked there named Richard Clemmer, who's not working there now, and then we have a girl who wants to do a PhD thesis, and I thought of funding her in a small way this summer to see how it works. She has a close friend there, a girl named Laverne, who's a Hopi girl, who was a roommate of hers, and she seems to have an in. So let's see how that goes, otherwise I wouldn't touch it.
Laverne's from Hodavilla.
Yeah.
I've recently gotten some Hopi material, and this is through Jerry Levy, whose wife is Hopi. And she has gathered, I guess, 14 tapes. They just came in before I left. Mainly on life history of 2 old women on First Mesa.
I think it's you have to have a wife or a roommate. Well, that helps there.
Yes, you have to have some door opener there.
We're offering the Tucson Hopi some land in our backyard because they want a kiva, believe it or not. We might have a kiva out behind our house.
Put a tape bucket. Wire it up, buddy.
I should live so long.
and then in Chicago, which will be and that's.
I learned, I went into the office of the Association of American Indian Affairs in New York and asked them specifically about the matter of urban Indians and where they are. And he said, Mr. Newman, who's the vice president, told me that Chicago was one of the largest sections. I don't remember now the figure he gave me, the Los Angeles area was the largest.
The largest.
Yes, and I think he put Chicago second. But if you included in the Bay Area, in the San Francisco Bay Area, if you included San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose, that would be the second concentration. So the largest number of urban Indians in California, and Chicago is respectable.
Do you, does anybody here have any feelings that gathering data from urban Indians is not within the scope of the project?
No, I think it definitely is and should, it's got to be pushed.
Joe has an item on his agenda, and perhaps we can defer this until we give him a chance to introduce that.
We should report our in that
Yeah,
regard,
yes,
too.
we have done some things. Let's go on around, and then Lou, you started on what you were doing at Hopi. What else have we got there?
Well, a little background possibly. I was asked to take over the directorship last June, and walked into this being rather ignorant of what had gone on before and what should be done, and initiated a series of new data gathering projects during the summer, which I'll try and run down. The first one was with the Chalum on the Olympic Peninsula in Washington. There are 3 bands there. For some time, each one has had a very different land tenure system. One group owns its own land as personal property, another group has corporate ownership as a reservation situation. And this is one of the groups that pulled this sort of second Alcatraz thing in the Bay of Juan de Fuca. And there's a lot of ferment and a tremendous amount of political activity in one of the Chalum bands in the state of Washington with respect to Indian politics. I had one boy there who had already made some contacts, and I think we got some material last summer. He plans to be back there again next summer. I think we will get some really interesting comparative material between these 3 groups, and also some information on the current involvement in Washington politics is what he's mainly working on with respect to Red Power kinds of movements. The second project that I initiated was with the Desert Cahuilla in California. I had gotten the report that there was a resurgence of witchcraft accusation among these people, that there was a lot of problems in the local community of Cahuilla related to land and an increasing population. And I thought this was, nobody's looked at these people for a long time around Palm Springs area. I had one student who was from California and had 2 friends in the local community. So I let him go out, and he was rather unsuccessful to the point that I don't think, at least whether it's him or the Cahuilla, I'm not sure which, but he didn't get much information. So I think that project will drop. Another project which was started is working with the is at Laguna Pueblo, working with the Laguna. There's 2 things. The Laguna Pueblo furnished a whole series of scouts to the American Army during the Apache campaigns. There's a lot of oral material on this. 2 old men are still alive that whose fathers participated in this and have a lot of traditional information about it. I have one boy working on the Apache scout problem during the Apache campaigns. I had previously been doing work at Anaktuvuk Pass in Alaska with a group of the last, I suppose, at least in American territory, group of Eskimos who are completely dependent upon hunting for their subsistence. This is a fascinating group in that as late as 1949 they were still completely mobile hunters. They had no contact with any government agencies, 0, in as late as 49. By 56 they were completely sedentary, and by 60 they had a state of Alaska school. So that here in the living memory of every one of these people is the entire history of their initial contacts with government agencies, which now go down to Planned Parenthood programs, and everything you want to name.
It's different than those early French traders, I'll tell you that.
My interest, initial interest up there was more in the traditional area of anthropology, attempting to document something about the details of economics of caribou hunting, problems of the reliability of storage and preservation techniques, and had a lot to do with subsistence economy. So that we have a lot of background work that was not related to Doris Duke investigations at all on this group. I plan to have 3 girls. Going through the comparative literature on Eskimos, I find we don't have a single piece of ethnographic information on Eskimo women that was not collected by Caucasian males through male informants. So, and it became important. It turns out that the females in this village are very, very active in organizing sentiment for cooperative participation in most of the government programs. I'm very anxious to get a lot of work done with the women in this community, both from a standpoint of traditional ethnography, the problems of female activities during the period when they were still mobile hunters, but also in terms of the modern situation in the community. So I will be spending quite a bit of money down at Tuvik this year. I think this is a kind of opportunity you don't run into very often. Another project which I hope to initiate in the summer will be at Santo Domingo. We have been totally unable to get into Santo Domingo in the past. New Mexico doesn't have a single tape from Santo Domingo. We finally got in, I hope, and I will have more or less in line with your kind of a program. A PhD student, Anna Moore, will be working at Santo Domingo. And at this point, it's sort of difficult to say what she's going to work on. She's going to work on almost anything she can get to work on, is what it amounts to at Santo Domingo. So I don't know what she will get, but getting in there at all, I think, is a major step. We'll have the continuation of some projects that have been started in the past. One has to do with the Blue Lake controversy at Taos. We have a tremendous amount of material, historical background material, interviews from practically all angles, that is government representatives, lawyers, council members, activists, and so forth, as well as the traditional mythology recorded with respect to the Blue Lake controversy that's still going on. Another project is at Isleta, and this mainly has to do with gathering life histories of very old people. It's a mixed bag of information, but it's just for anyone who wants to work on a number of problems. This body of data from this letter probably is the most comprehensive in the sense it touches on many, many aspects of Pueblo life as well as organizational problems. There's a chance that we may also, through Harry Basehart, get in on the Mescalero Apache this coming summer. We haven't been able to get in before. Their council has refused permission to everyone unless they were working under the auspices of Harry Basehart, who worked there previously and they like. Harry has finally got a student who he's willing to try with the Mescalero, and I think we're going to be able to get something from there in the summer. There are several other small projects going on a per tape basis with students in education and history, largely dealing with Indian education at Rama and with the Hickory Apache. So that's sort of a brief rundown, I suppose, of what's going on.
Yeah, that's fine. I wanted to ask you, Dr. Binford, I spent a very pleasant day with Dr. Binford the other day. He showed me around his project. I'm away impressed with the 15 tons of caribou bones you've got in your office. A reflection of some of the work he was doing in Alaska last year. And the somewhat eclectic taste that this man has and interest that he pursues. certainly pleased to welcome him into the project. I wanted to ask
could I interrupt a minute,
Surely,
Greg?
sure.
Because something that I brought with me to talk to you personally about may be of relevance here to the whole group with respect to overlap. I have a student from Utah who, as a result of past history of having lived there and one thing or another, is in with the Ute Mountain Youth. And unfortunately, as I say, all the papers I should have brought are in the room. The ones I didn't need I brought with me. But anyway, he has an invitation from the Ute Mountain Youth Council to do almost anything he wants to do with the Ute Mountain Youth. He was up there, attended their council meetings, and since I saw you, he's gotten this paperwork. Now, what I had thought, and this is a matter of procedure, that since you had done most of the work on the Ute, that it would maybe be best for me to send him to you rather than me trying to work with his project. Would this be an appropriate kind of thing to do?
Well, he wants to do his degree there, though, doesn't he?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where he should stay, I should think.
No, but I mean in terms of Doris Duke funding and
I see.
support and so
see.
forth and so on.
Want some of Greg's money, huh?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we can talk about this as we reflect on it a little bit.
Well, what I was thinking in terms of most of the Ute material, presumably is here at Utah. If he gathered it, I saw no reason why I should have it in Albuquerque. I thought it should go as part of your archive.
Well, I don't think it matters that much. If he can get in, if he can get the door open at Ute Mountain, that's a great victory right there.
Well, I have the invitation with me,
Yeah.
which I was planning to give you a copy of.
We have attempted to break in there with negative results, pretty largely. We've worked hard at it. And, we've done well at Southern Ute, but not at Ute Mountain.
Who, Susan, can I ask, who are the other people that do the projects?
Well, as it is right now, you see, this project was originally, the directorship rested in the history department, and there's been one director and then an acting director, one director for 2 years and an acting director from the history department for 1 year. The actual statistics on the personnel involved are that for the last 2 years, there has only been one historian active in the project, and that's Dick Ellis. Ellis, I failed to mention, last summer spent going through the archives in Washington. Plans to do the same thing again. He's brought back an enormous body of microfilm material on New Mexico groups, which will be included in the Doris Duke archive. At present, there are three sources of personnel. The vast majority of on-campus personnel happen to be anthropologists.
Students?
Students and two faculty. Bernard Spolsky, who's a linguist, is doing the work at Rama on Indian education. And Bruce Rigsby, who's also a linguist, is doing some work. That's another project I failed to mention with the Yakima from the Plateau area. I will be directing the Akhtuvik work and was directing the Chalum and Kauai problems. The other thing that I did was contact Ozzie Werner from Northwestern and Jerry Levy, who was then with Public Health at for the University of from Pullman, who I knew were actively engaged in research in the Southwest. I attempted to simply plug in for the Doris Duke archive to their ongoing research. I've gotten a number of tapes from Ozzie. There is a Northwestern student who's currently funded from New Mexico, working with the Navajo. That's another project I didn't summarize, who I think is doing a very fascinating piece of research. It's probably would be difficult to justify, but I think it's always difficult to justify anything that's almost totally new. What he's doing is attempting to document rather rigidly the mundane day-to-day scheduling of activities in a Navajo family through a full annual cycle. That is what everybody is doing all day long.
Like Jack Roberts.
And what they think about, what their attitudes are about the activities they're engaged in, how they would like to change what they're doing, how they see their current lifestyle as in any way a stable lifestyle with respect to child education. His name is Martin Topper. He is Ozzie Werner's student, and he's from Northwestern. He's doing this among the Navajo.
Where is he working?
Out of Suki Station, north of Tuba City. So that I'm tied in then with Werner from Northwestern, with some of his people, with Jerry Levy, with one public health person, and his mother-in-law, who's Opie. Then mainly anthropology students, 3 faculty, and one person from the education department.
Would your method approach be similar and comparable to Dr. Bruner's approach, that you fund people who are en route with doctoral dissertations?
Not really. What I did was, when I took over this, the way I found the fellow for the Utes, and the fellow for the Koia, and the fellow for the Cholum was simply interview. I brought in every anthropology student. I want to know why I was interested in anthropology. In fact, usually anthropology students, they've had some contact somewhere that got them interested. Many times in terms of where they lived, who they were associated with. This turned out to be true, at least and I simply then said, okay, you're going to go back. In the case of the Cholum study, in the case of the Koia, and in the case of the Ute fellow that I'm mentioning, these were all students who had either lived with these people previously, had been in contact with them one way or another, and at the time that I initiated this, they had not thought of using this material as thesis material at all. The only thesis project that I have going will be the one at Santo Domingo, and one of the girls that will be interviewing in Arcturus Pass right now.
Your contacts at Palm Springs reminds me of the trouble I constantly have here. When I say, well, I'm going to Las Vegas to, do some work with the Indians. They said, well, you've got to be kidding. As a matter of fact, there's a pretty large colony of Paiute Indians on the edge of Las Vegas. We've been trying to break in there for some time and haven't succeeded in doing so. Mind you, we work hard on it. We don't use this as an excuse to go to Las Vegas. But
damn convenient, though.
Are they Flapping Eagles bunch?
how's that?
I say, are they Flapping Eagles bunch? The Nobody Loves a Drunken Indian group?
They're pretty much that kind of people. Boy, are they in
They haven't
bad
claimed
shape.
Las Vegas yet, though.
They haven't, no.
You visit the community, it's really pretty.
There's a run that they make between southwestern Utah, Cedar City, where there is a group, and there's a group in the Moapa Valley on the Muddy River, and they move back and forth between 3 states, Arizona and Nevada.
If you haven't yet, you're soon going to get an invitation to work with the Goshu group in Nevada.
We are
Already
going to get an invitation.
If you haven't already gotten it.
Well, we are. We've got a project going, we think, out there now.
It may be the same group. This is a group that needs to secure its land, title to its land. Well, you're gonna get an invitation from one of them.
Yeah, now, this would be Mr. Steele.
My contact is a fellow named Keneally in the Public Health Service.
Yeah, well, Mr. Steele did have about an hour's conversation with me on the phone this week about it, and he's been in our office. And then there is a man working on a master's degree in economics, agricultural economics, who is out there and is doing a great deal of research, and we're working with him. They're cutting tapes, but it's
Have you ever been out there? Almost
That's the
no
place.
one's there.
That's the place.
I think the total group, there are 46 left alive out there.
Where are they?
Right on the Utah, well, they're non-existent. The tribe is just withering away. It's,
On the Utah-Nevada.
the Utah-Nevada border.
South of Wendover.
Well, that's a very important, I mean,
Sure.
to regather all history of a tribe that's more of a concept than a social group.
Yeah.
It really is.
Wick Miller
interesting,
is actively gathering some material from them too, especially.
Well, I don't know the exact group. This fellow, Henry Keneally, is in the, he's Director of Community Services in the Public Health Service out of the Phoenix area office, and they take in a big chunk of Nevada, maybe all of it. And he said that there's this one group which has been living on land, I don't know whether it's Bureau of Reclamation land or Forest Service land or whose land it is, and apparently they've been there forever and ever, and he said they're extremely anxious to have somebody come and write their history so that they can, if nothing else, get title at least to the land they're presently.
This is the group, there's only one area defined as Goshute in Nevada. The rest of them are western Shoshone or Paiute.
He said also that in his opinion this group economically and sociologically was the worst off in the whole state of Nevada.
That would be pretty bad.
And I said call Crampton.
Well, we welcome the invitation because there's a door open. Bunny, why don't you give us a rundown of what...
Okay, I don't want to bother to read the long, or really the short list, which is here. I would prefer to highlight the things that I think are really important. The first thing that happened, as you'll see when you look at the tally sheet, was that when we weren't sure whether we were going to be refunded, we immediately decided to get stingy, and so I went off the payroll as director of the project, which was kind of nice because it simply means that the university's picking up the whole tab. And the result was that we haven't, in this year, done an awful lot because we didn't want to commit a lot of money. We preferred to take the money we knew we had and make it go further. However, during the year, 2 or 3 pretty exciting things have happened. The most exciting of which I think is number 8 on the bottom of page 2. There is a group of northern Tonto Apaches who have lived at Payson since the 1890s, or at least in that general vicinity. This is just under the Mogollon Rim. And in 1906, a lot of that land was set aside as the Tonto, ironically enough, as the Tonto National Forest. And the presence of the Apaches living on the National Forest was not taken officially into account, so that there were no titles given them. However, the Forest Service did recognize the presence there by giving them free use permits. Well, they've had a history within the forest itself of being pushed around and moved around and kind of going here and there. And about 10 years ago, they ended up just outside of Payson on a little piece of forest ground where they have no plumbing of any kind, no electricity. Theoretically, of course, they're not even supposed to have houses there, but they built these little shacks. And the Forest Service has so far not tried to evict them. And Public Health Service got interested in the situation, tried to find out about putting improvements in and bringing water to the village and so on, and discovered they couldn't do it since the Indians had no title to the land. And then the Save the Children's Federation got into it with Agnew wristwatch money. They persuaded Vice President Agnew to turn some of the Agnew wristwatch money over to Save the Children Federation so that Save the Children could give the people in this community money to improve their housing. But it was the same situation. The Forest Service wasn't about to let them improve anything since the official position is they're squatters. Well, at that point, then, the people in the community contacted the public health fellow who'd been working there, and he in turn contacted us, and we went up to a meeting, and the Apache said, we need to have our history written. So we've supplied them with a man, and then tape recorder and so on, and they're using him in the same way they use the machine themselves. In other words, he's a resource in the community, and so he's been gathering oral history, documentary history, doing title searches, finding out what materials are in the Forest Service files in the Denver repository and so on. And the upshot of it is going to be, I think, when he finishes, which hopefully will be the end of this month, a tremendously important, concise history, which should help these people get title to about 80 acres of the land on which they're really presently living. Last year there was a bill introduced in the Senate and one in the House, one by Steiger, one by Goldwater. It was the same bill. To give them title and to make it an Indian reservation, but the thing is bogged down and there's some foot dragging going on. And the Apaches are hopeful that once they have this history, and once people actually realize how long, in fact, they have lived there, that there probably won't be an awful lot of argument about giving them title of what they're in possession of. And this is the first time in the Duke project that we have really been approached in this way by an Indian community who have said, not only do we want you, but we need you. And there's an incredible amount of enthusiasm being generated among the people there. And the man we sent up there is a terrific guy. He's already been adopted by the community, and they had him for Thanksgiving dinner and the whole bit. And he's one of these guys that gets him like Flynn in a hurry. Now another thing that's happened during the year that you might be interested in, we were kind of pleased with the idea. As you know, we live right next to the Papago Reservation, which is the second largest in the country in terms of land area. And last semester we had something we called a Papago seminar. We don't really know, or didn't know when we started what that was going to mean. But we recognized that we couldn't send a bunch of students, we didn't want to send a bunch of students out onto the Papago Reservation and invade the place. So we thought, why don't we try one semester to bring the field into the classroom? So what we did was use Duke money to make it possible for us to invite and bring people to the campus to meet with the students in long tape-recorded sessions where they simply got up and talked about whatever it was they wanted to talk about. So we had Papago tribal officials, Papago OEO people. Papago housewife came in and baked tortillas right there in the classroom on a Coleman stove. We had one whole session on Papago cooking and recipes. We had a Papago alcoholic come in and talk about being an alcoholic. We had BIA people come in. We had school teachers come in. We had we tried to get a public health service people came in, and we had this tremendous cross-section of both Papagos and people involved in Papago affairs who just came in and played expert. And then the students fired questions at them and asked them what they wanted to ask. And all of this is on tape, and we're transcribing it. We're going to put it right in the overall archive. And we intend to go on with this, not this spring, but next year we're going to pick it up again. It was tremendously successful as far as the students were concerned. There were about 12 or 14 students who sat in on this, and to a man they were terrifically excited about it because there was no Mickey Mouse. I mean, they were getting it sort of straight from the horse's mouths, as it were. And what impressed them mostly, and what you get when you do this kind of thing, you get a capsule view of the different way different people see the same problems. We were lucky in one sense. There's a tremendous controversy going on at Sells, the hub of the reservation, about the school system. There was a student strike. 2 teachers got fired. The principal was in a big fight with the school board, and we had the fired teachers come in, the militant student leader who led the student strike. We had the school principal come in at different times, and each of them giving their own versions of what was going on. And what impressed all of us was that, as far as we could tell, all of these people were absolutely sincere in what they believed, that nobody was trying to do anybody else in, but they clearly defined the problem in totally different ways depending on their biases and so on. Well, all this is on tape. Well, that worked out very nicely. Now, the other thing I want to talk about before the day is over, and maybe this is not the time, but this has to do with what we're doing with the material once it gets in the library and the library
Maybe we can allow a special time someplace where we can all feed into this.
Okay. Well, other than that, if there are any questions you want to ask about any of these particular projects, we did get the Papago origin story. This won't mean anything to anybody here but me, but the Papagos traditionally had a 4-day, 4-night, or a 4-night long telling of their origin story. This is the Papago creation and so on. And bits and snatches of this have been written down over the years, but it's never been totally recorded, and I frankly didn't think it was any longer possible to do that, because I was sure there was no one left alive who knew the whole thing. And it turns out that a man I've known for years and worked with for years, who was going to tape record something else and changed his mind and was kind of embarrassed about it, and he said, well, maybe there's something else we could do. And I thought, well, why didn't I ask you? And I said, do you happen to know the origin story? And lo and behold, he said he hadn't told it for years, but he thought he remembered it all. So we now have the whole thing on tape. And it's, this is going to take a long time to work on this one, because we're going to transcribe it first in Papago. Even before we type it, before we translate it, we want a Papago text, and then we'll back off and really give it a working over when it comes to the ultimate English translation.
Your seminar interests me. What did you say was the makeup of this group? Was it an all-Indian seminar?
No.
Indians were the performers.
Partly. You see, we actually, what we would really like to do is set it up on a 2-semester basis, and have one semester all Indians, and then have the second semester all the non-Indians who feel that they are experts with respect to those Indians. But in this one semester, I would say it was about half and half. About half the people who came were Indians, Papagos, and the other half were various non-Indian officials and other people who were involved in their working lives with Papagos. And they came and talked.
This was, did you involve the students?
No, only in the seminar. Well, we had one session where we had 3 Papago students come and talk about why they were in school and this kind of thing. But the only student involvement were the... where's the stop on this?
Oh, right there. Big one on above it.
Oh, there, that whole shebang, okay. These were mainly anthropology, sociology students who sat in. We could have filled an auditorium. When we started, we announced the seminar, we said we're going to cut it off at 10. But you know how persistent students can be, and so we ended up with 14, which was really too many. But we had the people from the local junior college, people from the local employment service, and everybody else wanting to send their personnel down to sit in on this, to hear what was going on. Terrifically successful. And completely unstructured. I mean, we didn't tell anybody what they had to say, and we went out of our way to try to get a kind of cross-section of opinion and backgrounds and so on. In order to do this, incidentally, if you do attempt to set it up, normally the seminars that we schedule run 3 hours, 1 day a week. But we recognize that if you only have so many weeks, this limits the numbers of meetings, and it just gives people too many excuses to say, well, I just can't make it on Fridays or whatever. So we set this up 1 hour, 3 days a week in order to give ourselves that many more dates. And frequently what happened was that the 1 hour, 3 day a week would end up 3 hours. So there were many weeks where we had 9 hour long sessions. We had Catholic missionaries, Protestant missionaries.
In your program.
So the Mormons did things right here in the, well, right around in this area, Salt Lake City and on
down
north
to,
and down towards
yes,
Spanish.
wherever the Mormons were.
They disguised themselves as Indians and killed other people and took land and cattle and stuff like that.
Not only Indians, but even their own people, and anything discredit.
Mm-hmm.
They done it in more savage fashion than I think they
Than the
would
Utes
do.
themselves would have
Yes,
done.
because I don't think they was aware of any gain that they would do if they done such a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the Mormons did. They knew what they was after, and anything to get rid of them, and that was their scheme of working this way of doing things, which I think is kind of a very good, thoughtful thinking that the Mormon would try to do that, and just my own opinion is come around and say, well, you are the chosen people of God and so on through now. That's still the thing that they do believe in there, that these particular so-called people had done at one time, then how would they come back and say that these very nice things about things that are in existence are going to come to pass? Is the thought now that gold, of course, they won't tell you, nobody will tell you, but that does relate back into the time of first settlement that was made between called white people at that time. But they later, I guess, through other peoples, when it came about, what they call so white people, was then I guess some other settlers that may be migrating into this particular area, where probably the Indian go to him and says, well, you're not doing right. And he would say, I'm not no Mormon. Mormons wasn't done you wrong, because I'm a white man. I'm doing right, and I'll get along with you. So that's the meaning that to the Indian is, I have told you that that's a friend.
Yeah.
They likewise took the Mormon as a friend, and they done them crutches and other means.
Yeah.
It was for their own gaining. That's what they done it for, not going into any other thing, only to the personal gain for themselves. So I've always discredited the Mormons for that myself, because I don't think they should have carried it to that extreme in doing things like that.
Yeah. Now, what about other white people? How do the Utes? Now, let's see if I'm right. Actually, the Mormons were about the first white people, any number of white people, that the Utes came in contact with. Is that right?
Yes, over after they made their settlement area here. Yes.
And then after the Mormons came in, then other whites came in.
They follow it through, I guess. Yes.
But I get. Do you know I guess it would have been fairly late before many other whites were in here after the Mormons.
Yes. Well, after the first stage, I guess, and they got to taste the Mormons, and then other people treated them different than the Mormons actually treated Indians.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a question then, whether they were white men or Mormons.
How do you think they feel about white people that aren't Mormons?
Well, I don't think they've had any other feeling other than that they were the right kind of people that were doing right by them and try to get along with them.
Mm-hmm. How do you think most of the Utes feel about the people who work for the agency?
Well, it varies. Times that you will find some person they don't go so strongly as to your denomination of church. It's how these individuals themselves are helping.
Mm-hmm.
And they will go to this individual other than say that they will readily find out themselves whether he is trying to work with them or not.
I see.
But a person is working with them, they would rather go to him than to this person they know that are not working with them.
Mm. So what you're saying is that even though the person is white, they make a judgment about that person in terms of the person himself.
Yes.
And not just whether he's white or Indian.
White or Indian, it's true.
Do you think that it's harder for a white person it's harder, the Utes wouldn't accept a white person as quickly as they would another Indian?
Well, it all depends on what's Indian or what's white man.
So it all depends on the person.
It all depends on your personality,
more
or less.
Which one of the Indian groups were the Utes friends with before the whites came in?
In what do you mean?
Or could it, maybe I ought to ask the other way, were there any of the Indian groups that were the other tribes that the Utes were enemies for? Like, were the Utes and the Navajos friendly, or were they not friendly?
I wouldn't say that they wasn't friendly, other than to only fight for their own possessions. I would say I told you that to where a certain group went on missions as taking or seeking other things that might be in existence, of what they want, like salt or paint, or any other thing that there was in certain parts of the country. Of course, they met and they fought over that.
I see.
And when I went to National Congress of American Indians first time in Denver, some of the tribes, so-named tribes, they claimed, I think they call it the Red Rocks. That's in the vicinity of Denver. And I think likewise probably some of the Shoshone and some of the Utes that we know that they went over there. And they also spoke of that as being their place, their territory too. I think you'll find likewise that mentioned about assault. They went after salt over in there. And I think that's where most of the battles were taking place. Of course, from then on, there's other tribes that came in here, more or less speaking, taking possession of their horses and things like that. Of course, that in the battle there, they had to fight for their horses. Some of them just came in and raided. Like their small group, well, then that was a tendency if they found a lone family by themselves, well, then, of course, these people would either vary in numbers, well, then they would wipe them out or take their possessions.
Did the Utes trade with the Navajos?
I don't know actually how they traded or one thing another. That's in our days to where we did come to understanding that we were only Indians and wouldn't have our wars against one another. And I think after that time, then there were some trades that were made, not only with Navajos, but I remember there used to be a group of Sioux used to come into our reservation. They would have a lot of beaded work and buckskin suits, and they in turn would have traded with the Navajos for their blankets. The Navajos wanted deer skin, and that was prized to them much as their work was prized to us, as well as it was prized to our other tribes of Indians that would come in.
Now, you said this was after the Indians had agreed not to fight each other.
Yes.
When did that happen, Connor?
I would not know.
A long time ago?
Well, not too long ago. Until this was, well, I guess when the militias first started taking over the different tribes.
Oh, I see.
Like Geronimo's band and other bands that were in, they had the cavalry and one thing another. So I understand it to where the Fort Duchesne, around that vicinity, where the cavalry unit first came in to kind of control.
This is after the white man came in.
That was after the white man.
And then the Indians got together and decided that they wouldn't fight each other
Well, it was
anymore.
about in that term that it was crowding in over this way, in eastern section where they were migrating from, and policy through the government was to stop the fighting between Indians, even among themselves too, I guess.
Well, now so the Utes, as far as white men go, when the Utes meet up with the white man, why they size him up and they make a decision whether they like him or whether they don't like him.
Yes, it's you may be around them and you may talk to some, but all the time they won't show any mood or anything. You won't detect them, but they may talk simple to you. It will be simple to you. You may not take it, but they size you up in just that fashion. Or any Indian, they come along there. They can distinguish whether how your position is and how your feeling is.
Now, what are the Indian kids told in the home about white people?
Well, I don't believe they are do that. That what it has passed and what they said is not so much in itself today. It's nevertheless they're in with them, and of course they're white children, they're Indians, and they're all going together. Seems to be the molding of the thing as of today. And I think another part in probably in my time would be that we knew that white people, they had their language, and it was up to the Indian to learn their language to get along with them. And also explain to the people that were unfortunate enough to know the English language or what they was trying to say. But now, I guess most all of them readily can talk, but I think I've told you again that understanding this thing is another problem of itself. Of course, we can talk, and the same as we can talk Indian among ourselves. talked to Swanee the Groves over there last time I was in there. I said, it's well enough. I said, you talk Indian? He said, sure. And I said, you talk English? I said, I find it very difficult to make them understand to what you are actually doing. And she told me right then, she says, I think I know what you mean. Said I, it happens to come to my attention as to what you're trying to tell me. Said I happen to got to talk a little more with an Indian, he said, and they are in doubt. Of course, I think myself I was talking Indian and they was understanding what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
But later on, talking more and more, she said, I find out that they still doubted to what I was saying, just like that.
Now, you say that the early Indians felt that they weren't fortunate enough to know English.
Well, that seems to have been a trend, yes.
Now, did they think that if they understood English, that they would understand white people?
Well, I think it was to understand what they were saying. They didn't understand why then. They just didn't know.
Yeah, they didn't understand the language, and then they couldn't understand what was going on.
What was going on.
What the white people wanted, or what.
They didn't feel right about it because they didn't know.
Now there are very few Indians left who don't understand some English.
Well, I wouldn't say over 5 or maybe not that.
Yeah.
But mostly all of them can understand some
But they
English,
don't understand very much English, do they?
No, they don't.
Do you think in Indian, Connor, or do you think in English?
Well, I've never tried to study that out to say that I am Indian or born in the white man way, but to my own personal thinking that I still want to maintain that I'm Indian.
No, what I meant was, do you think in Indian? See, I can't think in any language but English because that's the only language I know. But do you, now like when you're talking with me here now, do you think in Indian and then translate it into English, or do you think in English when we're talking here?
Well, it all depends on who's talking. Then I will have to combine both of them.
If you're talking to an Indian, you'd think in Indian.
I couldn't think in Indian, of course, unless I was talking to Indian, well, then it'd have to be in Indian. But if I'm talking with a white man in Indian, well, then I'll have to take both.
When you talk to me, you talk and think in English.
Yes.
Now, these little tiny kids, when they first go to school, and all they can talk is Indian. Of course, do most of them talk English before they go to school?
I think we do within the last, I'd say, from about 5 years from then on up. I think I would say that.
But the little kids who can't speak English until they get to the school, then for a while they have to think in Indian and then translate it into English as they go, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And then when the teacher says something, they have to translate it back into Indian in order to understand it very well. Is that right?
I think more or less if they don't know what it is in English, where they don't know. Of course, they couldn't say that they could translate it from Indian to English because, first place, they don't know the English
They
word.
wouldn't know what it was they were trying to translate.
Other than like some object, as they would readily know ice cream, I'd imagine they would know about that, apple, or things of that line.
Like when the teacher shows them a picture of a horse, when they look at it, what's the Indian word for horse?
Gava.
Yeah. Well, when they look at the picture, that's what they think.
That's what they think, yes.
They don't think horse. They
They
think
don't
ball.
think horse, no.
Uh-huh.
Because that's the way that they would have to learn.
Yeah.
That's how the white man called it.
That's actually a Spanish word, isn't it?
I don't think so.
You think it's
Caballo
a word?
is, I think.
It's Spanish.
Caballo.
Yeah. Well, now, what are the Ute kids told in the home about how to act toward white kids or toward white people?
Well, I think it's the only way that I've noticed that is how the white kid acts toward the Indian.
How do the white kids act toward the Indian?
Yes.
Well, how
If
do
he's-
they?
If he's friendly, well, then they're friendly.
I see.
But if he's making some remarks about Indian or anything like that, well, then, of course, they know they're not in right thinking on either side, I would say.
Well, now, do you think that, but the parents don't say to the Indian kids, now, don't you play with those white kids?
No, that ain't it. No.
In fact, do the parents say anything to the Indian kids about how they act toward white kids?
Well, they say you go to school and you have to get along.
Uh-huh.
And it's the same way as you take white kid, white parents, they say, well, don't you play with them filthy Indians, something like that, and that child from then on is just as much touched by that first portion of their contact with Indian as Indian will with white man.
Yeah.
And it will always stand that way. You observe that among white children as well as among Indians. Same thing.
But you don't think that the parents say to the Indian kids, don't you play with those filthy white kids?
No, it's not. I don't think they see that. I don't think they call it filthy. I don't think that, to my knowledge, I don't think they mention that. No.
Do you think that white parents in the basin, that very many white parents tell their kids that not to play with the Indian
Well,
kids?
it had been in previous to, as we'll find them today. I think that culture is doing from the white as much as it is with the Indians. Separating with distinction is what you're trying to get at. I think it might have been more or less true on both sides.
Yes.
I don't believe there's any distinction that I would say for Indians to say this for their reason as well as from white men that probably they had their reason in making that segregation at times.
But you don't think either side does that now?
I hardly would think so, that or within the basin area.
Yeah, within the last 5 years.
Within the last 5 years. And I think more or less that we'll still find it again in our cities where they did one time would kind of be alert or suspicion or trying to say that's Indian, and I think that tendency is even lesser in our cities too now.
Connor, how do you think white people feel about Indians?
Well, I think it's, to myself, it's how they want to feel about an Indian. If he thinks he's no different than any other person in their belief or in their line of culture or anything, I don't believe that they feel anything at all. Only that he's just a human that's so created in his fashion, I would say. But there's others where I think the people think they're a little better than other people, even among the white people. There's still some white people say they're still a little better just another white.
Sure, that's true. That's true. What do you think what do you think Americans as a group think about American Indians What kind of a person do you think the average American thinks of when you say to him Indian?
Well, he's more or less a person that don't think he's any better than the next guy. His friend was most of them, as well as one of the guys they say has a brass buttons or anything like that.
See, I think Americans, most Americans, when you say Indian, they think about the war chief. The Indian on the horse with the long bonnet, and the warrior, the real striking, brave, the war chief.
Yeah.
This is what I think most Americans think of.
Well, we know that we don't see them anymore.
Did the Utes have war chiefs?
Yes, I think I told you they had war chiefs.
Now, what kind of a person does a Ute think of when you say Indian?
Well, I think I told you it varies. But Ute or any other tribe may hear a conversation between two other Indians. And I said, through their dialect, one thing another, I think most of them used to say that they would be Sioux or Paiutes or Navajos. And some even went by their hairdressing. I noticed some up in the state of Washington, northwestern tribe of Indian up there. They had I told you, described to you how they had their braids tied in here. And then we take down into the Navajo area where then they more or less have their hair done up in the back.
Yeah, I've seen them.
And then probably have a rag, or probably it might have been skin of some kind that they had for a headband or something in that line. So there would be some distinctions. But with our closer mingled tribes, the Shoshones and Rappahoes, who this part area to Idaho, putting there are in the similar. But their frame, a bottom are a little, some of them are a little taller than others.
I see.
I think they, what I've heard of how the other tribe described the Ute Indian, they were small, kind of sinewy type, and they were very fast and very hard men to conquer with their durability, I guess, of being a smaller type, and they didn't carry too much flesh, as did the other tribes. They were a little more in size and height and proportions of the flesh. I think that's the way the other tribes had described the Ute Indian.
The little Ute kids, say when they're 5 or 6 years old, Connor, what do these little kids talk about being when they grow up?
Well, I don't think they know too much about it.
Or do they do that very much?
I don't think in recent years, I would say, because I have a boy that will be 6 this fall, and as I said, I can observe him, and he goes about, and to him, why then he wants to get in the car and goes his grandfather, and that seems to be the tendency of our children today. In my days, why then we thought about a pony, we wanted to ride a pony, and that's diverted now over into cars.
Did you, when you were a little kid, Connor, did you want to be a war chief?
Well, I think that was some of the plays that we had in getting in with a group of boys that we'd more or less had war skirmishes with other boys. They would, I remember doing Sundances, call it bull thistle. I guess you've seen on Sundance, it grows that tall. Of course, they'd get them up by the roots there, and they'd use them for their battle clubs there. And I've heard of where they, like down Ouray, for instance, they have their mud throwing across the creek. They'd get a real limber willow, and they would go and get one of these more of a thick clay that would stick. And they say they could throw that quite a ways and make it pretty accurate. And
Is that right?
And they would fight with that, throw that at one another. Not only that, but I think it had carried on someplace. They call it the mud fight.
They'd bend the willow back and...
No, they'd more or less swing it or twirl it or whichever means they had of throwing.
I see.
They'd make it in balls to their size.
Then they'd cut the willow off.
They wouldn't cut it off. They just, that was what they had. They'd go and make the choice of kind of willow they want. Some long, liberal willow, some that little, well, just like fishing pole, I guess. You find some with a little more give, and there's others that probably a little more sturdy, and others shorter, whatever was their liking, why through what they could handle with, and that's kind of had.
You kids don't think much about what's going to happen in the future.
Well, don't they may think about, but that's a problem that I think we are confronted with today as to how seriously they are taking it. It's our teenagers now.
Now, you were saying yesterday that one of the reasons why you think they don't take it very seriously is because they feel like they can't make any decisions themselves.
Well, the actual thing is they don't know. We have noticed that we have sent certain groups of our young people to various classes and other youngsters gatherings at various parts of our country. And this last summer, Robert was down to youth camp down Hill Creek, and he took a group of kids, was driving for him down into this, where they're making this dam down here. What's it called? Glen Canyon. Glen Canyon. And then I asked him when he took me out from here home as to what reaction the boys had on that trip. And he said this. He said, I noticed. He said, well, I told him before he went, I said, you know, I said, we have belief, and which is strong, and I said, you're going to be the head of so many group of boys. I says, to me, I said, when they get to the gorge and look over the cliff, I said, we was to that Navajo Bridge one time. I said, we tried to throw across there, but somehow we never did see our rock landing where it landed down in the river. And I said, our people just think that time there would be kind of a lure for the kid or anybody to either get over too far over the rim or someplace, and then he would topple over, which would cause sadness to some parent or something. I said, I want you to be kind of cautious with the boys. I said, I know the boys. I said, they like to do it because it's in that stage of life now. they're not so much on this being careful as had been in our previous times. From our folks, that's what they would tell us. So that's what I told him, and when he said he got there, well then he said he made a remark to the boys that he was with. He said, this thing, as he said, nothing to us. That's what the kids were saying. We know, we've seen a lot of rocks. That's just all it is, rocks. And what's there to see? I didn't stop here for us. We don't see nothing. So he said he explained to him as to some learnings that he had. Of course, he said, I went to school. Sometimes still going to school. But he said some time ago, he told him that probably the way this thing is corrupted, the way it so happened to the way it is now, he says to you may not mean anything. But he said, that's what you go to school for, he said. And he said he kind of gave him lectures to the formations of how this great water was so blowed and how this came about. And he said, when you understand it, he said, you will know why this rock is this way and that kind of rock is so and so. And he said he would explain them to him, and he said to a number of years, he said we've always mentioned million years, and that probably so happened one time. And you'll see it means a lot of things. He says, to you, when you don't understand a bunch of rocks, there's water way down below, how it came about. He said, I don't know, but it had happened someplace that we don't know. But that's what the white man tells you when you get in your education. Before you go, then they tell you. Then you will understand what this is all about. But if you don't know, well, then it just ledger rocks, and that's all it means. But said to some white people, said they spend their entire life trying to find out of these things you see. Because they think it's a wonderful thing, and they study it, goes to their heart. And that called to my attention again then, that what on these other trips that have been made by our younger group that we make the plans to develop them into things, to me or to you, to anybody else thinking out onto something you don't have no knowledge of, is what good do you get out of that? That I think with a person with some kind of a thinking or have a little thought of in their line of to explain to a group of boys that may go out would mean more than it would of just going on a trip. Because I have myself been with field men going and even around my locations over there, and they tell me one time there's water settled here that left that kind of formation of dirt. One time, and gradually the thing dwindled out, and yes, the eruption in a whirl or something, how it came about is how it left these washes and valleys and canyons and whatnot in such a shape. And I find it interesting myself to, even from people that I've been around with, I have kind of inkling idea about what they're talking about. And it is interesting. I know Indian is pretty adapted to nature, but these things that they see within, if they don't know within it, they just take it as a hill or bunch of ledges and how it came about within. That's the thing that I think we lack in our younger people, at being advised, at knowing what these things mean in civilization today.
Of course, you had stories, or the story of the creation. You had explanations for how these things occurred, didn't you?
Partly in a way, yes. But at the time I told you that I wasn't aware of that, what they was trying to tell me.
But the problem is, one of the problems is that your the Ute explanation for how come the Grand Canyon, or whatever thing, anything else, and the white man's explanation aren't the same, are they?
Well, I would say it, but it would be in a different, probably in a different meaning.
Uh-huh.
Probably it would mean the same thing. Again, if you'd have to think on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just directly saying that, like question you says, you're Indian thinking, white man thinking, and saying, well, then I think it's in the separate part themselves.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
and you told me one time, you said that you didn't think that any white person could really understand Ute culture very well.
No, I don't think so.
Now, do you think that's true, that no Indian can understand white culture very well?
I think a lot of Utes don't know white culture. Only to a certain extent.
Why do you think a white person can't understand Ute culture?
Because we're so created that way.
You think that I can understand some things about Ute culture?
Well, you can probably have an idea.
But I can't really understand it because I'm a white person.
Yes. And we'll never understand white people either.
What do you think about if I adopted a little Indian baby 2 weeks after it was born and brought it up in my home? Do you think that baby would understand white culture?
Would understand it, but you wouldn't understand it. You may understand you to a certain extent, but he'd still be that Indian and would still...
He still wouldn't really understand white culture.
No.
Or if you took a little white baby in your home and raised it, still that baby never would understand Ute culture.
No. You could take, well, we've had a lot of white people that have risen with Indians over there. But they go to only to a certain extent, and that's about all. And the other portion is so many things that a lot of them says jack of all trades and master of none. They may know a few portion of the thing, but they wouldn't know it all. Because I don't think the white man knows all of his own culture. Certain people probably a soft profession to certain thing, but there's others may mean just Greek to you. You wouldn't know anything about it.
Of course, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. No man knows all of his own culture, does he?
No.
Ever. The little Ute child, when he goes to school, he's told by his parents what? Now, do the Indian parents think that learning just the language is the most important thing?
Well, that seems to be the trend today, as I see it. They say you can learn Indian language quite frequently and talk. We talk almost the same as a white man talk. Very good English. But the other thing I think is not a problem is I think I said again that learning a white man's problem and how he goes about these things in our school. We just discussed now that we have so many fields to go into, and these particular things are the things that they have to learn in order to go over the hump, they say, or get your sheepskin, or whatever it requires. You just more or less have to adapt yourself into one thing, either stenographer. To be a stenographer, you just have to do certain things.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't be electrician, well then you just have to do something with electricity.
Mm-hmm.
In all them fields there.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's certain requirements that you have to go through in the beginning to say you're going to be a musician, as I said, or whatever field that you're going at.
Well, now, Connor, do the Indian parents want their children to act like white people?
Well, I think that's life today. They have to.
The Indian parents tell their children they have to act like white people.
Act like them, dress like them. I think you'll find that today.
But do the Indian parents really want their children to be white people?
They can't be white people, but they can be similar.
Do they want them to be like white people?
Well, I don't think they can be like white people, because that's a problem, that's a concern that they're living to be near more like white people. That's why they're trying to learn their methods and their ways of livelihood, I would say.
Why do they have to be like white people, Connor?
Well, they're forgetting their old Indian ways. They can't go back into Indian life no more. We can't run and roam like we used to. We do, and then might get on white man's land and trouble. And say, this is my land. It's like if I kill a deer in National Forest boundary, well, then I'm subject to punishments against white men.
Mm-hmm.
The security we have is just what reservation that we own now.
Mm-hmm. The reservation is the only security you have.
Yes. We try to hold that to more of our old tradition, way of life.
Do you want your children to live on the reservation?
Well, I think it's a home.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you want your children to live on the reservation and act like white people?
Well, live like white people. Live in their culture.
Now, what's the difference between living like white people and acting like white people?
Well, you have to say know the modern ways of getting results from the effort you're putting into making a living.
Yeah.
I know of white people, even among white people, they say, unless I got 200-300 acres of land, I can be a farmer.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, I know white men today that farms around about 80 acres, and he's a contented man.
Mm-hmm.
He has money in his pocket, and he has food on his table.
Mm-hmm.
Where other people have thousands of acres, probably it's all mortgaged and living on borrowed money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But man, you can go to him and get anything you want to eat. He's contented, works hard, laughs. Other people are just skin off his back if you're asking for $1 or some accommodation.
Mm-hmm.
That's just in a difference in saying that
Mm-hmm.
you can make a living, and at the same time it can be hard going for a lot of white people I know.
So you have to live with white people.
Yes.
And you have to live like white people.
Yes.
And this is just simply so you can get along.
Get along.
That's all there is to it. There isn't any
Yes.
other thing to do. Because you can't go back and live like the old Indians
No,
used
you
to.
can't.
Would you rather?
Well, I don't think we'd rather, because that's to say that water under the bridge,
Yeah.
where and that's gone, and
Yeah.
I don't think that's ever.
But you want your kids to live on the reservation,
Yes,
and you feel secure on the
you
reservation.
feel secure on the reservation.
Do you feel secure here in the hospital?
On say medical aid, I do. But would much rather be home.
You wouldn't like to live here.
No, I wouldn't like to live here.
You wouldn't like to live in Salt Lake City either.
No,
Because you don't feel secure there.
no, you don't.
Is this because you're not sure what other people are going to do?
Well, it's not living, it's cost of living that's different now than, I guess, when I've heard of people saying this was all sagebrush one time, and they had to pay for the water or their lights or whatever they had to eat. Today, I was talking to my daughter. She bought a home down in West Jordan. She had to keep track of everything, and asked her to turn into for income returns and so on, and all of that gadget like that.
You don't have to do that out on the reservation.
Well, other than on my working, the other things still involved in it, but it's getting more closer into what the thinking is from the white man policy and the thinking that we are no better than they are, that we should pay like them. We, on the other hand, think that this was our land in the first place, and we should be as much like white men as it was our own culture. We didn't tax anybody or assess anybody for their drinking water or their light that they had to do for themselves.
And you feel that there isn't any reason why you should do this. As long as the reservation's yours, then you should be able to keep it the way you want it.
Well, I think at my present time that I feel it is only entitlement that I had to what I once originally owned over the last area.
This is all that's left.
And that's all that we got left there, so we just have to read as long as we can. And in turn, that it can be made to help you survive, because it has done the same thing for people, and it's only to the people's effort themselves that they can do it. But if they just let it go, well, then just only think about where the money's coming from them to live on. Why, then I think that's our problem today. But we had less English-talking people that was taught by these white people to harvest from what you seed, and they done it, and they lived, and they didn't have much income as we have today, but they seem to be happy. They provided for their own fields, they provide for their own living, from timing it from one season to another. For the horses, same as that you're figuring out how you're going to buy a gallon of gas, I guess.
Yeah. Now, do you think that most of the youths want electricity in their homes?
Well, I think they can't buy it now.
Do you think they'd like to have it if they could buy it?
Well, I think in this electrician appliances, I think they won't get away from that. They won't, as you said, that we won't go back anymore.
Do you think that the government should furnish electricity to the people on the reservation?
Well, I think the tremendous thing is that sooner we learn to provide for ourselves, as I said, either it's on the farming do for ourselves, that we will be much better off and I think live happier life.
That's when you get to be independent, isn't it? It's when you get so you can support yourself.
Well, independent in your own way, but not be divorced from what other help that you can get if you need it.
Yes. Sure. So, the little Indian kid who's 7 or 8 years old, now do kids that are 7 or 8 know that they're Indian and that other kids are white? I mean, do they recognize the difference?
I hardly think that would be the tendency of mine now in later years, as it did probably in my time. Probably I did know that.
Oh, you think that a long time ago that a 6-year-old maybe would have been aware of the difference?
That he was Indian, yes.
But today you don't think that's the case?
I don't think that.
When do you think they begin to notice the difference now, today? When they're 8 or 9 or 10 or?
Well, I don't believe they do at all. I don't believe they're aware. But friends, boys, as they have Indians, so they don't say, well, it's white man, and he's interesting like that. They'll meet him either in the streets or someplace, and they'll call him.
Can you remember the first white person you ever saw?
No, I wouldn't.
Now, the white kids don't do as well in school as the Indian kids don't do as well in school as the white kids do.
No, they don't.
Do you think they know that?
Well,
do you think they're aware of the fact that they don't do as well? Say, up through the 6th grade, in the first 6 grades in school, do you think the Indian kids are aware of the fact that they're not doing as well as the white kids?
I think they're not aware of it, only themselves, as to the problems that might come up.
I see. Each individual child.
Each individual child is some place, as I see it, in their going to school, that a problem gets hard. And of course, the natural thing to do on that is not only, as I've heard from Indians, but also from white people, they kind of will sidestep it, you would say. They get by it easy as they can. And probably that's the main factor that they should have known and should have stayed with, to conquer, to make the other things more simpler for him. But once they overstep that or skip it, you would say for 1 or 2 days that they know this problem is coming up, which they dread. They're scared of it because they don't know it. But if they conquer it, well then, the thing is solved. And I think that holds true with our Indians today. I've said that many times. I've done it many times since the time I went to school. It's a hard thing. Now, to think about it, that's the very thing that I should have fought and conquered.
But you don't think that the kids through the 6th grade, that the Indian child, if you ask him, do all Indian children do as well as all white kids, he'd probably say yes.
He would say that. But they don't.
What do you think about, do you think they ever recognize that they're not doing as well as the white kids? Do you think they learn that in junior high or high school, or do they ever learn it?
No, I don't think they do. I think a grade school is a place where they will learn for them to whether go to high school or college. Because I don't think they'll go back onto your grade school after you either go in high school or college or any other.
But do you think that if you ask a student who was a sophomore in high school, if you said to him, do all Indian kids do as well as all white kids, what do you think he'd say?
Well, I don't think he would know. because he would know himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why I say I've always thought that, for instance, like mathematics is something that I know that Whitney carries an old feel of Indian culture. Daylight life.
We'll just try it a little bit more right here, but I think we got our... Okay, well, today's the 19th of September. Let's see, what were we talking about last time when we got through?
I don't even remember what was.
The last day we talked about the kids and whether they understood what it was that they were doing in school, and how they really didn't understand that they weren't doing as well in school as the white kids. I keep wondering about this business. Why don't you tell me, Connor, what parts of the Indian culture, as you've explained it to me, that you think the young Indian kids, say the ones that are 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in there, what part of it they know about and understand?
Well, I would know, other than what they have heard from their parents, I would say, as to what they're trying to do. Seems to me that they're kind of lost. Even the parents is kind of lost in to say to which they want to do for themselves. I think that's the part that kind of got us kind of thinking through as to what we can do to get the parents settled back down to say that we can actually work with them and find out as to what they would want and see how they can be helped.
Connor, why don't you tell me what a day, an average day, is like in an average Ute Indian family today? What time do they get up and what do they do? How would a typical Ute family spend a day now?
Well, I think myself, what they are of today, there isn't so much other than thinking of, say, either going into town or going down to agency, which they seem to have pretty much in mind. Of course, they have a few dollars where they want to go into town, but if they haven't, why, they want to go to agency, see if they can acquire some money to get by on.
About what time does the usual family get up in the morning, Connor?
Well, they get up quite early.
Do they?
They get up quite early. I think when the children are going to school, you'll find them up quite early. That seems to be a normal habit of Indians. They do get up quite early, and they have some responsibility with it. I think they get in there and get the children to school.
They might get up about 6 o'clock or 7?
I would say about that. And all depends on, I would say, they more or less think of the break of day when it's getting light enough for them to go.
And they all eat breakfast together?
Yes, they all will eat breakfast together.
What do you usually have for breakfast?
Well, it depends on what they got in home there. They got meat, well, then they kind of would like to have some meat. They Indians more or less like to have boiled meat or fried meat. If they have eggs, so I said, I don't think they say that they hold so much to say that white people will say they'll have oatmeal or some kind of a cereal for breakfast, and they're either that or hot cakes, eggs, bacon, things like that. But I think quite a few are aware that they try to have bacon and eggs or something like that. They would say their breakfast say the kind that they have for breakfast. But I think more or less they got meat by then. We would say that they will prefer that over the other.
They'd rather have boiled beef than they would bacon or pork like
they
that?
Either have boiled beef and potatoes. They will. That's their biggest proportion of the diet. But sometimes those that have been schooled one thing or another, well then, if they have bacon and egg, well then, I guess they will kind of hold to that. But
would they eat boiled meat and potatoes 3 times a day?
Well, if they got it, I think they will. But they've managed in that to get some fried. For a while, some of them like fried potatoes quite well. They do go on that. Well, that's if they haven't got meat, well, they'll either have fried potatoes at least twice a day, even sometimes 3 times a day, if there's any other thing for them to eat. It's either fried potatoes or meat. They got it with them. It's pretty much.
Do they have more than one thing for breakfast? I mean, like if they had meat and potatoes, and then they'd have coffee, I suppose.
Coffee, bread.
And bread.
Like that.
So and then what the kids, if the kids have to go to school, and then they get the kids off to school, and then what do the parents do after the children leave for school?
Well, that's where they have talked about, I guess, a man and wife will talk about either going into agency or else they say they will have to go to buy some groceries or whatever their need is. And other than that, why, I don't see them to think they have too much to do around the house. Other than few that used to have livestock, where that they would pretty much know if they want to go see but cattle or go on to range. But this time of the year, well, then they pretty much the women folks will pretty much stay home on account of the children, and the men likewise they fall of the year when children go to school, well, then they seem to come in either into Ouray, Radlett, or wherever it might be.
Sit around the trading post?
Yes, that's a trading post there, to wherever that say their older folks live, like their grandmother or some grandparents. They more or less come closer to them during their winter season, but during summer when their job needs them to be on range, where they spend some time on the range. But present Indians today, but previous to that, our Indians were more settled on their farms, and they had their, well, they looked toward their hay cropping, their gardening, and that's what they was looking forward to then. But our present Indian today, why, I don't seem to think they have anything in that nature there. I haven't seen too much of it. There might be few of them that do have gardens. But I know one thing, they do like to have gardens. But it's something they're not doing it. For some reason or other, they're not, whether they're too too closely in the community, as I see it. Where if they would have been out, encouraged more on the farms and held to that other than to look there only to our welfare, I think we could have been had our people back on well, their home would have been more or less on the farm. But as I say, I know they all like garden stuff during summer. When they were on their farms, well, that's about what they had. They always had some kind of a garden that they had. But now we don't.
Well, now, they'd spend most of the morning then around the trading post. Well, it'd probably be, 10 or 11 o'clock by the time they got
By the
there.
time,
They get the kids leave for school, and then the parents visit and do whatever they need to do around the house.
yes,
Then they go to the trading post or the agency or in town.
they may go to trading post or to the agency.
They get there about 11 o'clock. Then do they eat lunch? Do they?
Well, if they can get their business done, well, then they'll either come back home for their dinner if they can. But sometimes they have a little money where they'll either have a lunch or sometimes they'll go to the cafes there around by and have their.
And then what do they do through the afternoon?
Well, I think they kind of wander around and try to meet other people, talk to them, and visit with them. If they're around agency or if they're in one of the trading posts.
They go home for their lunch if they can, but then as soon as they've had their lunch, then they go back to the trading post or back to the
Yes, they go back there and they seem to want to visit one another there. But previous to what to our present day Indian, well, then that was pretty much a thing that they would either go to the trading post, then they had a place they went, I'd say from 3 on down to about sundown, all dependent on time of the year. It was summertime, and then they kind of stayed there till it got cool and went home. And there they had their card games. I told you they're men folks. They were once the party that had the biggest part in what we call our gambling or card playing. They sat there and they had their game, and of course women, they more or less watched on and took, they had small part in it. But now we find more women than we do men, just reversed around, because
Is that right?
if they do, well, then you'll find more women than you will men. Once in a while you'll find one or two the men folks will play. But the ones that had played, well, then they seem to have lost interest. There's some places they're not doing it like they had done.
Oh, me nor.
At White Rocks, that was around White Rocks, that was rather kind of a place known for its card game. They had what they have is called Monte game, and toward the latter part of the years here, where then they got to where the men folks they played poker.
Mm-hmm.
And previous to that, the older Indians, they had what they call a guessing game. They had, they would, well, probably there would be two of the men folks there, and they'd get on opposite sides from one another, and people standing around or laying around, whatever they was doing, right, they would either be just stand by, watch the game go on, or else they would bet on the side they thought would be what they would think would win the game.
Mm-hmm. Did they get up and stand or be behind the man they were
well,
betting on?
didn't make any difference which side they were standing. They just more or less would be there too. Well, they could reasons to you could be back there, but they would say they could recognize that they were making bet on one of the sides there.
Mm-hmm. How did they play this guessing game?
Well, there's times that they had this 10 sticks on both sides. Supposing I knew were playing, and he was the guesser on your side, and I was guessing for my side over here. And probably that you would be fortunate enough to, probably I would have one, maybe 3, 4 sticks from you. See, every time you miss, there are 2 playing, and the rest, or some of them, or any one of them, will be singing the song. It's for this particular game, and they have something there that they can make noise on. Sometimes they had poles, sometimes they had boards, and they had so many singers. Didn't make much difference as to how many, but it seemed to me that lively is a song where they had rhythm to it, and they carried on, and if they were not guessed in their first guess, why, that would kind of cheer them up, and they kind of give a little hoop and kind of encourage their party that wasn't guessed, and of course it kind of rattle on the other side there as to see what's carrying on. Probably sometime they would, this particular person would stay without being guessed for, say, about 5 tries, and they would be awarded 5 sticks each time, and they guessed why, and they showed their, they had these 2 bones. One would be wrapped with black string or some of some kind, right about in the middle. I would say they didn't project too much over your fingers. And the other one was just cleared, just wasn't the one that was wrapped. They had one that was wrapped, and I would have to have one that was wrapped and one unwrapped one. And the same way the person that is playing with me, because there would be 2 of them. If it was sometimes they would miss both of the ones that they were guessing, so they would have to award them 2 sticks. But if they guessed one of the 2, well, then the one that was still playing, well, then they would award him the 1 stick. But if they guessed both of them, well, then they didn't award him anything at all. So it would be, he was guessing me, for instance, and you guessed both on my side here, we would release our bone over to you, to your side. Then, for instance, if they started off, the guy that was more or less they say, well, he was decided to either be guessing or one that was be kind of a person that was responsible for the whole game. He would put the amount that they bet. If I challenge you, then I'll say, well, here's so much money over here, $5, $10, whatever was over there, which would have came in from the people that would be favoring on my side, see.
I see.
That amount, well, then it varied on as to how much money there was on the people. So they have it over here in front of them. Well, then from the other side, well, then one of the party there would say, well, there's so much over there. Probably he would try to either take big cut of it, or else he would say, well, how much of this you people want to say that we'll call this quarter over here, you have quarter, well then we'll do that, and so the two of them would get together, either in the center of the side there, they more or less kind of had a roll like that. They'd come there, and it would be on some optic so it wouldn't get lost in the dirt, one thing another. So nickel for nickel, you call that one, and they'd go on and to whatever left. Well, probably then this other person that is calling, well then what was left, probably it might be quite a bit more, so he would more or less probably call the rest that was uncalled. Or else if so many of them went in there and they got the biggest portion of the bet, why it didn't matter to him. All they wanted was the game there.
Yeah.
And so
well, now when you started then, I had these two bones. Now,
yes.
Let's say that you're going to guess. You're going to do the guessing.
Yes.
And I'm the person that's got the bone.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I've got 10 sticks.
Yes. On your side there.
On my side. And I've
Yes.
got these two bones.
Yes.
And one of them has something black wrapped around it and the
Yes.
other one does. So then, now what do we guess about?
Well, you're guessing for the plain one. You're guessing for the plain.
In which hand the plain bone will be?
The which hand the plain bone is on.
So I take these two bones and hold them behind my back.
Well, you go back with them, or any object in front of you to conceal your positioning of your.
Could I step behind somebody else?
Well, sometimes they either would, like we're sitting together, you reach behind him and be over there, and
I might hold him behind my back.
You're holding him behind your back while you're concealing him. Then when you get ready to be guessed at, well, then you come out in front.
Then I move my hands around in front like that.
Well, they more or less cross their hands
like
this way. It all varies as to how it came about, and they say that hands are quicker than eyes.
Yeah.
And it so happens in this game there, the thing in the motion is kicking and going back. They were awful. They would come in and they would know as to how this person is that being guessed. So they kind of get leery and they would kind of say, you hold your hands so and so, and either come out like that and hold them like that.
So you're the person that's guessing, and you can say to me, now you hold your hands like this,
Yes.
or you hold your hands like this, or any way you want me to.
But more or less this is the style, see. And there would be but this motion along with the rhythm of the song, see. Because the others kind of have the fast beat of that nature there.
Now same song all the time?
No.
Just could be any song?
No, not any song. It had to be song that's intended for this particular. See, I told you that we had different songs for different games or different dances.
So this is a group of songs, but it isn't always the same song.
No, it ain't always the same song.
So it's a group of songs that you sing when you're playing the guessing game.
Playing guessing game, yes.
Okay, now you're going to guess.
Yes.
And you want to guess the plane, which hand holds the plane bone.
Yes.
Okay, now let's say that I've got the plane bone in my right hand.
Yes.
And you guess my left hand, so you're wrong.
I'm wrong. Yes.
Then what happens?
Well, I have to forfeit you a stick.
I see.
You're playing to win all the sticks for me. See, when I started to say before I came to that is this, that when we start off, that you won all of my sticks.
Mm-hmm.
And I only won from you probably 3 or 4 sticks or whatever it might be.
I see.
And after one side is all gone, then you have to then it's both of our sticks, whichever side got these sticks that were not played. See, that's by itself. After the first act, that you had won all my sticks.
Yeah.
But I had won from you 3 or 4 sticks, maybe 5 sticks or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
So they more or less leave them standing. They kind of would whittle them down to a point, and they'd stand them in dirt.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they was playing out on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Probably from your beginning stick, you had maybe 4, 5, 6 sticks left over.
Mm-hmm.
But these others that you had won from me, they're always put in a different group by itself.
I see.
But that's the other one that they originally start out with, where then they are kept separate from what I have won from you on the points.
Yeah.
So and that settles to there then, and they'll say, well, I'm through.
I see.
But the game still continues.
Oh.
And then from then on, I'd be guessing, and you had 4 or 5 sticks left from your own side that we didn't get. We only got 3 sticks.
Yeah.
So when all of my sticks are gone, then I don't go for these sticks that I've got. We play what's left over from your side or from my side.
Mm-hmm.
If I miss you, well then from your own original starting points of what these sticks are, it's the points that you are winning. So you shifted back over to the other sticks that you won from me.
I see.
But if I win, or if you misguess on my side, then you're still playing from the sticks that you've got there.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having 10 or whatever you got left over, you may still have 13 that you can play on.
Mm-hmm.
To the time on both sides, the sticks will be all gone. It will be all earned on one side or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Probably to that point where I may only have 4 sticks left.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the other guy will have more sticks on his side. After the starting sticks have got into play into one pool, and then from then on, you try to win from me all of my sticks I got. Then you start playing for that, and that goes into one pool there, and you don't go back anymore. Then that's your final act right there.
Mm-hmm.
So after I had lost all of my sticks, why your side wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
So take group on winning side, this one person goes over there and brings in the money.
Well, now let me see if I can explain it. So see if I understand it. Now you're guessing, and I'm the person that has the bone.
Yes.
And so when you guess right, I give you a stick.
No, you're playing the bones and you forfeit the bones over on my side.
Oh, I see. All right. Oh, okay. So that when you're right, I give the bones to you.
Yes, to this side over here.
Yeah, but when you miss, then you give me a stick.
Then I give you a stick.
And I put this stick over at the side, away from my stick.
Yes.
And then we play until, say, you've lost all of your sticks.
Yes.
But you've also got some of my sticks that you've kept in a separate pile.
Yes.
Then, after that, when you win, you get the bones. And then if I win, do you give me one of my original sticks back?
Yes, after the first playoff, and what you got left, and that's both of ours. I can give from you out of your own sticks there that you had gained from me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then likewise, if I miss you, then you get from your own original points there, these sticks, then you put it over there to where your earning is. See?
I see. Uh-huh.
Until that's all gone.
Yeah.
Then you come out with your final then, and you can't do that, and you can't separate your sticks.
Uh-huh.
Then is when you are fortunate enough to not being guessed that you have won all of my sticks, and you got all the points there then.
Yeah.
So you're the winner.
And then you get the money.
Then you go there, you get the money, then they call, say, I have 50 cents coming over here, how much have you? They're there, then this one man kind of lays it out. Okay. There's no argument. And says, here's yours, here's yours, here's yours, here's yours, here's yours. And if there's short change someplace, somewhere, got lost, then the guy that's either guessing or someplace in there, he takes the loss, and nobody says anything.
I see.
Probably if it's too much in there, that so happens sometimes. By some reason or other, which they always try to avoid, because nickel for nickel is they'll top it, or they say this is 25 cents and this is 25 cents on our 50 cents. So that's why they go for whatever it is, you know, just clearing the whole thing off. Searching from nickel or dime or whatever. Things so happens that he has so much money. He wouldn't know. But he will know as to how much the other side that are betting will say, well, we have $15 or $50 or whatever it might be. So on the other side, well, we got to raise up $50. And sometimes someone will say, well, I'll call $1 of it, I might call $5 of it, or 50 cents. And this others will just stand around. And this others will come into a little larger amount, say 5, 7, something in that thing. And it'll be still maybe 80 cents or 60 cents or somewhere within less than we'd say $1 would be kind of left over. Then probably some person in there would just want to play 10 cents. I would say, I'm broke, I got 10 cents, I'll call 10 cents. Something. Or somebody say, well, go down $1 and I'll call the rest of it. But it would be up to the people around there, and they'll say, oh, I'll call 3 of us will split it up in 25 cents each, something like that, we'll call it, just to get the game going.
Yeah. Now, were there other games that they played besides that?
Well, that was what I call a guessing game. And as I said, they get pretty shrewd with that game.
There are some people who were better at it than others.
Well, I say, there's a trick to it. And so therefore, I'm telling you that they went in, and when they get down to where they have, they say they have pretty good guesser on both sides, which sometimes it takes them, well, sometimes probably won't take them over 10, 15 minutes to get the game.
Is that right?
And there's other times probably the thing will all depend on your guessing. And sometimes there's pretty good guesses on each side. Why it might last for 2-3 hours. There's no limit time on it. The only time that they have is when one side has lost and given all the sticks to the other side. That's the end of the game.
If they're both pretty good guessers, the sticks just go back and forth and back and forth.
It just goes back and forth. Sometimes they'll rally and go down to say you find out 2 men and you just have 1 stick left. Then there's a good enough guess. He's only got 1 stick left, and probably he'll either lose it or he may knock home run. But he'll guess, and from then on, well, they try to cheer the guys up. Well, let's haul it in. Let's bring it over on my side. Well, it has happened that way. Sometimes they just march right on through and win it all on one side there. That's when the exciting part came, you know. People laughing, talking, and somebody they just make a home run sometime, you know. They'll get there and probably win 15 sticks one time there without being guessed. And probably this guesser will then, he may make 1 or 2 attempts, maybe 3. Then he kind of gets leery or kind of gets baffled. Probably then he'll motion to one of his men that are in the line there, sitting down. He'll say, probably he'll pick up one of the sticks and throw it to him or hand it to him, whichever way he wants to do. So that signifies he's the guy that's going to guess. Or else he'll motion or call him by name and say, probably you have been playing him all the time. And maybe he will, and maybe he will miss too. So probably he'll look around again, and probably on this side there must be somebody he thinks would guess. And maybe you've been guessing him. Maybe you know what he's doing. So maybe he does, maybe he don't. So then, well, just like I say, when they start rallying, well, then it kind of stirs them up, you know, and they do have, just like the relief preachers, one thing to stop the rally. And sometimes it just go right on through, and sometimes it might just happen that probably before they come to their final stick and final payoff, where you might guess them. And then the thing will just reverse again for so many points, and maybe they'll win back again. And so the person that's playing these bones are likewise the same way. See, if he can't make any points, he says, there's no use in me playing. He said, they're guessing me all the time. They got my number. It's like you finding out something. And so, well, maybe that guy on the end or wherever he's at, let him play. So they give it to him. Probably he makes 2-3 sticks and anything to gain a few points. But when I went back again to say that that's the way they done with 10 sticks. But when they get to where they're both of them are good guessers, and the game, the thing is going on, well, I wouldn't say it was going on too long, one thing or another, but they're so pretty well matched, then they would only have 7 sticks on each side then. They would say 10 sticks there seems to be too much in there. Or they're not shown, well, they say, really getting down to play. Where you got just few sticks, well then you have to really be sharp and quiet.
Well, now, there's ways to guess. I mean, the guesser watches the other person and watches his movements and his mannerisms and all this so that he learns how to guess which hand the man has this bone in.
Yes. See, more or less, he's he'll grab one hand out in this fashion, see, and he'll be steadying you. Well, we take boxers. A lot of people say just they watch their feet, or they try to watch their eyes, or they watch their hand, or they watch their shoulders. To see how they're blinking and what their movement is. They all have various places that they are making a play. All of them differs. So therefore, probably this person he's holding his hand maybe in this fashion, or any way that he may be holding his hand, and then he goes there and probably go like that, and maybe you might have tendency of thinking somewhere in your movement as the rhythm is carrying on along, and you have your hand here, or you may be watching your hand as to how you're holding your hand. Probably you're a little out more with that or something. But anyway, just to find a clue on that, and which I guess they know. Then after studying the man over, a lot of times they'll doubt their first motion, see, then they'll play the opposite, just to throw the player off, see, that they think, so they won't think that he knows his number, anything like that. He'll play off, just a hunch, and probably he'll make the right guess. So then he knows then as to how he is. He would think on his way of guessing this man playing a certain way. He would think that it would be in his hand. But he would be steady and say, well, I'm going to guess this side, see if I'm right into my way of guessing. And probably be all together, so we have to give another thought that he's going to play the opposite from what he's thinking on a certain person. I guess pretty much like playing ball with a pitcher. They say you put it strike where that he can't be trusted, we would say.
Yeah.
So they were some of the players that may be playing the bone that they know that they can't fool around with. They just pretty much have to about guess them within the second round. They might miss it first time, but they don't want to let him get away because one thinks it's loose, and then the spirit seems to jump up from the side that this particular person playing the bone goes, and the song gets livelier, and he starts to hit a little more, and it kind of starts to work on the other side there. Kind of rally, hollering and laughing and saying that's the work there, or whatever they want to say, just more or less in a joking way, people start to turn around laughing as the game goes on. It's quite interesting especially when we had visitors either from Idaho, Wyoming. They'd come in and they'd say, well, we'll play again. Our visitors here. And it was something that they kind of always liked to learn different songs from other tribes that would come in. Likewise, they learned from the Ute songs. I think that game is pretty much carried on in Western people.
Do the youths ever play it anymore?
No, all the people that played it seems to be gone at present time. So
Never do play it now.
that's what I was going to come back to say, that around White Rock's way, they had these various games, and it wasn't so much around either Ranelagh or Ouray.
No.
So now around White Rock's way, all the people that seem to play cards and had these various games are not round no more.
Mm-hmm.
So biggest part of that game at present time is held around Ranelagh.
Mm-hmm.
People from Ouray will come up to Ranelagh. People from White Rock, they'll come down to Ranelagh now. More or less kind of centralized in there. But it had been one time they had the biggest games used to be around White Rock, or whenever they had what we call a ration day, when it was the government used to give, in my time, there was a ration of beef, flour, that thing like that for them to eat. Previous to that, I guess, used to be money, wagons, stuff like that, earlier days. But towards my latter part of what I say to my knowledge is all whether they was given them beef, that was, they would slaughter so many down to Ouray on Fridays. That's what they call a slaughter day among the people. And they would go the Fridays and they would start to give them their rations on Saturday. So that's the way that our Indians interpret that, is in their wording it was what they would call, what you say is rationing. They come in there and that day was known for that. And Friday, we'd say, was the time of when they slaughtered cattle that were to be given on this particular ration day that they had. So Saturdays was it, that's how they called it, the same as what we would say on Friday. For standing out to them, that was when they killed cattle or slaughtered them, whatever you would say. That was that day. Or they would say that was the day that they went in there. They were quite the people for, I would say, the interest of the beef that they got. It used to be quite amusing to watch them ladies. They would, of course, they'd have their big knives, sharp knives, and especially down Ouray, their dressing was done outside. They had a place where they would hang this beef up after they killed it. That more or less like some of these old well turns with a rope that
windlass.
Kind of drop down and you get a bucket of water, then you crank it and lift a pail of water out of the well. That kind of fashion was used down there till I think it had to handle something. But anyway, that was kind of power that they had there, other than block and tackle. And they'd raise the beef up and they'd be taking the hide off. By the time the intros was to come out, then the women folks would stand around there, and the men folks try to dog them away. They said, stand back, little father, we'll give it to you over here. But so you cut into the paunch, well, then you're gonna splatter the parts in there onto the beef. So they tried to herd them away, but they was in there to get what they could, and the minute it was well, more or less they would kind of throw it over to them.
Mm-hmm.
2, 3 men kind of lift, throw yours.
Mm-hmm.
When the old knives would start talking, cut whatever they could cut off, where then that was theirs. And they go down to Green River, let down Ouray, wash it out.
Mm-hmm.
Or else they would just kind of clean it out temporarily for the time being until the next one's steady. And of course everybody's for themselves, but sometimes there might be 1 or 2, 3 would say either friends or within the family was fortunate enough to wiped off sufficient enough, so they'd say, well, I got so much of this, and probably would give the other person some of what they got.
Mm-hmm.
But likewise, if they weren't done something, so they more or less kind of give piece to here and there, and they, after it was over with, all the old women, they put down there whoever had some of these in their possession, and they more or less cleaned it out and washed it out, took it back to their camp. Of course, a lot of them from Mighton would come down there. They more or less had to camp during summer months.
Mm-hmm.
But if during the cold portion of the year, well, then they would come in some of the cabins with their relative or friend.
Mm-hmm.
They would always look forward that they would be coming.
Mm-hmm.
Same way from Fort Duchesne on up toward White Rocks, right? They would more or less, say, start up, go White Rocks or Ouray right about Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Going in wagon, those ones that were out on the farm, they would have enough hay to last them Thursday night, Friday night, and they would be returning home Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
That's just about the way they figured it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, down in Ouray, well, then they used to have these people around, we'd say around Mighton or where they was farming. They either have baled hay that they used to sell down in Ouray. So they either buy baled hay or something. But anyway, to take care of the horses.
Mm-hmm.
But if they did add their own hay, well, then they just put on so much hay to take care of their horses for 1 or 2 nights, whichever they might want to stay.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the kind of action that carried on.
They'd do that once a week the year round.
Well, they had done it once a week year round.
And they'd, on Thursday, from all over the reservation, they'd go to Ouray.
They don't know, not all over the reservation. They'd either go to White Rocks or Ouray.
Oh, I see.
Not everybody went to Ouray.
They had a ration day
There
up at White
was
Rocks.
these 2 days, and whichever their designation was, just like we have today, is they know that they would go down to Ouray or those ones Fort Duchesne, and they'd say, well, we're going to White Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Once in a while you may find a visitor from White Rocks area that would so happen to be down Ouray at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So they would more or less kind of give him ration down there.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise, person from Ouray would be up there. So someone in there would say, we have visitor from our friend down here, so they see that he got some ration when he's up there. He might just be visiting, but at the same time they kind of took care of him along with the other group of people there. They would just let him stand there and say, well, you're from down here, you go down there. They would kind of bring it so that he could. So that was what we call Friday, Saturday. That Monday was what in terms they call ripe. Everything was riped out to where the stores opened. And they'd go in there and make a purchase. But Sunday was not ripe. It was Well, we might say it wasn't cooked, it wasn't done.
I see.
So that's what they call it. It says that it's not ripe at all. They say everything closed, you can't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But Monday it's ripe. Everything was sold, and do your business and go in there and what you want in the store. But Sunday it was closed, and they say, well, it's not done.
Mm-hmm.
Or in term of that language, you'd say that it was something that wasn't finished.
Mm-hmm.
No, wasn't done enough that they would say you could do your business.
Mm-hmm.
But Monday, well, then they said it's ripe, it's matured, so it's ready for business.
Where did the youth get their money then, Connor?
See, the government, when they first, the government started to being their guardian, why then they gave each Indian so much money.
I see.
I remember hearing one time that I don't know how much they got at one time. They'd come out in a blanket like that there. They would have gold, silver, and whatnot, and I don't know how much was allocated to this man and his wife. Sometimes they give them to him in, say, a family.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard of one time when they kind of wised up to the thing, why they would just white man say, well, how many is in your family? Well, probably that'd be just two of them, or maybe have two children. But to get more, why they would, I've heard them say that they would name some of the shrubs, that's their name.
Mm-hmm.
Like you say, very quick enough, anything coming, and they would have 4 or 5 children. Maybe they would only have one.
Mm-hmm.
But more there was in the family, they didn't realize they'd get more money. So I didn't know, so they just say what's their name. So they would tell them their name. Of course, they would be naming most anything, and of course the white man didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, he made sound there, and that was his name, and that's all they could think of.
Yeah.
So they said they had done that.
On these ration days, did the kids get rations too, or just the...
No, I think it, in later years, where they did mostly went to the man and wife.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they knew just about the size of the family.
Mm-hmm.
And then go in there, the group would come in, probably these 2 old couples and 2.
How long has it been since they had ration days?
Well, I think it's up around either 39 or 40.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was in the last part of rationing that I can recall was that I was extension aide at White Rocks, and I was driving a tribal pickup,
Mm-hmm.
and I would get rations for this family that were on the ration list, and I would haul it up in my pickup. I think it was Mondays. In later years, it was Mondays. That was our office day. And some of the old people would make appointment to write down with me. They say, well, when are you going on off? Are you going down Monday? I was living around White Rock, in White Rock. They had one in government quarters. They'd say, well, I'm going down with you.
Mm-hmm.
Will you come over to my home, pick me up? I'll be ready. And sometime I had like 5 or 6. Some of them old folks, they'd say, well, I want to go down and see about my police money, or that they had low business down there. Mm-hmm. I know they didn't have the way. That was before the cars are plentiful like they are today.
Mm-hmm.
So they'd say, well, you're going to go down there and you'll be back noon, we know that. So, meantime, we'll get our rations down there too. But those that I had on my list did come down, delivered, but I say these folks are present, so they'll get their own. So they'd give it to them right there in the long building, the front of, we'd say, where Logan's got his road equipment, in one big long building there. That's where they stored all their, let's say, rationing.
Well, now they gave meat and flour.
Well, up to a point they give meat. And that kind of, well, they started out with money, I guess. And like wagons, flowers, and what all at one time that they had given them. Clothing material and most anything, I guess. But that kind of dwindled down to, I would say, I saw just when they killed the beef, when they'd given out this beef, down to where they started, didn't give beef, they give bacon. Bacon and beans and coffee and sugar, baking powder. And that was about the last part of their rationing that they got.
I see.
And some canned goods like tomatoes, and they didn't have pork and beans, anything like it. It'd be some kind of fruit like tomatoes. But the last part of where it was dwindling out, where then they give them this powdered milk and powdered eggs and these juices, grape and one thing and then, and they would get cases of this juice, and they didn't know what to do with all of it. So one of them went around, was experimenting around, I guess, and he fermented some of these juices. Put a little sugar in there and got yeast, and so he thought that was a pretty good drink for him. Come to gambling, that's what you've been drinking. Well, I said, I've made my own. So that kind of knocked that in there, and everybody started fermenting that into making drinks rather than just drinking it straight.
Well, now these, then the kids come home from school about, what, 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes.
They get home from school? Are the parents usually on the gambling ground about that time?
Well, I think they are. They had been at that time. But when we had boarding school, it didn't matter so much because they were there at the school.
Yeah.
But now, when we did have our gambling around White Fox area, for instance, after school, of course, they didn't have buses then either. They more or less had to walk, and so they told me their families there to the gambling ground.
I see. The kids had come to the gambling grounds rather than going home.
Going home, because they didn't know their parents wasn't home. Or otherwise, I think the parents tell them to come home because we'll be home today. Just so they would know where they would be.
Then does the family all have dinner together? Do they have their dinner together?
Yes, I'd say in the time of my coming to Woodshake life, I've had a little knowledge of the thing. I know my mother, my early life, there might be a person or probably some family or relative come, and as soon as they come, why then that's when a woman or women folks of the home where these people come to visit you start to prepare a dinner, or dinner for all, you would say. And that might start even early as 9 o'clock. But anyway, they would know that they would get dinner, and they wouldn't have these particular visitors go without having dinner.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore they would start it at 10 o'clock.
Together in
Yes,
the evening?
they'll all eat.
What do they usually try to have for that?
Well, that's like I said, just be meat or fried potatoes. Sometimes they will have boiled eggs if they want, or even have fried eggs. Just whatever they have there, just that they can eat or prepare.
Do most of the families have some kind of refrigeration now, or not?
Well, they started out having a lot of this refrigeration, and I would say in every home. But how much of that is actually in their homes now, I don't know. Because on their family plan, I think each home has for a refrigerator.
Do you think maybe a lot of those refrigerators either never got to the homes or aren't there now?
Or probably that I have never went into the homes that they have now, as I just shows the power in one thing and another, and I think they're more or less getting aware of the cost of the electricity, and this trend that I think we're trying to get at among our children is something that I think has been approached in every means and ways, but in what I would think might be only way to get to what we'd actually like to find out would be one of their own people to go into their home that would just be from one house to another. And it would be more or less a private deal that they come out and the person that they would go is a person that they know that will be depended upon and that they can trust, that they have confidence in, that can talk business with them, that they can come out to let known to this person that they talk, and there are not, I would say, too very many that they will do that with, because they have their points. They can take Francis, for instance. On a certain portion he may be well, and on certain portions he won't. But we may have other individuals that would work on both sides. It's their confidence and their liking of this person that they can do the business with, because they would know him that way.
Yeah. Well, Connor, after they have their evening meal then, what would they do for the rest of the day then? About what time did most Indian families go to bed?
Well, I would say now they either have radios now or some of them have television. And of course, the younger children, they like television if they have it in their home. And they will spend the biggest portion of the time either on television. If they don't, why, they'll listen to the radio. And I think they know pretty much about the programs and know what other stations are. They'll dial it and they'll say, well, certain time that certain program comes on, probably they have a watch or something that they can tell time or can hear it announced over the either radio or they pretty much know. I would say on my the youngest one of them all, like there would be a picture, and I'll ask him what's next on what will be next, or he'll say the verdict is yours, or it's a millionaire, or he has that pretty well done. They'll show a picture if it's on, say, Channel 5. They'll say, well, we got it on Channel 5. This guy's old rebel or somebody's playing, and they know it, and they say it's on Channel 5. One of them will say, well, let's try Channel 4. There's certain actors now on, and it seems to be that time now. We know this place here, that they don't need a clock or anything. They know just about what time to change their station, so they'll say, well, we watch your show, now we'll watch my show. Mine will be about this and that, and so it's just on it's just reaction that I have from my 4 kids that I had at home.
How many of the older people watch television? Do you see a lot of the old people that don't speak English very well? Do they still watch television?
Well, I would say on my former wife's children, like Gertrude and Robert and Marietta and Haskell, Heine, they stayed with us one old lady. She passed away sometime in spring, and they'd more or less explain to her what was carrying on. They would say, this picture, this man is in love with this woman, or else they're quarreling or something, and that particular two persons or people are doing that. And they said they enjoy it, yes, just like movies showed to them. Once it's explained to them, they would know. But they can, in her, I visit with them quite often when she's alive. She had asked me to come and stay with them because I had stayed with them in years that I was married to my first wife. So they get talking, and said, they showed me that kind of show, and they've been wondering on it, as to what happened and what they done, and they'd laugh, kind of comment on it, come back into their mind what they seen. Next thing they seen something else, and what was taking place where they would, I think the people in the home that understands what's going on, where they do try to tell their old folks who can't understand English, but they do know what's carrying on in the picture. And it's explained to them whether they know it through their reaction, one thing or another, that they're mad at one another, or else they'll say that's one of the crooks, and he stole some money, and these people are trying to find him, and they're looking for him, and that's what he's doing. And from then on, more than they enjoy it, they sit there and they say, well, that's what's happening. So I think in that terms that you say when the children are coming from school, and a lot of them will go back to their homes if there is a program. For instance, I know my children, when they come home from school, they want to hurry up and get that little chore done. They say when 5 o'clock comes on, we know there's something carrying on. Or else when they come from school, they say, well, this cartoon will carry up to a certain point. And they let me know, and they say, well, we're going to sit here and watch cartoons. Soon as the cartoon's over, we'll get our little chore in, just like that. And how the other folks go about in their homes with the children, I haven't been into really actually know as to what's doing now since the time of the television came in. But I would know before that when radios, right? They more or less, at that time, they were quite much in dark. They don't know what was carrying on, why that music was, and they had quite a version of the thing there that someplace somebody's talking, but they couldn't figure it out how that thing was. And I don't believe there's nobody we would say in there to explain that it was people in a certain place, and that's what the procedure of the thing was kind of off. They didn't know. I think I would say that to quite most all of them.
They didn't like radio very well then.
They liked it, you know, but what I'm saying is they just didn't know how this thing was talking, and they were laughing, and they were singing, and one thing another. They thought there might be some people might be in that little box, something that's carrying on. They could hear the voices, but they couldn't see them, so that was kind of a puzzle that they had when they first came out with radio. But I guess in later years, and they began to find out that it was like from being broadcast from Vernal, it was kind of a voice that was thrown in over there that came, and that's how they got the sound.
Can you remember when the radios first came in, Connor?
Yes, I think I do.
And it was quite a puzzle to these older people.
Well, it was quite puzzling to the old people, yes.
They thought maybe there was some little people in that box.
Yes, that was, I think the majority of the thought among our old people that there must have been some people in there.
How about when television came in? Did they think there were people in
there? Well, I think up to the time that there had been enough of them that went to these picture shows.
Oh, I see.
So they had pretty fair idea as to what they had done in other years when the silent show was on. The Indians, I think as a rule, they like shows. They show where they always go there. I remember the later years they used to have show once a week at White Rocks up to the gymnasium. And all the family around where they look forward to Friday come around where the show was going to go on. Some would go home and, you know, they would have the gambling, like I said, up to the same point, but the people that was going to come to show with it, they would see they got home, got their supper. That was their program for the evening. And a lot of them would come over. Some of them would pick up 2 or 3 families in the wagon. During winter months, they'd come over in the wagon. Or else they'd haul them back on the wagons. They know this person was going to come with his wagon. So probably to have a whole wagon load starting home and they'd get off on the route there.
Now these, so really the parents don't do anything. I mean, they
our younger parents are, I would say, are not doing anything.
They just spend their time.
Just spend their time as to whichever way that they have in mind for that day. Probably sometimes they'll Brady folks might spend it in either washing or something has to do with them to staying home. But after washing or if they're ironing, why, maybe that's the only thing they have at home. But other than getting out of their home is something that they can say that they're going to step out to weed their garden. They have something to do outside where that is not around their home anymore. Other than few that are on the farms that do have a garden way. They do have that. And they do go out and be weeding their garden.
But most of them don't.
But I would say most of them don't.
Now what do they tell their children about what What do they talk to their kids about the future, about what's going to happen next year or 5 years from now?
Well, it's a thing to me, to what is carrying on now, is it was not like the time that we would say when our people were on farms. I think they more or less, as I think told you, is to his parents would always be like telling him what there is, what it meant. So when they got into farming life, why their children went there and then they say, this white man showed me this and this will grow, and so we have to do this, and this is no good. That's what white man tells me. So he's always lecturing that to the children, and the children would watch him and say, well, it's matured and they'd eat it, and they'd say, see, said we raised this and we're eating it, and that kind of giving them a thought, something to look at. Whereas of today, well, they don't. They just, children, I would say, are just idle. They don't have nothing to look forward to, and therefore, why then they don't have too much knowledge of it as to what to say they would do for themselves for tomorrow. Where other children, that when they were on the farms, what they did, they would, same thing was true. Like I said, in the visiting, I think we used to have more people visit one another. They would go either for some news or something, or if they had news, some gossip, two old ladies, why she'd go take one or two of her children and get on their pony, go to a certain one's home, and probably this person would want to go to gamble, but when they had the visitor with it, they more or less would either stay home until when they think they had to go home to cook supper for their husband or their family, with that they would leave, or else if they know someone was home to prepare their supper or dinner with it, they say, well, why don't you stay, we'll have early supper, and you can have your supper, then you can go home. Well, if they were from distance with them, they might even have supper real early for them too, in order they'd say, well, time you get home it'll be dark, and probably the husband might be off someplace, or some instant of like that too, where they thought they would be free and their man would be coming in late, or anything to in that meeting, well, then that's what way it was carried on. But of our present time, what we're trying to get at is something that we don't have too much knowledge of. And I think that's our, as I said, is our whole problem to today, as to how and what we can do to actually find out from our present families with children to the cause of their not participating in either having garden or having sold their radios or fridges or whatever they done with what they started out with, or what their intentions was, and what they're actually doing now is, as I said, I haven't been with them for several years, but I used to be among all of them. I guess I used to go down Ouray, go in their home, and they never thought any other way. They just took me as one of them and talked to them and business, right, and told them what the business was, or if not, why they wouldn't ask me what I was there for, anything. I'd go over there and talk, and same way around White House, same
Connor, if these kids, they see their parents not doing anything, and then it seems pretty obvious that the kids think, well, this is the right way to act, this is the right thing to do.
Well, I don't think that they would think that it's the right thing to do. I don't think I would say that. They would know from right or wrong on it because they don't know. Mm-hmm. They're pretty much, we would say, kind of wondering. Mm-hmm. Probably some might be get to thinking, of course, which I think they do when they get a little older. Mm-hmm. But as I've heard how some folks say when they get around about 9, 10 years old, they begin to realize that their parents are spending their money. Mm-hmm. So I think I've heard of some parents said that the children, when they get up above their kindergarten, to realize this money, then they come to parents and say, you're spending my money. Mm-hmm. I have heard of that being made to some of the families, and the families have told me, said, well, that little son of mine or that little daughter of mine says I'm spending her money foolishly. Mm-hmm. And I think some of them are aware that it has been told to them, or they've heard it from a teacher or somebody has told them that the parents are spending the money and what you would have when you grow up, or something of that has been called to their attention. So I think I would say a few of the kids are aware of that now. Mm-hmm. They might have been asked and told about it. Because they kind of thought, of course, well, they know it's serious and they know they were doing that, and how they happen to have knowledge of it was something else. They would say, well, why have they heard it? So they would try to find out in their own way. And I know in the time that I was small, like these children are today, that biggest value in money to me was this nickel, 5 cents. Mm-hmm. If they give me 10 cents, I wouldn't accept it. Or if they give me 25 cents, 50 cents, $1, well, that 5 cents was worth more to me than any amount of money they'd put in my hands. Mm-hmm. I could get it 5 cents because I know what it would buy. It's like the chocolate with you've seen them little kind of a cold cheap chocolate. I know I could buy that, and that's what I liked. And my mother said, well, I haven't got 5 cents. Here's 10 cents. This is 2 5 cents. No, I want 1 5 cent. And that was all I wanted. Yeah. And I didn't want that little thin one. And even they said it was worth 2 5 cents. I just didn't want it. I just wanted that 1 5 because I know what that 1 5 cents would buy me. Mm-hmm. But a dime, well, I didn't know nothing about dime or 25 cents. Mm-hmm. So that's where I'd say I was. So compared with today, again, I would say now, I would say this like most of the children now. You give them 25 cents today, if they know you got a little more, child won't accept it. Or if you give them 50 cents, and they'll take $1. If you got $1, they'll take the $1. 25 cents, they say, you can't buy nothing with it. There's a chance you can't buy nothing with it. They got $1 bill, and then they know that they can buy something with it. I guess it's just say that I know the 5 cents value. Like they know 5 cents to them is, I don't think they can see it. Because everything's around 6 cents, and they know they can't buy nothing with 5 cents. It has to be
kids feel about their parents spending their money?
Well, I would say they can resent it. They think they want to do something else with it.
How do the parents feel about it?
Well, they more or less don't give too much thought on it, other than that. I guess they know what they're talking about. They just come out and say it, and of course, deep down they know that they're guilty about it, but still, same time they carry on and don't attempt to show their thinking or the feeling about it. But they do know. And so does other parents know of what they're doing. If they get their children's money, well, then we know what they're doing. Either going to gambling or if they get their money, well, then they'll take off for Salt Lake or places, and they'll come back broke in 2-3 days, and they have nothing to show for it.
How do they, well, it's pretty hard for parents to get kids money now, isn't it, or is it?
Well, during school terms, they allow them so much.
Oh, I see.
According to their grades. Your grade school are allowed so much, and your high school are allowed so much.
And that's the money that these kids are talking about.
And I think that's the money that these children are talking about.
The parents take that money that's given to the kids to go to school on and spend it other ways.
Otherwise, yes.
And the kids don't like it.
And the kids don't like it. But I know the present time with me, my girl, my sister, she stays with my sister. Know what she gets, and so does she. So in turn she sees that she's got her clothing. Likewise, that she will have what she wants in line of some fruit or some cookies or something. Because she has raised so many children. And then she says, well, we need few groceries, and probably you'd want have some weenies, so what should we have? And so they go along and make the groceries, clothing, fruit, and have a little spending money for her. Same with two of my boys that are with their grandfather, George, old man George. George's daughter, Zelda, who had crippled up. I have my youngest boy there and my oldest boy. So they get their check. So the old man goes to cashes a check that she gives all the money to her daughter. She's a banker, I guess. So, and she does the shopping for the boys, you know. They say, well, they need shoe or they need another overhaul or whatever it might be. Then from then on, you'll hold on to it, and they get a little short of groceries, so they have that money, and they know it. But still, same time, I told them that probably for the week, maybe give them 50 cents allowance. Figure 50 cents, they'll have a little money. During the school time, which I said they sell, they talk about salted peanuts or something up there at school there, 5 cents or penny machine they have there. So they have that, whether they have it or Saturdays when they happen to go to Roosevelt, why they say, well, take your spending money. When you get over there, you may buy you ice cream or whatever you have. This is yours for today. So, but with other families, I wouldn't know as to whether they would try to educate the You just making comments too.
Connor, what do you think it makes any difference in the relationship between the parent and the child? This business where the kids have more money than the parents do, which lots of times they do have because they've held it up there in the agency. And lots of times the little kid maybe he's got several $1,000s up in the agency and the parents don't have any money at all.
Well, I think that they can't say no to them and they can't starve their parents, and that's, I think, only source that they're going on at present time.
So the kids go up to the agency and get money to feed their parents. Huh?
No, the kids don't go up there, but it's through their welfare social worker.
Mm-hmm.
Because they come there and then they tell them that, well, they're based on the children because they get money and they haven't got anything to eat.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they are acquired in that fashion now.
So, what, half of the parents are living off their children?
Well, I would say the biggest part of them.
Or more than half of them?
More than half, no.
Are living off their kids.
I would say.
They've gotten their own money, and they've spent it,
Yes,
and now they're living off the kids' money.
yes.
And the kids know it,
The kids don't.
and the kids don't like it.
And I would say some of the kids don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
That has no knowledge of it.
Well, it doesn't seem to me like this would make a very good home situation.
Well, we say we have a little different feeling. We'd say white people would, or their children would. But as far as our home situation, why then, that's just, as I was saying, that their parents are not taking it so severely, although they know it. They're aware of it, but in the mood carrying this feeling is not too strenuous as that to say that it is making it difficult for them, because on both sides they know they don't want to make it difficult for one another.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that the fact that they've got money makes any difference in their attitudes towards school? Do you think they'd pay more attention in school and learn more if they didn't have this much money?
No, I don't think so. I think they're more or less proud, and I think that the thing that they want is to be well up with the other group of children. They want to be dressed about like them, and which of course is quite a pride to them to say that they're clean and that they're well dressed and they're just as good as next white neighbor's children, and they do try to keep. I went on with the school board over the county schools, I think 2 years ago, and out of all of our tours down there, that I only had 2 of our Indian children, which probably it might have just been that day that did have a kind of a soiled clothes that did appear too well, just to me, but probably just might have been just that particular day too, because I know the families and seen the kids later times, but it just happened just that time. But all in all, they seemed to, as I said at that time, they were pretty much with their other white friends that were going to school, and we didn't find no difference in their clothing or one thing or another.
Well, now these kids, they didn't do anything to get this money. Do they think that this is going to continue to happen?
No, I don't think their thought is that deep. into saying how they got what thing, how it came about. This is something that none of even our people can say today.
Oh.
Even myself, I would say that I think, in fact, that you'll take Francis and myself say this is something that we actually don't belong to us. The people that actually should have had the money are the people that are not living today. It was theirs. Only thing we're going through is just heirship status. And I think that's on one thing, and that these true youth say, well, that's ours. But some of them say it's not theirs. It just so happened they're living today when it's available, but people that actually should have had the money are the people that are not living today. Belong to them, because they're rightful people that have this money.
What I was interested in, though, was that you think that the Indian kids that are in high school today, now I've heard Indians say, well, it's up to the government to support us, that we've got treaties, and that the white man came along and took this land away from us, and that it's up to the white people to support us. Do you think that the Indian kids, say, that are in high school feel this way, many of them?
Well, other than what they have heard from the parents, and those of them that can go and that you can explain to know that it was true. It's not only by the Indians, but I have talked to a lot of white people and that's the thing they say. They say, well, this was your land in the beginning, and we feel as white people that we owe you the things that you should have and get. A lot of the white people around just talking with them, they just feel just that way. They in turn will go to an Indian, whether he's sincere about it or whether it's, as I have said, that you can take it any way you want to. It's either disturb something, or sometimes this white man might be so fortunate as his next neighbor, so there would be some reason for him saying that. Or it might just that he would just be guilty to say that he is not a rightful person to be proud of things that he has, that he thinks that actually belong to the Indians. It might be that thought too, but it might be just a personal feeling against others, and say, well, you should feel that way about this other individual too. So, I would say it's beginning to sink in that way as to which side the shoe goes on, where then you begin to think that way. I would not say for myself that I'm too proud to say this, that I don't have to carry too much conversation with a white man to actually find out what he's talking about or what he means. Which running with my friends here, and I know he's a jolly old father, and what he has in the meeting, why that it just might just be kind of entertainment. In the meaning of what he says, though he don't mean to make it mean anything, he just more or less be elaborating, carrying on, and what's on either side of him don't mean nothing other than he's just talking. And you take another individual, and then, well, he has kind of a story that he'll go along that he's participated in or he has knowledge of, and you figure out in there, sometimes he'll even contradict his own self. Just let it go, then you know that what he's talking about. So I'm long in this line right there. So it's just, but there's other people who are quite sincere about things, and they think what you say is something you actually mean. But on the other hand, as I told you, when a person's sincere, they go to this Indian and they say, well, what does that mean? Of course, he says something over here, then of course this person asked him probably quite thoughtful about it. He wants to know. He wants to know what it means. The Indian tell him, well, that's what they do. So he believes that Indian, and that's what he carries on, I guess, the rest of his day. That this Indian, I know he had said that. Just like he was telling me about this one first down the youth camp, about the Sundance also, this Indian had said that.
Yeah.
And things like that, to me, well, it sounds silly to think a person or intelligent would go to something like that. See, that's what I mean, that you know whether this person is just his line, and you don't have to talk with him long. I can come out and have a pretty good picture of what class that you would say he's in. Just like I worked with a few range cattle, and you go over there, and this I was saying to, well, boy, that's bringing me out last night. This is, well, they say this is a cutter, canter, cow. They're old cows. You say that. There might be all red and have a white face. You'd say that. But when they start naming them, passing them, then you know what you're talking about. Otherwise, you see them these red over most part of his body, excepting his head is white, and well, that's cow, and to what class he's in, why he just cow to you.
Yeah.
So, but people have something, they know it's an old cow, and you don't have to have just a pretty good shot of it, or look at it, to know whether that cow's sitting, or whether that you'd say it's been grain fed, or it's in the prime stage of his fattening, or he's a choice, or whether he's a feeder, or whatever you want to term it in. Like you classify this what particular animal, just in that way, as well as with humans. You explain to someone, and I know he's sincere, or else he's just full of a lot of jokes, and he don't intend it, and you'll bite it.
What I was referring to, Connor, was that most white parents tell their kids when they're going to school that this is training for what they'll do when they're older.
Yes.
And they tell them that you've got to make a living. They say, now, nobody else is going to give you anything. You've got to make a living. Well, that's not really true. We know that because you look around, you don't see anybody starving to death. There's a lot of people that live on welfare. But nonetheless, most white parents say to their kids now, you've got to make your own way in this world. You've got to work and make your own living. Now, it seems to me that if Indian parents tell their kids that they don't have to make their own living, that it's up to the white people to furnish them a living, then this would make quite a bit of difference in what they did in school. The Indian kids wouldn't work nearly as hard, I would think, because they'd have this security that they don't have to do anything, that it's up to the white people to give them whatever it is that they need. And I was just wondering whether you think that's true or not.
Well, I know.
Has any effect on the kids'
I know it has effect on the kids, and I know their parents will say, well, Francis working, the other boy's working in the office, you're going to go to school. And they do have that in their minds, what the children can do, but the children can't do it because they don't know how to go about it.
Mm-hmm.
And the parents, likewise, although they're thinking they want the children to be that way, and they have hope for the children to be that way. But again, children, they just can't mix a grade, because although they're taught that way, but the thing that I think they like is how to proceed from this certain point and to achieve to what might be the parents thinking.
Well, now what you're saying then, Connor, is just exactly what you said about the people when you and I were talking about extension agents and the people that work for the Bureau. And you told me that the farmers, the Indian farmers, helped the Indian people, and they exercised quite a bit of supervision over them.
Yes.
And that then when that supervision was taken away, then they lost their cattle.
Yes.
And lost their farms. And so what you're saying really is that with these Indian kids, that what they need is this strict supervision. They need to be told each thing that they are to do and told why they are to do it.
Yes. Why?
And then made to do it.
Well, I would say they would be made to do it, but I think what I would think is that they would know that they would have to do this, and this is the procedure that you have to do to acquire to do certain things. I think we said, now if you want to be a farmer, why then this is about what you have to do.
Uh-huh.
But when they had the team, why it's your team, and here's your plow, and this is how you handle your plow. Go along behind, if you're going deeper, or then you angle it in this fashion that has your point, and making the point on your plow will just have to be at such angle. As well as we'd go to school and say, well, what we are actually trying to do is that if you're going to be say a clerk, why that this is about the thing that you would more or less have to do. And in doing that, well, then you still have to have a pretty good thinking in here. So you have to be pretty much in mathematics too, because sometimes there's figures that you have to know how to solve them too in order to get to your work. I think all of them things are, you just can't just specialize just in one and say, well, I'm going to let mathematics go and not go into English. Just the wording and talking.
So you think that one of the things that ought to be done in the schools, the teachers ought to take more time in pointing out to the Indian children why it is that they have to learn certain things?
Well, I don't know what it takes any more time, but I think in our older days I found that these kids would like to know about them, but they're a little backward. They're being saved in front of their friends or their class to say that you're asking such a dumb question. Is that I know we were compelled to, when I got in 6th, 7th grade, that we would tell about current histories. Just little things come in and say, well, what had to read something somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then, well, I read 2 or 3 days ago where somebody say, well, where President talked with the Echo or something like that, this news was happening, and so I kind of thought that was, you know, to get the person to talk, and I think that's where it's more or less like with our Indian children is expressing before their class.
Where they actually will ask questions in class.
Yes, and they would know then in turn that they are trying, and I think even the people might think it's funny, but you know, when you find a person is trying, why they'll try to help even some white person, or even I've seen one Indians that they were trying to, maybe it might not be in class, but out around, well then they'll try, and if they know it, they'll say, well, that's what they're talking about. And once he gets on, well then, I think they have quite interest in it myself, but if they don't know, as I said, I think they're whipped because they don't know actually what they're trying to do.
So what you have to do is figure out some way to get these little Indian kids to the point where they'll ask questions when they don't understand.
Or else I would, like I say, I've always, all of our talking, I kind of relate back to my children, to what I'm finding, and I know it's not only with me, but I know it must be among some other families too.
Sure.
Because I know what Ernest, that he'll sit there that he thinks he knows, but he don't. But if he was brought out, well then he'd have to be prepared to, you don't know when a teacher's going to call on you. Or if you're just going to sit there, then you've spent all the teacher's time all that day, and the teacher thought that he had taught you something, and probably hasn't. Yeah. Probably he'd go home and he didn't know anything about it.
Well, Connor, it's 5 o'clock already.
Already?
I've got to go.
Okay.
But when shall we get together again?
Tomorrow, if you want to.
Fellow friends, Navajos, I guess most of the Indians in and around Salt Lake are Navajos, aren't they?
I guess so.
Well, Dorothy, if you did decide to say yes to one of these others, this wouldn't mean that you'd immediately have to get married, would it?
How do you mean?
Well, you could be what we call engaged.
Oh, I don't know.
Which is the way, and this is a promise to be married, and then usually with the non-Indian people, a couple are engaged for anywhere from 2 days to 2 years, I guess. And at the end of this time, usually they're married. And this is when the white girl gets a ring, but there's no ceremony. And this, I guess, if we want to think of it, a little gives her more time to decide whether she wants to really go through with it. But then usually the way it happens, if a couple are engaged, they don't go out with anybody else. Just the two of them. Do any Indians ever have this kind of arrangement?
I don't think so.
The engagement period is more like almost you could say that, like you say, Dorothy, that you've been with a fellow for a long time. This is, in a sense, what we call being engaged.
Oh, I think they'd be like that too. When they get married, then after.
And then they decide to get married.
Mm-hmm.
Does this mean that they live together during this period? Or?
While they're gone together?
Uh-huh.
No.
Disengaged is a shortened thing where what it means is that you are engaged to be married.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty hard for you, isn't it, to decide about this?
Mm-hmm. I thought it would be hard.
You didn't think it would be hard?
Mm-mm.
Is it hard, Dorothy, to decide between the two fellows, or to decide to do it at all?
I don't know, I just said this other guy's feeling.
Oh. Particularly when they're cousins, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. And he said he didn't want to hurt this other one's feeling too. So I don't know.
We might wind up not marrying either one of them and hurting both of their feelings.
Maybe.
This makes it harder than it could be. It'd be easier if the two fellows didn't know each other, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. I thought they did at the same time they do. They're cousins or brothers or something. He was with Louise first time I seen him.
Oh, was he?
Mm-hmm. Then I was with this other one already. Out on Saturday.
Louise feelings going to be hurt too?
No, she's got some other boyfriend.
Oh.
Guess she's not the only one.
What does Louise think about him?
I don't know.
It's hard to know what to do.
Tell her what to do.
I say it's hard for you to know what to do.
Oh, uh-huh.
If you go home and talk to your parents, Dorothy, can they give you some help?
No.
Well,
I just said, say if you like him that much, you can get married to him then.
since he's got a job.
Mm-hmm.
If both of them go with you home, your parents gonna get a chance to see both of them, won't they?
You just so, I just time will tell.
You feel that you can hold them after Friday. Can you still keep them on the string?
I don't know. I told him I was going to talk to his cousin, and he phoned up here. He said he was checking. He said, thought he was down here. I said, no, I haven't seen him. And I said, isn't he supposed to be working tonight? He said, oh, yeah. So I just went up to his place, and maybe he was there.
Oh, you thought you were with him, huh?
Mm-hmm. He thought he was down here.
Oh.
But he is. He said maybe he'll come down today.
You see down to why?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a pretty hectic weekend, isn't it?
I guess so.
Is this Sunday Easter Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. Is this on the recorder?
Is this what?
Is this on the recorder? Is
Mm-hmm.
it all recorded? Or did you write it down?
It comes back this way.
You see, literally half of that collection is closed.
That's the largest one of its kind in the U.S.
I see the book that you're talking about putting out as a promotional sort of thing, a publicity collection.
It's also a
never
tool.
had none of
Well,
that.
it's a document. It's a final report to the donor, for one thing. I think we owe it to her, and a person who's interested in Indian oral history to the separate index volume.
You know what bothers me?
Too,
Let me just express. Can I express more of my self-doubt?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Develop it, Ed.
Yeah, no, it's not this. But I think one of the ways we did it in Illinois, you know, for good or bad, the way we did is we supported individual people, usually doctoral candidates. We try to honor their own agreements with their informants. We made them responsible for their indexing. And I would have to contact them, I suppose, and talk with them about how they would feel about this. Because I never, I mean, there's a list of 25, 30 people involved now, and I want to...
And a lot of these are probably confidential informants, aren't they, who were referred to in theses by letter.
I have to go find out how they feel about it.
Put them in the index by letters.
Couldn't you do it by referring to the individual researcher, the doctoral candidate?
That's what you're saying.
And then to say that under his collections there were X number of transcriptions made or something.
Yeah, what I'll have to do is go back to those individual researchers and talk with them.
Yeah.
They've produced publications of their own, haven't they? I mean,
Yeah.
thesis or dissertations.
Listen, there's a couple of other items. Joe has a remark to make about urban Indians, and this, Ed, you brought up earlier, and we postponed discussion of it. And your question was if we are urban Indians, I think Indians or something of the sort.
Everybody seems to agree with that, I guess.
Well, I think that the urban Indians have been neglected by this project, and I think that since we're a year and a half, that probably we should do it. And my only thought is to avoid duplication. I'm planning on Omaha and Minneapolis. Does anybody want them? Is anybody going into Denver? You?
Probably.
Yeah, well, probably. Anybody going to San Francisco?
We're already there.
Dallas, which is a big center. No.
36,000 in Albuquerque.
Yeah. Where's Hodge? What would be the difference?
36,000.
What kind of material would you think you'd get from an urban Indian, an older type Indian from oral history that you would, one that was not in the urban center?
I'm very strongly of the opinion that the urban and the reservation people, among the Sioux, are splitting very much. I think
Is that something that's current or?
current right now, stuff going on right now, this is not the place to go for legends or anything like that, probably. But you have a very vital situation that's occurring right now, and oral history works at its absolute best on things that are happening right now, I think. And I think this would be a terrible thing to neglect.
The rise of the militant organizations, for instance, is documented almost no place. And man, in California, they're getting to be pretty important.
That was why I went up with a Chalum.
Yeah,
took that opportunity.
You were with that group from Fort Lawton and in that issue?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of testimony on that from the California people, and the interconnections and the growth of a national movement is here, and we better be documenting it because no one else is.
Have you got Oaks on tape?
No.
You can't do it. You can't do it on a tribal basis. You know, I can't chase Sioux all over the damn country because.
Well, it's a tribal basis, the way you want to approach it, really, it's a sort of a change in attitude and philosophy, it's a change in the cultural pattern, it's a change in a lot of things.
Who's working for you in San Francisco?
Well, we don't have anybody right at the moment, but we have some people from the San Francisco militant movement. It's one of our staff members was the first man ashore on Alcatraz. One of Oakes's inner circle of me.
We're not, we haven't moved very far there.
We had 3 people who went out there to Alcatraz, and we have quite a few tapes.
Indians?
1 Indian and 2 students who were working on the oral history project went out there when the whole thing broke. Were there during much of the activity, and I think we have 21 tapes or so that were made out on Alcatraz while the thing was going on.
So you're planning to take on Chicago?
We have a lot of work there, and we have a very good inn, and we're getting awfully rich data. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Good. Well, we haven't gone after these Minneapolis boys as AIM and some of those, but we're going to.
Ed, what do you get in Chicago? Do you get problems with the urban Indians?
Well, what we feel is important to record, particularly, is the Indians' own view of the urban experience, and their perceptions of the city, relationships to reservations, and it's a different kind of data than we've recorded elsewhere.
I think these things are important, and we picked up some of it from Oklahoma City. But my question is, are we getting away a little bit from the basic purpose?
That's why I asked those my question before. I want to know if anybody else really felt that.
I think about it strongly.
So I think this is the purpose.
To go into these cities.
Usually,
we picked up some from Oklahoma City.
The thing is, you discover this at the Oral History Association. They had a workshop there the first time, and people said, well, what is history? And we should be reaching back to get the old. So, well, we should do that. But the most meaningful material I think any of us are going to get is where a man is speaking out of his own experience. And what is current experience today will be history tomorrow. So when our people go into the field, they're instructed to, for heaven's sake, if you've got an informant warmed up and he's saying anything meaningful, let him go.
We do too, but now you're making a direct approach to a different phase of what we started out with in Indian history in this project.
No, I don't think so. I think you're defining history as something that
no, not my definition, but from the feeling that we had about the project from the beginning.
Well, I think we're all interested, aren't we, in finding those old people who can tell us as much as possible about the history of their tribe themselves. But some of the best stuff we've got, in my opinion, has come from young college students.
All of my own interviewing was done with the Indian Reorganization Act with people involved. And I say that people engaged in the tribal government right now, and as far as I'm concerned, vital.
I ought to send around some papers that have emerged from some of our work.
Wish you would.
One on Chicago Indians, and some things also about one student who's been working among the Hopi on these modern movements. And the thing that emerges so clearly there is the fact that some segments of Hopi have accepted the United States government. You know, and I sort of realized this before, but they never accepted the government. You know, they really don't conceive of themselves as being part of the United States of America in the sense that we do. That's fantastic. You know,
well, I think the militant movement among Indians is going to be important history for tomorrow. And we're not really going to collect very much more material on what happened at the Little Bighorn. But we are going to collect current information. This is
I've been doing some of that. It's worried me a little bit. Whether I was getting too far off from the original purpose.
I surely wouldn't worry about it. I'd just do it.
You've got a world of it.
We've all experienced how difficult it is actually to collect sounds, even like satisfactory history from Indians.
We have discrimination, we've got civil rights, and we've got school discrimination, we've got all that material we've been picking up one way or the other. But if we get into it in depth, just like you said, we have one page from a man who accounts in 3 counties that we wouldn't dare release because of the things he has in there.
You know, and the more I think about it, if we were to do this Duke project and not have any of this, 5 years later people would look back on us and say that you boys really missed the boat.
Yeah,
truly.
That's what they would say.
So
they'd be right.
You'd be right. So I think the Alcatraz tapes going to be choice material. As these people will disperse.
And other than those accounts in the San Francisco papers and what was sent out from them, and as you probably discovered from yours, the San Francisco papers were not particularly accurate. Well, then your collection and ours represent about the only thing available.
I talked to a young Indian lady with a master's degree. She goes to Texas to teach, and they put her in the Mexican section because of her color. She didn't know a word of Spanish.
Where's, who did this?
This is an art editorial we got.
Nelson Wadsworth did. Oh, the National Observer.
Where did you get the data from?
I don't know what collection.
Oh, I see.
These are quotations, and we sweated a little bit about this, and we saw them coming out in quotes. So far, nothing.
So far, so good.
Yeah, we shouldn't be passing this around.
That's what's going to happen. You're putting the fear of God in the rest of us, and then you guys are going to come out and publish the whole pile.
No way. And he was not to use the names of the informants, and did it.
Monday is May 6th, well, 1968.
Yeah.
So nothing's happened, right?
Nothing's happened.
Yet. I think it occurs to me as we talk about urban Indians that if any of us are thinking of working in cities which might be close to another project, that maybe we could inform the directors of the other projects about this so that we wouldn't, or that we might even cooperate someplace if this seems desirable.
Or work a consortium. In San Francisco, if you have something you're going to be doing, but we are going to be doing something there.
No, I don't. I'm just trying to, I just have some identifiable places where there are large concentrations, and I think people should consider.
We could take Dallas, and certainly like on the basis of this, if I'd like to change my budget some that I turned in, if it's too low to do what I'd like to do with this.
Well, I think we might at times cooperate more than we have if this seems desirable in your place. You all have each other's names now and addresses, which we haven't had before. And I think wherever we might be working in another's territory, it perhaps would be good to put the other on notice that we're doing so. But so far, there hasn't been any competition there.
Listening to this, I'm sorely tempted anyway to make a kind of a Prescott College subcontract kind of deal through San Francisco State, because this is really where that whole Indian movement and Alcatraz movement got its impetus, and I know that we have people there who would be ready, willing, and able to do this kind of thing, and they could do it better there, having been involved in it from the start, than we could do it some remote distance, and we'd be happy to put some money into it.
Their Indian program has been discontinued. Have you heard this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the people are still there. Though Bee Medicine's still there, for example.
Yes.
She's been involved.
What is she doing now?
Teaching anthropology, which is all she's ever really wanted.
Getting back to this budget matter, money's pretty important. When you send in this general total request, are you going to do it on the basis of what we already submitted to you, Greg, on things that we sent in?
Yes. I know it will be advantageous for everyone if the whole budget or the whole project proposals go in a single package. And I think that your proposal could well be worded in the way that you've worded it in the past. I do not intend to tamper with those at all. Not my role. I might do this, however, if you won't object to it. I'll review these, and I might want to send it back to you for some suggested revisions. I've already noted a few of these here. Then come back to me, and I'll send a cover letter, which will also carry with it the report of this meeting.
time our last application went in, as I mentioned, I was in the hospital, and I thought, well, if we're just going to get a small amount of money to close this out, which I assumed, I just asked for $25,000, and we're already in the hole this year. I've asked for $31,000 for this next year, which we can leave it stand unless if we go into the cities. I'd like to stay in the rural communities at the same time go into the city, Oakland City, Tulsa, maybe Dallas.
Well, I think you need to have each, your item is pretty well justified. I mean, how do you want to spend the money, particularly if it's an increase?
Well, it would be on the larger urban centers.
Because one of the things we did is, I remember that before we submitted 2-year budgets. At least I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I put down so much for the first year and so much for the second year. And we got them out for the first year.
I did too, but
is that everybody else did the same thing?
They submitted another request.
No.
This was done the first year in our project and never done again because we just had to.
Well,
a year anyway.
But after the meeting in Tucson, weren't we told to do
2 years
to put in a 2-year thing?
Right.
Did everybody else do it or just?
No, I did it.
Well, we put in on a, well, I think we did, but we each had a broken in half, didn't we?
Yeah.
We had a 1 year
and a 2 year.
and a second year. And we got the first year.
Yeah, you got the first year.
I see.
But
I didn't get the amount of money for the first year I had in that original budget because I got a request to send in another budget. Did you ever get a request from McFarland to send in an additional?
Yes. You see, that does not constitute a second proposal. The fact that you indicated whatever money you might need for the second year, we need to submit another proposal for this upcoming year.
The one we sent in that covered 2 years doesn't mean a thing. The second
Well, I put in the same amount of money in mine as I had in that first one because I figured that would.
Well, that's probably what you have in the second one, isn't it? In the one
Exactly.
Yes, well. Fine.
Well, no, but
Because
wait a minute. No, see, I think we're talking about the same thing. Last year we asked for, since it was supposed to be for 2 years, we asked for something like $110,000.
Yes.
Right, and we got 50. And we didn't know at the time whether, all right, that was it for 2 years or this is going to be it for one. So now what I'm asking, what Ed is asking, what I'd like to know too, is that what I'm inclined to do is simply submit the remainder, the thing we had on that one that we submitted last year, just to ask for it for this year. So it'll come out $60,000 or whatever that we were inclined to ask for now, but not to ask for another 100, figuring they're going to cut it in half.
What I did is I submitted for this 1 year's budget the second part of the last 2 years' budget. This is what yours. I did the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think that if we
But
did
there's
it, if you did it that way, then perhaps you should refer back to the fact that you had made a request for 100,000, and that this request now is for another 50 or whatever the balance is.
That's what we'll do. And I haven't done that yet because this has to go through our university, business office, and the coordinator has to sign it and so on. But then I'll send this to you rather than to Mrs. McFarland.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she'd much appreciate
Fine.
that.
All right.
Because then she doesn't have seven different kinds of things coming in.
Okay.
She could lose.
And I'll get this to you, next week?
And I say it'll be sent in just as you submit it to me. But then will be a cover letter in which I will make strong recommendations in each case that the request be granted. So,
I don't know if you know what happened last year or not about the sending in of the transcripts. We killed ourselves getting those transcripts done. In really pretty good time, I thought. Tied up the whole office and what have you. And then we finally airmailed off their copy. Then it went through the university's mailing bureau, and the little $4.08 mailing sticker fell off the thing. So it arrived back there, postage due, for $4.08, and it was returned to us. And at that point, I was frankly so mad.
as you contain yourself.
Who returned it to you?
Came back from Mrs. McFarland.
Didn't she didn't pay for it?
No. And then eventually got frantic letters and so on, I guess, from everybody saying, where is this?
Did you know what it was? You don't know?
Well, I don't know how she, what else would she be getting from us? That's the only thing we've been in contact with.
You sure the stamp fell off, Bunny?
Yeah, that was the funny thing. They should have delivered it.
I'm unfaithful. This was a transcript.
This was the transcript of the meeting.
Oh, I see.
The whole transcript, plus some reports and so on. So we sent it
If
back.
we had a line in to resubmit the second year, the 2-year budget I submitted last year, which is $10,000 difference.
Do as you like, as long as you can justify it. I'll just send it in.
Submit the larger figure, I'd say.
And if you want to develop an urban emphasis, probably this is justification for it. I think if the proposals were far out of line, what they were last year, we might run into some flack on that.
All of us might.
Yeah, and you also might run into some flack, actually, if you put a slug in there saying we're going to start something that's wholly new. Huh?
Yes, I think that the proposal should be, the thrust should be that you're winding up.
Are you going to submit what we give you, or are you going to work them over and summarize them, which would be all right?
No, sir, I'm not going to touch them. You send them in with all the signatures and everything, and then I will simply send them in as a package, airmail.
Except that if you look them over and have some suggestions to make,
I wrote mine to you.
What'd you say?
Not to Ms.
What'd you say, buddy?
Except that you are going to look them over, and if you have some suggestions, you will return
What
them.
I'm going to do with the ones you've already submitted to me is to look them over and then maybe send them back for suggestions.
Okay. Well, you get mine next week.
And then you might want to change some of them anyway as a result of the discussions we've had here. And then once you send them back to me, I won't touch them. But I'll say that here they are, and I'll send them airmail with a well-affixed stamp.
News will hold.
If you've ever had any correspondence with that office, you know that everything comes out of their regular mail. Yeah. Even the notice of the award of the grant, 6-cent stamp.
Did anybody ever tell you what Mr. McFarland's salary is?
No.
You can't afford to send airmail with us.
Tell us.
Are there any other matters that we've not touched on? Probably are. I want to submit these proposals very early in the year with the strong request that the awards be made just as soon as convenient.
Preferably before July.
So that we'll have the awards, the funding, in hand before the middle of the summer. And we can make plans accordingly for the summer, which I think in most cases is the big season.
Has anybody else received a letter from McFarland saying that you had a 2-year extension?
No.
I have.
Where'd you get that? When?
Last spring.
Well, I think isn't that what we all received, that we were in for another 2 years, at the end of which we mustn't expect anything.
Yeah. It didn't really say you have it. It said you can't expect anything beyond that.
Because we will extend the project 2 more years, this year and 1 more.
Because you only gave you the money for the first.
Right. Yeah, that's all it is.
Right. Yeah.
What else is it, gentlemen, that have we overlooked talking about?
Yeah, what are we going to do with all these days?
The matter of library housing, we discussed that. This
I don't mean that. I'm just kidding, Greg. Don't.
Well, this might be worth repeating. The fact that you can use your librarians as you can put them on the spot by saying that we'll give you this stuff, we'll take care of it properly. We told our librarian you can have it all if you'll agree to rerun the tapes every 6 months forever.
Ours is agreed to that.
And they'll do it.
I'll leave these with you.
That'd be great. We assume...
Anybody interested in sending me some things for my book?
Yeah, I think we might, Joe.
I don't know if I want to be sued to you or not.
Is it, let me ask this one final question. Is it the expectation of everyone that the collections that you make will remain intact as a Duke collection? Or
together with certain peripheral materials that might relate to it. Are these collections going to be housed in a library situation, a museum, or what?
Ours are going to be in archives, locked archives with very limited access. Not in the regular library, but in the archive section.
That's where ours will be. Ours will be in the regular library, but in a special collection, in a locked area.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really great. We're going to publish something with holes and then lock them all up.
Still worried about that.
I don't know how you feel.
Let them eat cake.
Now, I'm a little concerned about this publication business with Reinhardt and Winston, because you're really going to have a signed release from the people you're going to publish. And the reason I mention it is that if it should come out, and there should be some flack about it, it's going to give the whole project
I don't think there's much danger of that. For one thing, this is not going to be editorialized. This is just going to be their own words. And,
yeah, but then this is commercial. Are they going to get any money out of it?
No. I think that it will probably prove to be immensely flattering to you.
You run a lot of risks, though.
Good
That's
luck.
True. You're making money from Indians.
The only problem
Good
is,
story.
we've told them that this is going to be at the University of Oklahoma.
That's fine, gentlemen. That's fine. I think this could be used as a very much of a selling point for future refunding and this sort of thing.
When do you think it will be published?
I think that if we could get them quick, it could be published this summer.
This summer?
Coming summer, without any sweat. The publisher is eager.
How much material do you want? Be the judge of it, and you edit it out as to what you want to put in.
Be the judge. If you can put in, send as much as you think is good, or none at all, or a couple, or 30, or whatever you want. And I'm not trying to steal
I feel like we
anything
don't
from
make
anybody.
these things known, nobody's going to use them.
This is going to be verbatim material.
Right. And the most that will be put on it will be something at the beginning that will say this is Cato Valandra, who was the tribal chairman of the Rosebud Sioux from so-and-so, speaking about tribal government. Something, you know.
This will be right at each article.
At each article.
The author, and then a description of his capability.
I think something like that, I'm sure, could be very useful, and I'm sure that it could be important. But there still is the possibility of how it will be identified with the Duke projects.
We'll
Connected
put
with that.
on. I anticipate that anybody that participates, we will put a separate page at the beginning listing the projects and the directors. On each one of the verbatim things, if it is an interview, there will be the interviewer, or there will be the project.
And and Doris Duke gave you permission to dedicate it to her?
Right. Which we're very pleased with, because she's never done that before, I understand.
Mrs. McFarland said that she has never wanted any publicity of any kind. She does not want buildings named after her and all of that. She does not like the idea of newspaper publicity coming as a result of the receipt of a grant, for example. Publicity of this kind, I've forgotten how we handled it, but Duke's name is there, but we're asked to tone that aspect of it down. You don't want to omit the name, but she doesn't want a headline, a banner headline. This Duke gives $500,000.
just means that everybody in the country wants to go to Miss Duke for $500,000. But in any publicity that we've had quite a bit of it, we've always been in a dilemma about it. So I think this is quite a breakthrough when you get that kind of...
Yeah, I thought so.
Writing, Joe.
I've got it writing from May McFarland.
From May McFarland.
Yes, that Miss Duke had given her permission. And I'm not going to insist on Doris's signature. I assume that that's good enough. It's been good enough on the funding. Hell.
And all the material come from the collections that you have in this publication, or will every other?
I would hope that it would. I would like it to be that way. And I don't see any reason why it could not.
Now, are you getting, for instance, when you're going to say publish verbatim, this is somebody who was the chairman of the Rosebud Sioux, does she know that this is going to be published in this form? And,
who?
Well, anybody that you're going to publish. In other words, do the people who have now supplied the testimony and whose words are going to be published, are they aware of the fact that they're going to be published?
Not all of them right at this instant. I intend.
No, but I mean, they will.
They will.
Know in advance, and you'll presumably either have something in writing or some kind of agreement.
They'll give their permission.
Well, our stuff has permission, and I think we're legally safe from publishing ours in any event because of our releases. But I would go through again and tell them that we intend to do this.
You know, on the one hand, it's a great thing. On the other hand, you expose yourself. But I suppose
I think that in this, when you're breaking ground in a new field like this, and particularly when you've got as big a thing going as we have, that could be just chopped off. I think that there are occasional risks that have to be run. I think that there's a certain amount of calculated risk here, but since I would be the one who would be most apt to get sued by anybody, I feel I'm pretty safe on this one.
I think the thing really depends on the nature of the statements.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the nature of the informant.
Assuming the informants have given their written permission.
Yeah, no, if they've given their permission, there's no
And
sweat.
the general thing would depend on the reactions to the
I'm only thinking of this Navajo case because in this case, the Navajo not only was going to sue the person with whom he had worked, but also sue the publisher, and the result was that publication was stopped.
Well,
because of the suit.
The tribe has the
assume
right
that
to
anybody
sue,
that
too.
sent me anything would know the people that they were sending. So it seemed to me that the risk would be very minimal here.
What grounds would they have it right?
They're a corporate body. If the person is a
What would be their
resident,
basis
if it was in any way defamatory
Yeah,
or demeaning or whatever.
Invasion of privacy, all kinds
Of course not. That's the secret to this. Is it's going to be pretty damn carefully edited before
it's not going to be bland, obviously, because all of you know from the stuff you have that it isn't bland, but that's a long way from being libelous or defamatory.
Well, you can defame the whites.
Oh, hell yes, yeah.
So do lots of that.
Oh, it's good.
We're used to it.
I'm going to zing the Bureau a few times, you know,
Yeah,
to give it authenticity.
They're governmental. It's awfully hard for them to sue you. And so the Bureau is so used to being kicked anyway that they expect it. They're masochists and they enjoy it. And so
They're getting to a place now where you don't know where to kick them. They're getting somebody
The tricky thing like this is that sometimes you don't know how some Indians are going to respond to it, and you think something that they should feel favorable about turns out that they didn't like this aspect of the image projected of them.
Well,
And then should have edited it.
I would like, even if you are not prepared to send a whole bunch of stuff, if we could just get one or two from people perfectly safe, so it would show the whole project up. That would even be helpful.
I think I might be able to get 2 for you on these old men on the Laguna Scouts, which a couple of them are really interesting about the U.S. cavalry and about Apaches and one thing and another. And another one of quite a different contrast on the Cochiti land grab that has just come off in New Mexico in the last 6 months, in which the Department of Engineers and everybody else is just coming off looking like dragons. And I've got a couple from there that I think I could get good, they would be happy to release from Cochiti.
The final one is going to be Cato Valander, and it's going to be one. You know, he gave it at a tape conference, and he said, "We're going to use your brains and your money, and we're going to raise ourselves up to your level and maybe a little bit higher."
That's pretty good. Tell me this: to whom do royalties go? Would it be appropriate if the informants want their material included, and we decide it's worth including? Would the royalties from this publication go to the Indian person who gave the material?
There would be too many of them in there. I don't see how you could possibly divide it. I would not be opposed to it, but I don't see how you could do it, Floyd.
Would there be a general statement as to how the money will be used if you make any?
Well, I could make one, I suppose. Always trying to get rich.
This is something I've run into twice now. That's the question you get. Oh, I'll give you. I don't mind giving, but who's going to make the money from it?
Mm-hmm. And this is the first one I'm going to face.
This is the general assumption, of course. Everybody who publishes anything makes $500,000.
We're starting our own American Indian education program in that respect. In that this year the university is coming out with a large book on Piman shamanism, in which there are 4 authors, only one of whom is a non-Indian, and they're going to divide the royalties among them, split it 4 ways. And this 4-night Papago tale is also going to be published, and in this case the teller of the tale and the Papago linguist, who's going to do most of the work on it, are going to get divided 50-50, and I'm not going to accept a nickel out of it. And of course what they're going to learn from doing this kind of thing, we need to do more of it, is that they're soon going to discover that if we pay them $2 an hour to talk, they're making more money that way than they are if we tell them we'll give you all the royalties from a volume. And so, you know, let them see what happens. Now they're right, of course. We do make money from publishing books, but it isn't the way they think. It's because you got a promotion or something else.
Same story of the price you get for an article in the retail price.
Let me ask this, assuming that we are happily refunded, and would you think it desirable to hold another of these meetings? If so, when and where?
If we're hopefully refunded, I would like to have another meeting at the beginning of the summer.
Why?
To see just where we are and to take another look at this final report, or at least at the end of the summer.
I would respond favorably to the end of the summer.
I would, me too.
Yeah. Early fall, maybe.
Yeah, early fall.
End of summer or early fall.
Fine.
Be good.
Fine.
September.
I think that, this,
Or before school starts almost might be a time.
The better off we are.
It seems to me that they're worth a good deal. I think the project as a whole has suffered from our not getting together more often, and pooling ideas and strategy.
Where will people be at, say, before school starts?
School starts very variously now. Where will everyone be at the 15th of September?
That's the worst time for me.
That's bad
That's
news.
the beginning of our term.
The same with ours. The
I
1st
think
of
somewhere
September would be
around,
more
say,
like it.
September 1.
Too early.
Too early?
Too early?
Okay.
We're still in the field.
We're right in the middle of field work.
When does your
October
school
1?
start?
1st of October.
Oh, I see. what
October is a different matter. We can do that.
Well, that would be all right.
October, but in the early part of October would be better.
Then it's after school starts.
Well,
Yeah,
very
the
early
Western
because we got
History, of
the
course.
Western History Conference in October, and then the Ethno History meetings in October.
Could would it be possible to go one day early to the Western History Conference?
Where's it?
Sure.
Santa Fe.
Why not?
That's right.
That's a great idea.
That seems sensible, and I think a lot of us could save a hell of a lot of money that way.
Yeah.
Wes, does this present any problem to you?
No,
And
that would be
Santa
nice.
Fe is a great place to.
Do anything.
Could someone arrange to have
I could probably get a special space in Santa Fe a day before the meeting
October, I
at the
don't
School of
know.
American Research. They have an old hacienda, which is quite nice accommodations. To have a meeting prior to the meeting. I can't promise this, but I can request it with some feeling of confidence that Doug Schwartz at the School of American Research would be willing to let us use his facilities.
Is this a hotel facility?
Well, it can function that way. What they own is a large, old, magnificent Spanish hacienda in Santa Fe, which is used for meetings and used for a number of different functions. They have accommodations there. They normally have a cook and one thing or another, and they have very nice, pleasant meeting rooms.
Why don't you do this as a suggestion? Let us stable ourselves in the downtown hotel and then have our meeting out there and maybe
Okay.
lunch there.
All right. I will be seeing him and can let you know rather quickly. whether
If we
this can be
can't do
arranged.
that, I'm sure that Dave will get us a meeting room at the Institute. I just know it.
Wouldn't you prefer to be in a hotel, generally speaking?
Well, I'm going to be staying with a family when I go over.
Well,
So I think we'll all be making our own arrangements
We
about
make our own arrangements
No,
anyway.
but we need to discuss this.
Well, what I'd like to know is the dates. You know the dates?
No, I don't.
It's about October 12.
Yeah, about the 10th of October.
It's around Columbus Day.
Who's
every year.
Columbus?
That's an appropriate day for us.
For everybody.
Have a non-Columbus Day. The day before.
Un-Columbus.
Given someplace. Are you that well organized that you got it down in your...
You have calendar, Lloyd O'Neill. Western History will be held on the 14th, 15th, and 16th of October.
Well, then the 13th ought to be a nice day. What's that, a Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Oh, great.
All right, that's it, right?
Let's set it that way, is that okay?
October 13th.
Probably
An
be,
agreeable bunch.
I'll be writing my paper for the meetings.
Stretching you
Oh,
out.
for sure, we'll be there, we might as well be agreeable.
And as happened here, the New Mexico project, you pick up the tab and then everybody...
October the 13th.
I see.
I wonder who
Well, that was
I wonder who New Mexico's
I
director will
have
be
to
next
tell
year.
a story in that regard. I had a student who went to work in Africa, and he was working in the Omo Valley, which is about as isolated as you can get, and they had to take in porters from Kenya to carry, and hunters to supply meat to the camp. And I got this marvelous report from him where he said he was in the camp with these Turkana hunters for the first night, and they're out and the lions are prowling around and one thing and another. And he was going to go out and do the ethnography right there, an anxious student of how they butchered gazelles. So they had gone out and they'd killed these gazelles and brought them back in for the camp. And he goes out and there's this one man standing up over the gazelle going, a third man squatting beside the gazelle, skinning it, and a fourth man standing over the second man's shoulder, dropping sand down, So my student goes out and says in his best Swahili, "Hey guys, what are you doing?" And they all turn around in a shocked look and say, "Why, we're skinning a gazelle." And Jerry says, "I know, but what about the man with the hair and sand?" And they both turned around once again with a very shocked look and said, "Why, if we don't do this, my grandmother in Nairobi will die of yaws." Jerry says, "I learned very quickly to say, 'I see.'" And he says, "I said, 'I see' to everything that was told me for the rest of the year."
Of course.
Uh-huh.
We will, is there any other business? We will take you to your hotel. And those who are driving you down, if you want to make any detours through the campus or anywhere around, please say so. And we'll pick you up about 5:30 in the lobby. And will that give you enough time?
What time is it?
4 o'clock.
Bunch of material over that we've already done. And this is the only copy I've got, so I have to have it back. But I thought maybe you'd like to take it and keep it, and you can read it tonight or tomorrow or whenever you get time. Now, we haven't done a thing to that. That's just exactly like it's on the recording. Every word is just the same as it is in the recording. And once in a great while, there's an open space there where we had a little trouble understanding what it said on the record. But with the exception of that second day, the second day was the time when the recording was so bad, you remember?
Yes.
And I listened to it and then kind of just told my secretary what it said. But the rest of those are exactly like they are on the tape. Now, of course, when we write this up, I'll go through that and change it all around and make it much shorter than that and redo it in my own words.
Yes, I think that's what I think the thing of it is to kind of help you along into things for a thing to make it combine to make kind of your way of fitting. Because when I pick from here, I think I know about what you mean by that.
Well, of course, I'll let you read it after I do that. But I thought if you'd like to read it this way first, and then there may be some things that you'll want to add on to or change or tell me about.
Something in there that probably you may not quite fully understand on some of it, and so that way you may have to come to some parts in there and maybe clarify some of the things in there too. Like for instance, I was saying yesterday, relating back into saying you're seeing different kind of stock and one thing and another. I think it's true with our people too, in going approaching them to say that some people say that because they're Indians, well then that's just the way you handle them or you do business with them. I think you need to keep the family knowing them, they knowing you. And to go there, well then you just about have to figure out in your approach and to talk with them to get what you actually would like to know from them. And of course, we're trying to come back from I would say from time that I had little knowledge of our older people into saying to what my mother or father had been at that time, how the children was and what we thought about our chiefs and carrying that on down to, say, when I was a little more active with my people in working with them from their homes, all the way through to what comes now is from the time of we would say from when we won our judgment from Colorado, how this money affected. And of course we realized our homes are much better from then on, and how we have furnished our furnishing in home, and from then to their families, and just what we kind of discussed yesterday was the children there as to how it is affecting them. And to that point is what we are dealing with at present day as to what's happened to our people up to date and what they are trying to do with their children, or where is it the fault of the parents, or had the money had any part in their changing of what they intended to live for, and what are they doing with their present children going to schools, and why is it that they are not in the progressing as we kind of expect them to do. And I think on that last I talked with Francis was that we went this far, and there are certain things that we have achieved, and there are other things we haven't, we don't know too much about. And that was the reason I said yesterday was that now how would we go into the home? Would we need to say that send one of our Indians to make a study of them again, to go into their home and sit down with them, and let the parents say what they can come up with, and in your home visits throughout the reservation to each home. And I think from then on would come back to your study, and to see from that point on to how we can approach these families again from our day of life today. As I tried to mention in here that was in the past, our Indians and what happened after that, and to the other parts of the state, and to present day, I think that's what we are concerned with up today, is to what is thinking back to our parents of today with their children. Of course, that some of them had come back into the latter part of the stage from my beginning, I guess, and now we seem to have another turnover into the development of not only among Indians but by the white people. They're making so much progress in the various fields, and they're still going at it, and more studies and more, I don't know, more studying of certain things that they are achieving to what they're looking forward to.
Now, Connor, what you're saying is that when you were younger, that the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the tribe, everybody was kind of agreed on the direction that the Indians should go. They had these farm agents that helped and supervised. And then along about the time of World War II, why the supervision and it seems like the general policy of the Indian Bureau changed. Then. And then right closely after that came the Colorado Judgment Fund, and the tribe got all this money, and it seems that since that happened, since 1951, that then everything has been going in a different direction.
Yes, it's, we didn't know only on the programming, where then that was something in new itself. They got a program, and whether they took it for serious cause to looking at something for a future as to how it hit them is the thing that we are kind of puzzled on. From then we know, and we told them this is a beginning of you developing your homes and resources. We have changed in them, and organizations like cattle and range management and programs in that nature, where I think we've done fairly well in our developing our range, reseeding and eradicating of sagebrush and planting them and using various ways of going about. And we had that object to look forward to when we were in cattle. We had quite a few cattle, and from then I told you that raising the cattle were something that were maintained before this money, and they knew just about how much to sell and what to do in order to pay off their loan, because that was the only source of funds that derived in order to put them from one period to the other.
Yes.
They look forward to that.
Their cattle sales in the fall.
Yes, their cattle sales, they paid on their loans. And so when this money came in, and of course mostly all of them paid off their loans. And when they done that, why then they exhausted their first intentions of having cattle to pay off their loans.
Yes, I see. They've done what they started out to do.
They started out with, and both of them seems to me was both dropped out. See, they didn't continue with their cattle when they paid off.
Yes.
They used them, then they used what funds they had, so that just kind of dropped out of picture.
Now they paid off their loans with the per capita payments, and then they turned around and sold their cattle at the same time.
About the same time.
And took that money and just spent it.
Just spent it, yes. Instead of continuing along with their livestock, which they originally started out with, which they were quite successful in. We didn't have enough range for what cattle that they did put on one time. It seemed like when the supervision of, I would say, the extension or government having effort to supervise them, they more or less kind of dropped that. They thought they were in a place where they thought they were capable of taking care of themselves on that course with the relief of what money they were getting. But they didn't. They still needed a little more supervision in that line, I think.
Connor, help me with dates now. When did the Bureau drop their extension program?
Well, I went in when we took all we in terms we used to call our men that were in the field, our farmers, that's what we called them. They went from home to home. They used a team and buggy and days. And later years they got them cars, Model T, and they worked on that. They were known to the Indian as a farmer. And we had one personnel that just more or less his work was with livestock, with cattle. So they had to go over the areas and places where there were cattle and working with them. Well, when the so-called farmers were out of picture, then they give it another title by extension. And that part came in, I think, might have been around 37 or 38, 1938.
So the farmers were moved out.
What we know them as farmers.
Called as farmers, and they moved in new men who were called extension agents.
Extension, yes.
And then what was the difference there? How did
well, to the people, I would say, in changing them to say that we didn't no longer call them farmers, had some kind of effect on them that the titles called extension were a little more different than what they had recognized them for up to that point. But they done about the same thing, but the title was different, and they thought they were in a kind of a different meaning to the people, although they were the same. And in having this extension, they encouraged to what they call farm aids, to in time to come, why these farm aids practicing with the extension work would be the personnel in time to come to more or less be in line with the extension work, as they called it.
I see. So they appointed extension aides, and their thinking was that as the aides learned how to do the extension work, then they would become the extension agents themselves.
They would be that person. They seen the time when all of this extension personnel would exhaust, and they would no more longer be in there, but these aides would be kind of a
would do the job.
Be the personnel to keep the job going as it was left for. It was thinking, I think, on that is to the white people to go out and Indians would come into that picture there to still continue the very thing that had been created in that particular field. And of course our extension agents then pretty much in with the livestock and the farming at the time. So I remember when the extension head was, they would say that he was, they termed him as a stockman, because and these others more or less were the farmers. Some of them, but still that change was made in there too. They did not quite get the thinking that they had before. In that term, they thought they were a little different, but although they were the same sort of person practicing in the field.
But they were different people. I mean,
they were different people.
Actually, the farmers left. They were gone, and new people came in as extension agents.
And of course, the farmers that we termed in were with the people for a number of years. But when they come into the extension, they start to moving them in and out quite regularly. They were on steady as we did what we call our old-time farmers. They stayed on for a number of years.
I see.
And there was never change made in them. That's for health or something. But in later years, where they more or less start to shifting our farm, our extension agents come in there, then you get to go in maybe 2 years, and by the time they got knowing as to what he wanted to do, there was either transfer or another personnel came in, and he would, in terms I have said, would kind of have another policy of working, so that more or less kept them jumping from what they actually started to do, where before these continued old farmers that lived for 5 to 10 years with them, they pretty much established that, and and they had that to look forward to. But when a change made, well, then that kind of varied in saying that the personnel came in, and of course he had to renew himself to acquaint with the people that he was working with. And by the time he got to seeing how he could help these particular groups of people, because you can't handle them the same. They all differ, but still, same time they come within his line. You had to kind of approach him in various ways as to how you found your individual at their places, and they would vary as these agents came in. They varied, and by the time they got to knowing him, liking him for his personal reasons, one thing another, why, you'd settle down and there'd be another change made again. And he in turn had to start all over with Indians, and Indians had to start all over with him again. So gradually that was kind of a next step to where eventually we only wound up with one. Then they kind of look forward to some kind of a help with an areas. You still hear that. They say, well, Ouray group, they want somebody to help them down there. And the same way we take Ranelette group. They feel, even though they're out of the same families or same group, but they distancing them about 15 miles, and they had their way of living and their methods with what they had, along with our people from Ranelette as well as in Mighton. And that covered into White Rock. They varied in what they were trying to do. So even they may seem out of the same group, but just saying that they were in just different locations. And we had a farmer at Ranelette. That's what they call farmers. He just covered that particular Ranelette area. I'd say up to the agency. And he more or less kind of was supposed to have tied in with the group from Ouray. But from Ouray, people that more or less came there, they would either go up into Bitter Creek, up back over towards Colorado line, excepting in, say, in the fall of the year or something when it came off. And of course the people in Ranelette, they more or less put up their hay, and just as the farmer is, as well as in Mighton they had another farmer there, and he just took care of that one area there. Then we had another one that covered what we called bench, Indian bench, up to Leeton, and toward La Pointe on that highway down south there. Then we had another one stationed at White Rock, and he covered from the La Pointe highway up north of there, up into round Neola, Tridell, and round in there. So he worked with that particular group there. And of course these farmers, they didn't have one head, they were the head of their departments. When extension came in, they had one head, and they had branches that took care of Ranelette and Ouray and Mighton, and round Fort Duchesne, and then up to White Rock. I was one of the aides in extension. I was second one. Roy Smith was the first when extension, known as extension, was established. And later years I went up as aide at White Rock. And I worked with this agent at Fort Duchesne. What I had problem with up there, I would be acquainted with him as to for his assistance, and if there's anything that I couldn't get or do, or what I thought he should know of, I reported to him at least once a week. Or that he had certain days that he would come with me on the area that I was covering and to see what I was doing with that particular group of people in my area. And I would say, well, this is so-and-so, and we are confronted with this, and then he in turn would go to his superior there, like Kimball. I mean, first one came in was there's my name of just had it in my mind a little while ago. But anyway, he more or less got out. He wasn't like the extension boss at that time that more or less took care of around an office. He more or less went with his agents and his aides in various fields. He went round. He covered whole portions of his areas with his personnel. And to later years, it's kind of another person will come in, and he more or less took care of around close within the vicinity of the agency there. And so that's where he went, and his agents were out in the field. And they had to report to him. Of course, we reported, all of us. I reported to my boss, I would say, and then he had the boss over him, so he had to report to him as to what he had found with me in my means. And of course, sometime we had our monthly meeting to condense everything through, not only with our work, but it was with our equipment and what he had in his mind to do on the different fields that we were. We adapted to certain things where it was a little different from other places, like for instance of harvesting grain. I had to make arrangements with thrashers, and we used to factories leases would come out, and on our round we had these individuals to sign on lease paper. Within our area we accomplished that, and probably one of the persons that was inherited in this particular piece of land, well then it would shift down into our lower area. So till we got enough signatures to testify to the piece. So we changed that, and so that's the way it was carried. We carried leases as well as making arrangements for thrashing or combining that was coming in, and plowing hay and so on through. And that way they were more aware of what they were doing, even on the crop leases. They were saying that the Indian got third of the crop. So during the harvest, we went there, and the Indian had so much grain. Then we'd go into, when he had his hay in stack, we'd go over that measure. I would go in that measure and see how many tons he had in this one and that one. And so we'd stake it off. But a stake in there, this meant so much. There's so much hay and it's agreed by the whites, and as well as with the Indian. At times I'd take him over there when we would measure the hay. So this is yours, and probably this is yours, and this part's yours, and it suited both individuals there. So there, again, it come up that he had no need for it, but probably the white man that had put up the hay, he'd say, well, it's worth so much. I'll give you so many dollars for your share. And And then he would say, it's all right, or he would say, I'll hold off a little longer. So that would be agreed on at that time. Or if you sold it to another white man or another Indian, well then it would be all measured up and there'd be so many tons. And that's when we logged for different measurements as to how long the stack was, how long it had been in the stack. Varied from, say, giving 30 days for settlement, and you'd take so many feet to differ in within, say, stack had been in for 6 months. It would be more settled, so all that had to be discussed with Indian why this was that way, and you see this large amount of hay and so on through, and grain, things like that way. They were aware of it, and I think with that kind of working with people, well, then they more or less knew, and they wasn't free for all, you know. They had somebody to, if were questioning times that I didn't think this should be done, I'd have talked with Indians. And sometimes white men didn't feel that you should do that for certain cause, so I went and talked with my boss on as to where the little place had friction in it. So he would then come to me, and we would go together to this white man, and of course he talked for the Indian, and see what was there, that he never let his Indian down. He didn't pull for a white man. He's always, whether he was wrong or not, why his position was to do best he could for the Indian. I think they recognized him that way because they know they had help. They had somebody that they could fall back on. Whereas of later years, when all of that supervision was out, well, then what the white man told him was he couldn't prove it or didn't have anyone to look back on to support him on figures or anything of that nature which was transpiring at that time.
Well, Connor, this sounds like a pretty good system. How long did that last then?
Well, I don't think it lasted too long. Imagine by the time we got into per capita payment, that was in, I think it was in 53 when the final thing molded out. And I think that's just about the time that we needed this supervision. With our loaning program was coming in larger. They had run into this large debt, and when they was in operation, it was operating because they were to see that we made the right sales. They went about in advertising over large areas of country that we attracted enough big buyers from not only here, they even came from back east. Wherever they were feeding, we produced some of the, it's about a good a feeder livestock. If we went anywhere, then that just went out just like that. And we had people calling in from back east that were in the feeding zone. And they were, these people around in here couldn't even begin to price them like they would. They just, everything seemed like they just moved back east. They were pretty well recognized as feeders.
Well, now you had these extension aids up until 1953 then.
Well, I don't know. I think it was in the latter part of 40s, close to 50.
48, 49.
Then when all of our other agents that were in the field, they finally melted away and only left one. And he couldn't very well do the work that he was supposed to be doing.
Well, what you're saying then is that the aides quit.
No, it kind of abolished that position.
Oh.
And kind of condensed down to only one.
Along about 1948 then, they did
Well,
away
somewhere about in there, close to 50.
Yeah, they did away with the, now before that, then you had one central extension agent who worked at the agency.
Yes.
And then he had assistants that went out in the field.
Yes.
And then there were aides that worked under the assistants.
Yes.
And along about 1948, they finally got down to where there was only one extension man on the reservation.
Man on the reservation.
And then they let him go.
And then they let him go. The last man was Perry. Cecil Perry. So that when he went, and I think I've always said that we were let go of that assistance before we actually had established our footing, because that's when the big time came, when we should have had him. And with his help, I've always thought, up into the latter part of years, that I think our people would have had the footing enough that they could have been better off today than they are. Because when they let him go, there's no supervision in the field or who they could go to had knowledge of say a stock and farm enterprise to go to, other than some clerk or something that it was all Greek to him, and he could be assistant in that department. Of course, he might be pretty good in figures and paperwork, one thing or another. But these other personnel were actually people that they contacted day in, day out. So that way they were aware of it, that they were being watched. If they'd done something other than that because they knew what they had, I used to have a little pad there, and what I'd done this year, crops, I also went to see quite the policing. They had so much. Beginning, go there in spring year when they're plowing, and they say they're going to have so much oat, so much wheat. Go by there, still checked up on them at the times too. And some time come that probably thinking want a little advance in cash and in just a portion of the crop on a crop share basis. So that dealing had to do with me in my particular area. And if I thought it didn't justify that, I would have to go to my boss and tell him. Then together we would try to work out something to not have him fall short of anything, but still have something. Supposing he had a few head of cattle, and we would have to tell him that he could sell only a certain proportion of his crop, because we thought he needed that and should have that to feed his cows or whatever he had. So in that way, we would counsel with the individual that was living. But if he didn't have anything, of course there was no reason for him to keep it. That would be best for him to sell it and get what money he could. So in having that go with them, they more or less let go what they had, and of course this person come in and said, well, I'll buy your hay for this much, and ready to sell, and he sells right now. That first crop of hay cutting out on reservation, and of course these people that goes out, wise, they'll say they'll buy it in the field and for maybe $14, and by the time they got in, well, then they said it if they'd waited 2 weeks, why they could got $20 a ton for the same hay they sold for $14. Still, they could have either gotten a field or not. So that was it. That's how these men that were in the field knew. They knew the marketing value. We got marketing quotations on livestock, and in their department field was white people, and of course they know what's going to happen, and they would say the hay's going to go up a few more dollars. So the Indian would want to sell today, and we'd tell them, no, you wait for a week, maybe 2 weeks. You'll get a few more dollars more. So that's how they were kind of directed to help them get what actually was the value of their product.
Connor, why did the Bureau do away with this system?
I wouldn't know. I don't know why they did that particular part there.
Did they ever tell you at any time if they were going to do away with the system, or did they just keep people
Well,
that leave and they wouldn't fill the position?
They never did actually. I don't believe the Indians were aware of what was back there. Of course, we would see the agency knew just about what was happening, and they were aware of it. I'm quite sure that probably they would just kind of looking forward to that. But this way, it gradually dropped out, and they wondered why this thing happened. Well, so that's the way the thing is, and so before they could actually establish themselves, well, then that particular part dropped out.
What about the women, Connor? Did they have women who worked with the Indian ladies, helping them with canning and homemaking?
Well, I think they did. They started a woman that was around with them and kind of started them out in canning and learning to do this. And they started these meetings with the lady folks and work that they wanted. They even had the sewing classes. I think they had 88 sewing machines, last I remember.
8 of them.
And that was on different locations where women came to sew. And I think they were starting up in the bottling or canning fruits and one thing another. So as I say, that was kind of new to them in that procedure, and that didn't carry it on far enough for them to actually see to.
And they quit that program the same way. They just.
So they said, now it is, we can get that help if we go to Roosevelt, and they don't want to go to Roosevelt. They would like to, but they think, well, just like I say, with our children, probably be the same thing. They kind of don't like to, but if they do it at their own place, why then it could be much more to the way they want to, then they would have a little more interest in it than they take 2 or 3 Indian women to study in a dozen white women. Of course, I know there's a lot of white women would be glad to help these Indians, but for some reason or other, they just don't want to. Although at the same time, they would like it. I know they do. For instance, my second wife, she only went to about 3rd grade in school, and we had neighbors. And we had a little garden, and she came over with what we had and showed her a lot of things. And she done awful well. They do. I think you'll find it with moving their hands. They're quite aware of that, and they do things quite well once they catch on with the work of nature. I know some of our people now that had started in with our extension lady folks and that, they do put up quite a little bit of stuff there. They don't know, but they just go ahead and do it. They know how to take care of pieces of fruit of some kind. There's some ladies over there, you'd think that they don't know anything about it, but they've learned that, and they do put up some fruit there. People that we wouldn't even think they do, but they somehow they do. Because that's the thing that, as I have said, that they provided for their living that had been acquired from our old folks and their old folks, I guess, that they know they had to eat. And this was the way to do it, to provide for the times that are coming.
So the idea of canning isn't a new one. I mean, or at least the idea of storing food so that you have it for the winter, that isn't new at all. You've been doing that forever.
They've been doing that forever. But now with this, that they say, well, what's the use of putting it up? And if I just have the money's now, that's a thing that they say, if I have the money, why should I put that if that's our people of today say, why put it up? And you give me the money, I'll go here to the store and buy a can of peaches or whatever I want. But previous to that, they would put up their jelly, jam, whichever way they want to, dried some berries, and all of that, because they done it. But the biggest problem is our people today, they're dwindling away from all of that. They've taken place of that is the money now. They want the money.
Yeah. Well, Connor, why don't you tell me about what happened in 1951, 1952, and 1953 in there? What kinds of changes did occur after you got the Colorado Judgment Fund?
Well, they know that if you know you've got money coming, you say you're working, and you'll have a few dollars tomorrow, or you know you're aware that you're going to get it. So I think the tendency was they had this money. So they say, well, if I can live till tomorrow, well then why should I do this? When I get the money, I'll get what I want. It seems to be the tendency then, and they just more or less kind of waited on that and forgot what they actually was striving to do.
When did the Indians first learn that they were going to get some money?
Well, when they heard of this, they've heard it ever since my grandfather was alive. See, this Spanish war claim. I remember my grandpa was an interpreter on about 1921 or 22 at White Rock. And this lawyer came in, and it was in the mold. They could do it with the proof of in the course of law. That could have been due either in 1922 or 21, somewhere in there, because this particular lawyer came in. 23, remember a little bit reading on the report, that it was just a simple cross-examination to where he could prove this, that it didn't materialize. Government knew it, that they could have it, but they had to have a representative in the course of law to go about it and secure it. So in later years, after this one particular lawyer failed, and another man came in the picture. I think his name was Ducker. He came out, and my sister was interpreting for him. and pretty much was in the process of being a claims attorney. That time it was one personality was Sioux. He was a Sioux Indian. He had been a clerk there to her agency, ration clerk one time. And he went into World War I. Someplace he got connected in Washington, D.C., someplace in there. And through that, in finding the thing that he knew this Spanish war claim was, it was there, but it just had to have a lawyer to win it. So he came in picture. Of course, the Indians knew him, and my brother went and interpreted for Captain Bonin then. My sister was Tucker.
What was the captain's name?
Bonin.
Bonin?
And of course, when he came in picture, they knew him, although this other old man had been here previous to that, I don't know, month or so, but they knew what they had talked about, and he knew how they was going to get it. So he comes in picture, and we had two that was for the same thing. So, of course, knowing Mr. Bonin, he won that quite easily, more or less turned to him. Got old man Tucker. So, with that reaction, it came in a little more. There was more in it than I guess they thought. These people, Colorado ones, was in the same process. So I think with him, he acquired an attorney by the name of Sterling, and he started working on it. And as I remember it, just my memory of it, and this man Sterling, some way or another, he died, I think.
I see.
So I think that Wilkerson was within the Sterling then, again, someplace in there.
I see. That was in 1923.
Well, someplace in the 20s, way back in there.
Yeah.
So they got working on it, I think, with Bonin.
Wilkinson got to working
with Bonin. Someplace in there they had connection back in through there. After Sterling had started proceeding in things, of course, law, then he finally, through some illness, he died, and so that left that. So Mr. Bonin is the only one that knew about it, and he went round and seeking for another attorney would come in. So that's where he started from, as I recall it, Wilkerson.
Well, now, did most of the youths know about this?
All of them.
All of them knew about it.
Just never kept secret whenever a thing was coming. Then was they had their meetings. Any man that come in, as I said, would come there, then counsel there, then they would know as to what was going on.
How much money did they think they were going to get?
They didn't think of how much money they was going to get. That was immaterial to them. But they know there was some money coming to them. And to the amount it would be that, as I said, that figures one thing another. They didn't know. Only thing was the money as to how much it would mean didn't.
They thought they were going to get a lot of money.
Well, that's what they thought, they'd get a lot of money. Of course, they carried back on their histories why they would get some money in.
That was way back in the 20s.
Well, of course, I remember back in the 20s.
So then in the 30s and the 40s, they kept looking forward to getting this money.
Well, they knew of it, yes, because after the thing got to proceeding, then at their general council, it was then each more time they were getting the molding wise, they'd have to make reports.
But they didn't really figure that they were going to get it very quick. So they went ahead and did their farming and raised stock and like that, because this money they were going to get was too far in the future. They didn't know when that was going to happen.
Well, they didn't. Well, I wouldn't come and say they didn't know which one be far or not. It was just from their reports after Wilkerson got to working on it. He'd make his report as to how far that he was coming along on this. Of course, he knew, and I think they knew the procedure that he was going about, and got knowledge of the thing that it's in, it was on the move, and this required certain things. He'd explain to him as to why he was doing this and what had to be done, and all along in that way, then they were looking forward to that, but he would not say it's going to be next year, it's going to be in 10 years, anything, because he was uncertain himself, because on what he had to go through and to be, I would say, to be accurate on a thing, because they sense if he makes one little mistake, well then that is a whole total failure that they'd have to start again.
Yeah. Well, now then, Connor, so for 20 years, they looked forward to getting this money.
Yes, they knew they had some money
coming.
Yes.
Now then, in 1951, then, they heard that they'd won the suit.
I think it was close to 50, somewhere in there.
They'd actually won the Colorado Judgment Fund,
yes.
And there was $32 million involved. Now, what do you think happened to the people? How did the people change any after they? What changes did you see in the way they acted after they heard that they'd won the Colorado Judgment Fund?
Well, I think they kind of looked forward to that, and that's why in going into loan, in this loaning program was something else different than what they had went through. They had little knowledge of, I would say, into this interest part that they had to pay along with the actual money that they got. Because they figured that, well, after they got the payment, they had, they say they got $500, $1,000 so long in between that they say it ran into quite some of money. And they would pay that, even if they had $7,000 loan, why then it more or less went on the interest. And all the time they were figuring they were paying on the principal. That part was not quite definite to them.
When did they borrow this money? Before 1950 from the government, or from the revolving credit fund, or after 1950?
Well, before, well then it was from the government.
Yes.
Started out from the government loan. And that was around 39, I guess, somewhere in there. Of course, I was a Form 8 at White Rock on 3940. And that, starting that thing out was more in detail than after later years. Because we'd go to this individual and I would be with my head guy that I say was my boss. I would say I'm going, this Indian wants a loan. So we went there and well, we figured it'd take at least half a day. But later years it took maybe half hour to fill in. Of course, that was just a difference.
Yeah.
And the people that got the loan at that time, they knew. They could pretty well set in their mind as to what they were supposed to do and what to look forward to. But later years, it went, they just got the money and they bought this thing, and it was only the thing that they wanted to buy, and how they would have to pay for it was never taken into any pains as we started to do with them in the beginning.
That was after 1950.
Well, I think it was in the latter part of 40.
Yeah.
Somewhere about in there.
So, one of the things that happened was that they took the per capitas, and the people thought they were paying on the principal, and really all they were paying was just the interest. And they still owed as much when they got through taking the per capita as they did before.
Sure. They say that all according to the amount of... See, when the government came out with a loan, we didn't put them in debt too deep, but we counseled with them. And this is how much feed you got, and this is how much loan you're going to get, and this is how much your interest will be. They knew it. In fact, it took us maybe a month or two to work with this one individual. They would come to maybe 3-4 items, and they'd begin to wonder. They'd stop there because it's something they didn't know. So, and that's that. And so they would say, well, let me take a second look at it. So we would go away.
Let him think about it.
This man, his name was Ralph Richards. And I was telling Indian by name. He said, all right, that's good. I want you to know what you're doing. He says, it's not me doing it. He said, I'm going to put down, it's going to be yours, not mine. But I'm going to help you. I'm going to tell you everything you want to know. Go back on it to as far as we went. I'll tell you. The best of my knowledge. Then they'd ask, and says, this is for this reason. They just stop right there. Probably never say anything, and maybe a couple weeks later he'd come to me and say, well, I think I know there, and where do I go from there? So I'll say, well, I'll make an appointment with Mr. Richards. We'll see you a certain day. Maybe by forenoon or an afternoon. When will you be home? So I'll be home a certain time. So I'd phone down to Ralph 3-4 days before, and I'd tell him, this man is ready to talk a little more. So he'd agreed to go to his home. Then we discussed a little more, and get a little more complicated with him again, and so they would drop it again. Sometimes he'd get kind of mad at him, but he would talk to him and say, you don't need to get mad at me because I'm telling you. Because you're the guy going to be mad at yourself if I done you wrong. If I do you wrong, well then you'll be mad at me. But he says, I don't want you to be mad at me. I want you to be mad at yourself when you say you didn't do what I'm telling you, and the reason I'm asking so you'll understand what you are getting into and what you're going to have to do.
This is kind of off the point, Connor, but tell me, how do you explain to a older full-blood youth this business about interest? How do you tell them?
Well, only thing we acquire it, well, we say, for instance, like a chicken laying an egg. We say we have $1 here, then within, say, 12 months or 12 moons, we say this $1 has lain so much, so many pennies, we will say, put it in terms of pennies.
I see.
And that amount is what we call this dollar round dollar has earned for itself in similar terms to that you would the only way that you would have to explain to him. It's not sitting there idle. It's every day or every time there's so much coming in to that. And over a period of so many moons, why then that's how much this dollar had acquired for itself. So you take $1, then if you have $2, why then we just double this amount of pennies, we would say. And so more you get, more of these other pennies is going to constitute within so many moons, as we would say. Say this time we say the spring of the year, maybe in the spring of the year, where then it would have acquired that much. So I think in then terms, why our first loan from the government was success, because they understood. But as I said in later years, but in later years, it went so fast, I was still on credit. Personnel there that would say, and I was in the field, I said, well, I want loan. And, well, you go see that department and the clerks over there, and they'll give you the questions. So they would in turn go to the clerk and, sure, this is your, what interpretation you got there after we say we're going to get the call it a judgment. We would say now to our next step, they were pretty much so much interest. So in their other per capita payments they got before they got into this programming thing, where their per capita payments were all start to whittle out by the interest, and you came out with nothing. I came out with nothing. So to what when they say, well, you got this money, there's a lot of money given to you, but in turn they give a lot of that money back. When you actually know just what happened there, then they didn't get the money that we would think that they acquired actually in to their own pocket or for their own.
That we could do it some remote distance, and we'd be happy to put some money in the.
Their Indian program has been discontinued. Have you heard this?
Yeah, but the people are still there. You know, Bee Medicine's still there, for example.
Yes.
She's been involved.
What is she doing now?
Teaching anthropology, which is all she's ever really wanted.
Getting back to this budget matter, money's pretty important. When you send in this general total request, are you going to do it on the basis of what we already submitted to you, Greg, on things that we sent in?
Yes. I know it will be advantageous for everyone if the whole budget the whole project proposals go in a single package. And I think that your proposal could well be worded in the way that you've worded it in the past. I do not intend to tamper with those at all. Not my role. I might do this, however, if you won't object to it. I'll review these, and I might want to send it back to you for some suggested revisions. I've already noted a few of these here. Then come back to me and I'll send a cover letter which will also carry with it the report of this meeting.
At the time our last application went in, as I mentioned, I was in the hospital, and I thought, well, if we're just going to get a small amount of money to close this out, which I assumed, I just asked for $25,000. Now we're already in the hole this year. I've asked for $31,000 for this next year, which we can leave it stand unless if we go into the cities. I'd like to stay in the rural communities at the same time going to city, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, maybe Dallas.
Well, I think you need to have each, your your item is pretty well justified. And how do you want to spend the money, particularly if it's an increase?
Well, it would be on the large urban centers.
Of course, one of the things we did is, I remember that before we submitted 2-year budgets. At least I did. And I put down so much for the first year and so much for the second year. And we got them out for the first year.
I did too, but
is that everybody else did the same thing?
They submitted another request.
No.
This was done the first year in our project and never done again because you just had to.
Well,
a year anyway.
But after the meeting in Tucson, weren't we told to do it,
2 years.
to put in a 2-year thing?
Right.
Did everybody else do it, or just?
No, I did.
Well, we put in on a, well, I think we did, but we each had a broken in half, didn't we?
Yeah,
We had
We had a 1 year
and a 2 year.
and a second year.
Yeah,
We got the first year.
Yeah, you got the first
Yeah.
year.
I see.
But
I
this
didn't
does
get
not,
the amount of money for the first year I had in that original budget, because I got a request to send in another budget. And did any of you get a request from McFarland to send in an additional?
yes, you see, that does not constitute a second proposal, the fact that you indicated whatever money you might need for the second year. We need to submit another proposal for this
So
upcoming
the
year.
one we sent in to cover 2 years doesn't mean a thing. The second
Well, I put in the same amount of money in mine as I had in that first one because I figured that would.
Well, that's probably what you have in the second one, isn't it? In the one
Exactly.
You just, yes, well. fine.
Well, no, but
Because I figured it should-
wait a minute. Now, see, I think we're talking about the same thing. Last year we asked for, since it was supposed to be for 2 years, we asked for something like $110,000.
Yes.
Right, and we got 50. And we didn't know at the time whether, all right, that was it for 2 years or this is going to be it for 1. So now what I'm asking, what Ed is asking, what I'd like to know too, is that what I'm inclined to do is simply submit the remainder, the thing we had on that one that we submitted last year, just ask for it for this year. So it'll come out $60,000 or whatever that we were inclined to ask for now, but not to ask for another 100, figuring they're going to cut it in half.
No.
What I did is I submitted for this 1 year's budget the second part of the last 2 years' budget. Is what you're saying. I did the same thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I think that if you
But
did
that's
it,
up.
excuse me, if you did it that way, then perhaps you should refer back to the
2
fact that you had made a request for 100,000, and that this request now is for another 50 or whatever
Yeah,
the balance
that's
is.
what we'll do. And I haven't done that yet because this has to go through our university, business office, and the coordinator has to sign it and so on. But then I'll send this to you rather than to Mrs. McFarland.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she'd much appreciate
Fine,
that.
all right.
Because then she doesn't have seven different kinds of things coming in. Which
Okay.
she could lose.
And I'll get this to you, next week?
And I say it'll be sent in just as you submit it to me, but then will be a cover letter in which I will make strong recommendations in each case that the request be granted.
I don't know if you know what happened last year or not about the sending in of the transcripts. We killed ourselves getting those transcripts done, in really pretty good time, I thought. Tied up the whole office and what have you. And then we finally airmailed off their copy. Then I went through the university's mailing bureau, and the little $4.08 mailing sticker fell off the thing. So it arrived back there, postage due, for $4.08, and it was returned to us. And at that point, I was frankly so mad.
As you contained yourself.
Who returned it to you?
Came back from Mrs. McFarland.
Didn't she didn't tell you that?
No. And then eventually got frantic letters and so on, I guess, from everybody saying, where is this thing?
Did she know what it was? You know.
Well, I don't know how she, what else would she be getting from us? That's the only thing we've been in contact with.
Sure the stamp fell off, Bunny?
Yeah, that was a funny thing. They should have delivered it.
I'm unfair. This was a transcript.
This was the transcript of the meeting.
Oh, I see.
The whole transcript, plus some reports and so on. So we
Now
sent
we
it
had
back
a line
again.
in to resubmit the second year, the 2-year budget I submitted last year, which is $10,000 difference.
Do as you like, as long as you can justify it. I'll just send it in.
Just submit the larger figure, I'd say.
And if you want to develop an urban emphasis, probably this is justification for it. I think if the proposals were far out of line with what they were last year, we might run into some flack on that.
All of us may.
Yeah, and you also might run into some flack, actually, if you put a slug in there saying we're going to start something that's totally new.
Yes, I think that the proposal should be, the thrust should be that you're winding up.
Are you going to submit what we give you, or are you going to work them over on summarizing the proof?
No, sir, I'm not going to touch them. You send them in with all the signatures and everything, and then I will simply send them in as a package, airmail.
Except that if you look them over and have some suggestions to make,
I
you
wrote
will
mine
let
to
us
you.
know.
What'd you say?
Not to
What'd you say, buddy?
Except that you are going to look them over, and if you have some suggestions, you will return
What
them.
I'm going to do with the ones you've already submitted to me is to look them over and then maybe send them back for suggestions.
Okay. Well, you get mine next week.
And then you might want to change some of them anyway as a result of the discussions we've had here. And then once you send them back to me, I won't touch them. But I'll say that here they are, and I'll send them airmail with a well-affixed stamp.
Use will hold.
If you've ever had any correspondence with that office, you know that everything comes out of their regular mail.
Yeah.
Even the notice of the award of the grant, 6-cent stamp.
Did anybody ever tell you what Mr. McFarland's salary is?
No.
You can't afford to send airmail letters.
Tell us.
Are there any other matters that we've not touched on? Probably are. I want to submit these proposals very early in the year with the strong request that the awards be made just as soon as convenient.
Preferably before July.
So that we'll have the awards, the funding, in hand before the middle of the summer. And we can make plans accordingly for the summer, which I think in most cases is the big season.
Has anybody else received a letter from McFarland saying that you had a 2-year extension?
No.
I have.
Where'd you get that?
From her
When?
last spring.
Well, I think isn't that what we all received, that we were in for another 2 years, at the end of which we mustn't expect anything.
Yeah, yeah. It didn't really say you have it. It said you can't expect anything beyond that.
Because we will extend the project a few more years, this year and one more.
But you're going to give you the money for the first.
Right. Yeah, that's all anyway.
Yeah.
What else is it, gentlemen, that have we overlooked talking about?
Yeah, what are we going to do with all these names?
As a matter of library housing, we discussed that.
I don't mean that. I'm just kidding, Greg. No.
Well, this might be worth repeating. The fact that you can use your librarians as you can put them on the spot by saying that we'll give you this stuff and we'll take care of it properly. We told our librarian you can have it all if you'll agree to rerun the tapes every 6 months forever.
Ours has agreed to that.
And they'll do it.
I'll leave these with you.
That'd be great. We assume
Anybody interested in sending me some things for my book?
Yeah, I think we might, Joe.
I don't know, I want to be CD or not.
Is it, let me ask this one final question. Is it the expectation of everyone that the collections that you make will remain intact as a Duke collection, or together with certain peripheral materials that might relate to it? Are these collections going to be housed in a library situation, a museum, or what?
Ours are going to be in archives, locked archives with very limited access. Not in the regular library, but in the archive section.
That's where ours will be.
Ours will be in the regular library, but in a special collection, in a locked area.
Yeah.
That's really great. We're going to publish something with holes and then lock them all up.
Still worried about that.
I don't know how you feel.
Let them eat cake.
Now, I'm a little concerned about this publication business with Reinhardt and Winston, because you're really going to have a signed release from the people you're going to publish. And the reason I mention it is that if it should come out and there should be some flack about it, it's going to give the whole project
I don't think there's much danger of that. For one thing, this is not going to be editorialized. This is just going to be their own words. And,
yeah, but then this is
I think
commercial.
that,
Are they going to
I
get any
think
money
the-
out of it?
No. I think that it will probably prove to be immensely flattering to them.
You run a lot of risks, though.
Good
That's
luck.
true. You're making money from Indians.
The only problem with that,
Story.
Joe, is we've told them that this is going to be at the University of Oklahoma.
That's fine, gentlemen. Fine. I think this could be used as a very much of a selling point for future refunding and this sort of thing.
When do you think it will be published?
I think that if we could get them quick, it could be published this summer,
This summer.
coming summer, without any sweat. The publisher is eager.
How much material would you want? Just be the judge of it, and you edit it out as what you want to put in?
Be the judge. If you can put in, send as much as you think is good, or none at all, or a couple, or 30, or whatever you want. And I'm not trying to
I
steal
feel like
anything
we don't
from
make these
anybody.
things known, nobody's going to use them.
This is going to be verbatim material.
Right. And the most that will be put on it will be something at the beginning that will say this is Cato Valandra, who was the tribal chairman of the Rosebud Sioux from so-and-so, speaking about tribal government. Something, you know.
This will be right at each article.
At each article.
The author and then a description of his capability.
I think something like that, I'm sure, could be very useful, and I'm sure that could be important. But there still is the possibility of how it will be identified with the Duke projects.
We'll
Connected
put
with
on. I anticipate that anybody that participates, we will put a separate page at the beginning, listing the projects and the directors. On each one of the verbatim things, if it is an interview, there will be the interviewer, there will be the project.
And and Doris Duke gave you permission to dedicate it to her?
Right. Which we're very pleased with because she's never done that before, I understand.
Mrs. McFarland said that she has never wanted any publicity of any kind. She does not want buildings named after her and all of that. She does not like the idea of newspaper publicity coming as a result of the receipt of a grant, for example. The publicity of this kind, I've forgotten how we handled it, but Miss Duke's name is there, but we're asked to tone that aspect of it down. You don't want to omit the name, but she doesn't want a headline, a banner headline. Miss Duke gives $500,000. This means that everybody in the country wants to come to Miss Duke for $500,000. But in any publicity that we had quite a bit of it. We've always been in a dilemma about it. So I think this is quite a breakthrough when you get that kind of.
I thought so.
You got it in writing, Joe?
I've got it in writing from May McFarland.
From May McFarland?
Yes, that Miss Duke had given her permission. And I'm not going to insist on Doris's signature. I assume that's good enough. It's been good enough on the funding. Hell.
Will all the material come from reflections that you have in this publication, or will it be other?
I would hope that it would. I would like it to be that way. And I don't see any reason why it could not.
Now, are you getting, for instance, when you're going to say publish verbatim, this is somebody who was the chairman of the Rosebud Sioux, does she know that this is going to be published in this form? And,
who?
Well, anybody that you're going to publish. In other words, do the people who have now supplied the testimony and whose words are going to be published, are they aware of the fact that they're going to be published?
Not all of them right at this instant, I intend.
No, but I mean they will.
They will.
Know in advance, and you'll presumably either have something in writing or some kind of an agreement.
They'll give their permission.
Well, our stuff has permission, and I think we're legally safe from publishing ours in any event because of our releases. But I would go through again and tell them that we intend to do this.
You know, on the one hand, it's a great thing. On the other hand, you expose yourself. But I suppose...
I think that in this, when you're breaking ground in a new field like this, and particularly when you've got as big a thing going around going as we have, that could be just chopped off, I think that there are occasional risks that have to be run. I think that there's a certain amount of calculated risk here, but since I would be the one who would be most apt to get sued by anybody, I feel I'm pretty safe on this one.
I think the thing really depends on the nature of the statements.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the nature of the informant.
Well,
assuming the informants have given their written permission.
Yeah, no, if they've given their permission, there's no
And
sweat.
the general thing would depend on the reactions to the
I'm only
statement.
thinking of this Navajo case because in this case, the Navajo not only was going to sue the person with whom he had worked, but also sue the publisher, and the result was that the publication was stopped.
Well,
because
yeah,
the tribe
I would
has the
assume
right
that
of
anybody
suit,
that
too.
sent me anything would know the people that they were sending. So that it seemed to me that the risk would be very minimal here.
What grounds would they have the right?
They're a corporate body. If the person is a resident,
basis
if it was in any way defamatory
Yeah,
or demeaning or whatever.
There's not going to be
Invasion of
anything
privacy, all
defamatory.
kinds
Of course not. That's the secret to this. Is it's
Betcha.
going to be pretty damn carefully edited
It's not
before
going to. It's not going to be bland, obviously, because all of you know from the stuff you have that it isn't bland. But that's a long way from being libelous or defamatory.
Well, you can defame the whites.
Oh hell yes, yeah.
So do lots of that.
Oh, it's good.
We're used to
it. I'm going to zing the bureau a few times, you know,
Yeah,
to give it authenticity.
They're governmental. It's awfully hard for them to sue you.
They won't sue me.
And so the Bureau is so used to being kicked anyway that they expect it. They're masochists and they enjoy it. And so
They're getting a place now where you don't know where to kick because they're getting confused.
The tricky thing is, you know, like this is that sometimes you don't know how some Indians are going to respond to it. And you think something that they should feel favorable about turns out that they didn't like this aspect of the image projected of them. And
Well,
Indian should have edited it.
I would like, even if you are not prepared to send a whole bunch of stuff, if we could just get one or two from people perfectly safe, so it would show the whole project. That would even be helpful.
I think I might be able to get two for you on these old men on the Laguna Scouts, which a couple of them are really interesting about the U.S. cavalry and about the Apaches and one thing and another. And another one of quite a different contrast on the Cochiti land grab that has just come off in New Mexico in the last 6 months, in which the Department of Engineers and everybody else is just coming off looking like dragons. And I've got a couple from there that I think I could get good, they would be happy to release. Cochiti.
The final one is going to be Cato Valander, and it's going to be one. You know, he gave it at a tape conference, and he said, "We're going to use your brains and your money, and we're going to raise ourselves up to your level and maybe a little bit higher."
That's pretty good. Tell me this: to whom do royalties go? Would it be appropriate if the informants want their material included, and we decide it's worth including? Would the royalties from this publication go to the Indian person who gave the material?
There would be too many of them in there. I don't see how you could possibly divide it. I would not be opposed to it, but I don't see how you could do it, Floyd.
Would there be a general statement as to how the money will be making it?
I could make one, I suppose. Always trying to get rich.
This is something I've run into twice now. That's the question you get. Oh, I'll give you. I don't mind giving, but who's going to make the money from it?
Mm-hmm.
And
This is the first one I'm going to face.
This is the general assumption, of course. Everybody who publishes anything makes $500,000.
We're starting our own American Indian education program in that respect, in that this year the university is coming out with a large book on Piman shamanism, in which there are 4 authors, only one of whom is a non-Indian. And they're going to divide the royalties among them, split it 4 ways. And this 4-night Papago tale is also going to be published, and in this case, the teller of the tale and the Papago linguist, who's going to do most of the work on it, are going to get divided 50-50, and I'm not going to accept a nickel out of it. And of course, what they're going to learn from doing this kind of thing, we need to do more of it, is that they're soon going to discover that if we pay them $2 an hour to talk, they're making more money that way than they are if we tell them we'll give you all the royalties from a volume. And so, you know, let them see what happens. Now they're right, of course. We do make money from publishing books, but it isn't the way they think. It's because you get a promotion or something else.
Same story of the price you get for an article in the retail price.
Let me ask this, assuming that we are happily refunded, and would you think it desirable to hold another of these meetings? If so, when and where?
If we're hopefully refunded, I would like to have another meeting at the beginning of the summer.
Why?
To see just where we are and to take another look at this final report, or at least at the end of the summer.
I would respond favorably at the end of the summer.
I would,
me too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Early fall, maybe, huh?
Yeah, early fall.
End of summer or early fall.
Fine.
Good.
Fine.
September.
I think that this,
Before school
the
starts,
more
almost
meetings
might
we
be a
have, the
time.
better off we are.
It seems to me that they're worth a good deal. I think the project as a whole has suffered from our not getting together more often, and pooling ideas and strategy.
Where will people be at, say, before school starts? The very end
School
of
starts
August?
very variously now. Where will everyone be at the 15th of September?
That's the worst time for me.
That's bad
That's the
news.
beginning of our
Yeah.
term.
The same with ours. The
I
first
think
of September
somewhere
would be
around,
more
say,
like
September 1.
Too early.
Too early?
Too early?
Okay.
We're still in the field.
We're right in the middle of field work.
When does the school
October
start?
1st of October?
Oh, I
1st
see
of
what you're
October
talking
is a
about.
different matter. We could do that.
Oh, that would be all right.
October, but in the early part of October would be better.
That'd be
Then
all
it's
right.
after school starts.
Well,
Yeah,
very
the
early
Western
because we got
History, of
the
course.
Western History Conference in October, and then the Ethno History meetings are in October.
Would it be possible to go one day early to the Western History Conference?
Where's it?
Santa Fe?
Why not?
That's right.
That's a great idea.
That seems sensible, and I think a lot of us could save a hell of a lot of money that way.
Yeah.
Wes, does this present any problems to you?
No,
And
that would be
Santa
nice.
Fe is a great place to.
Do anything.
Would somebody arrange to have
I could probably
Dates
get a
that you
special
know.
space in Santa Fe the day before the
October,
meeting
I
at the
don't
School of
know.
American Research. They have an old hacienda, which is quite nice accommodations. And to have a meeting prior to the meeting. I can't promise this, but I can request it with some feeling of confidence that Doug Schwartz at the School of American Research would be willing to let us use his facilities.
Is this a hotel facility? Or?
Well, it can function that way. What they own is a large, old, magnificent Spanish hacienda in Santa Fe, which is used for meetings and used for a number of different functions. They have accommodations there, and they normally have a cook and one thing and another, and they have very nice, pleasant meeting rooms.
Why don't you do this as a suggestion? Let us stable ourselves in the downtown hotel and then have our meeting out there and maybe
Okay.
lunch there.
All right. I will be seeing him and can let you know rather quickly.
If we can't do that, I'm sure that Dave will get us a meeting room at the Institute. I just know it.
Wouldn't you prefer to be in a hotel, generally speaking?
Well, I'm going to be staying with a family when I go over.
Well,
So I think we'll all be making our own arrangements about
Make our own arrangements
No,
anyway.
but we need to discuss this.
what I'd like to know is the dates. You know the dates?
No, I don't.
It's about October 12,
Yeah, about the 10th of October.
it's
something.
around Columbus Day
Who's
every year.
Columbus?
That's an appropriate day for us.
For everybody.
On a non-Columbus day. The day before.
Un-Columbus.
Given someplace. Are you that
Dirty
well organized
Christopher.
that you got it down in your...
You
send
do
me
that
that
calendar,
calendar
Floyd O'Neill. Western History will be held on the 14th, 15th, and 16th of October.
Well, then the 13th ought to be a nice day. What's that, a Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Oh, great.
All right, that's it, right?
Let's set it that way, is that okay?
October 13th.
An agreeable bunch.
I'll be writing my paper for the meetings.
Bitching
I know
loud.
for sure we'll be there, we might as well be agreeable.
And as happened here, the New Mexico project can pick up the tab and then everybody can
October the 13th.
I see.
I wonder who,
Well, that was
I wonder who New
far.
Mexico's
I
director will
have
be
to
next
tell
year.
a story in that regard. I had a student who went to work in Africa, and he was working in the Omo Valley, which is about as isolated as you can get, and they had to take in porters from Kenya to carry, and hunters to supply meat to the camp. And I got this marvelous report from him where he said he was in the camp with his Turkana hunters for the first night, and they're out and the lions were prowling around and one thing and another. And he was going to go out and do the ethnography right there, an anxious student of how they butchered gazelles. So they had gone out and they'd killed these gazelles and brought them back in for the camp. And he goes out and there's this one man standing up over the gazelle going, a third man squatting beside the gazelle, skinning it, and a fourth man standing over the second man's shoulder, dropping sand down, going, woo. So my student goes out and says in his best Swahili, "Hey guys, what are you doing?" And they all turn around with a shocked look and say, "Why, we're skinning a gazelle." And Jerry says, "I know, but what about the man with the hair and the sand?" And they both turned around once again with a very shocked look and says, "Why, if we don't do this, my grandmother in Nairobi will die of yaws." Jerry says, "I learned very quickly to say, 'I see.'" And he says, "I said, 'I see' to everything that was told me for the rest of the year."
Of course.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's the way to do it. We will, is there any other business? We will take you to your hotel. And if those who are driving you down, if you want to make any detours through the campus or anywhere around, please say so. We'll pick you up about 5:30 in the lobby. And will that give you enough time?
What time is it?
4 o'clock.